Coming in today. Hope you had a good Thursday and Friday. Lights are already on here in Billund. And we probably have the lights already on in Helsinki too. It's a double VATSIM event today. Looks like we got about 4 airplanes on the ground right now. So not going down as far as I thought. And good to see you. Thank you for coming in today. Hope you're doing really good. There's Tim Dog. Tim Dog just got some new stuff. Yeah, so I can only do, the music has changed a little bit in the way that I play the music and stuff like that too, RV. So, yeah, I got to work on that. But thanks for coming in. I hope you're doing good. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, Tim Dog got some new controllers, I think, I heard. And it looks like we got some really cool airplanes here today. And good to see you, Tim. But Irvi, thank you for telling me, and I appreciate you saying something because I don't always hear. Sometimes the earphones are a little bit messed up too. But I hope you're doing good. Thanks for coming by. There is a new airport. Palm Beach Airport just came out. I found it over on Contrail for $25, I think is that. So we could go and check out the new Palm Beach Airport. Also, we've been wanting to do a little bit of flying down into Mexico City. Right now, I've got Houston into Mexico City, so we can decide if we want to go do that. Tim Dog got Airbus handles for the Honeycomb Bravo. So what that is that's a really cool thing that you can go and do. And basically, those are 3D printed things that you put onto the Honeycomb Bravos to make them more like Airbus and work more like Airbus, just like you can do some Boeing 3D printed things and make it work, more like a Boeing, which is really pretty cool. Some of those cool things that, that you can have 3D printed for the Honeycomb stuff. Loviz has them too. And Loviz, Honeycomb actually makes them. I thought those were third party. I thought that was a third party. Somebody was doing that. So Honeycomb makes them. And Tim Dog has the actual detents and the pull-up arms on the Speed Ray. That's pretty cool too. Hi, Laxon. Laxon checking in from up north of us in Boda. Is it super duper windy in Boda right now? Sometimes it is, sometimes it isn't. Anyway, this is about a 2-hour flight. Let's get going. There is ATC waiting for us here. I've got everything all set up here. So what we need to do is we need to go to, let's see, what have we got here? There was some ATC, and there's a new one. QNH, blah, 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 blah. One runway 9 is still good. So that looks really good. I think I saw tower here earlier. But it is EKDK Center. So 136.550. 13655, no, 555. Do we have CPDLC? We do. Let's see. Loviz did have to call center to get some ATC on this one. So let's go ahead and get that taken care of really quick. And I already said 136,555. 136,555. I did notice that there was an update for the MD-11, and so I got the MD-11 updated. I haven't read the change log on the updates. I know that they've been pushing out some updates on the MD-11 to get it going. So Victor, welcome aboard. Brawler Gaming's back. Welcome aboard. Tim Dog says it's the Honeycomb Airbus kit, but there's no detents for thrust or speed brakes. I still think it's pretty cool that you can go and 3D print some things to make, you know, what is obvious, a very good quality, you know, the Honeycomb Bravos, make them like a Boeing or an Airbus, and probably other airplanes too. Hi, Michael. Oh, and say hello to an inch of extra snow out there too. An inch of extra snow. So it is still actually February here at Spy HQ, and there is a little bit of snow out there, which blows me away. There we go. Hi, Senor Tomas. Joshy's here too. You missed WoW Time. Yeah, I've still got to find a piece of music that will work for WoW Time and stuff. Brawler Gaming just gifted a sub to Michael. Thank you for doing that. Tomorrow's going to be one of those September kinds of days where gifted subs are 35% off. So I was able to actually set that up myself, and I didn't mess it up. Tom's over on YouTube. Hi, Tom. Welcome aboard. Canadian Bear, welcome aboard. Brawler Gaming, thank you again for gifting a sub today. That was awful nice of you. All right, let's go ahead and call in and see if we can hear somebody. 135,555. No, it's 136,555. That's why we don't hear anything. I did turn on the the Katie Pilot. Sigarkari, I do remember you. Of course, welcome on in. Thank you for coming in. Okay, information. Delta is aboard. And this is Copenhagen Control. Let's give it a call. Copenhagen Control, very good evening from Finnair 441 on the ground at Billund with information Delta requesting clearance up to Helsinki. Hi, Jim. PFAV.
Finnair 441 Control. Hello, cleared Helsinki, Institute Bravo departure, stroke 4325.
Finnair 441 cleared to Helsinki on the Intet 2 Bravo departure. 4325 is the squawk for Finnair 441.
Finnair 441, repeat is correct.
PFH Aviation is going home right now. All right, first of all, safe travels. Thanks for checking in here. And safe travels home. We'll see you when you get home. Jim Oxide, welcome, Jim. Tim Dog ordered that. Senor Thomas,
266.
put them in the right spot. I crashed in front of a lot of VATSIMers in Vegas because I only throttled up one engine. Sugarkari, we could go there someday. Sure, I do like flying around Iceland. We actually just recently did a trip up to Akureyri, and that was really kind of cool. Really enjoyed the Akureyri flight. Hi, Madi. Welcome in. Eric is back too. Okay. Final load sheet still aboard. I've got everything else. We're almost ready to go. All right. 55.4. That is correct. 32.8. That's correct too. Cool. All right, 55.4, 32.8. We need 6 tons. It's tough to see sometimes between a 6 and an 8. It says 5.8. We have boarded 6.16. 6.16. I actually didn't board an extra 15 minutes or 30 minutes of fuel today. I'm experimenting to see what happens. I don't expect a lot of delays today. We'll see. Our squawk again is 4325. 4325 looks good. Aircraft is loaded. I think it's time to get out of here. All right, let's come on down here, and we're going to do Phoenix. We're about to close the doors, Tom. Brainbagger, it is sunny in Tampa. You know what happens when it's sunny in Tampa, right? When it's sunny in Tampa, you got to start watching out for alligators and snakes and frogs. And probably other things, too. All right, starting up the APU. Our door is now closed. Cargo is closed. All ready to go there. Let's go ahead and let's have GSX push us back. So prepare for pushback and departure. Hey, look at this. Holy moly. GSX is actually updated for once. Imagine that. No, we don't want to do icing. It's chill out flight, but we're not really doing any of the de-icing stuff. Okay, everything's looking good to go there. Doors are closed, seatbelts going on. Seatbelts going on. Passengers are happy. There's low vis over in a Scandinavian 737-600.
We are ready for pushback. Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start.
Summer obvious. Good evening, Agro. Welcome aboard.
Gate 31 at Billund, looking for clearance to Helsinki.
All right, this looks good. That looks good. Let's go and do performance. And everything else is in. And departure perf. Sync. Sync. Altimeter's 1017. 1017.
27.5, right?
And sign to the McDo. Send to McDo, not sign to McDo. Come to EKBI. Go to, let's see, we don't need those. Okay, let's come on over here. And it's probably coming out on F. Oh, we should. We need to write down our deck. Berg to BIIS. Thanks, Sugarkari. Why do you want? I remember Berg, Reykjavik, right? Would you remind me what BIIS is? Because I recognize the icy cows. Let's do. I'm gonna guess it's nose left, tail right. Okay, all that looks really good. Parking brakes are on. Go back to the Phoenix app. Do we have an APU? We sure do. APU bleed goes on. Ground power goes off. And let's do fuel pumps. Fuel pumps going on. That looks good. Would you day Navigraph? I'm not sure I understand that, Eric. Would you say Navigraph is worth the money? Oh, okay. Sugarkari, okay. Oh, that one. Yep, it is a hard one. Okay, I got it. That would be a fun flight. There goes low vis. A very sassy little 737. So, Eric, I actually think the answer to that is yes, but it depends on what you're planning to do with Flight Simulator. It's a little bit loud. And it's cold, so I had better not drive my voice too hard, otherwise it's going to be gone by Sunday. If you're planning to do a lot of VATSIM stuff, or IVAO, or Pilot Edge, if you're going to do stuff on the flight sim networks, I would say yes for sure. If you are planning on using Microsoft Flight Simulator to learn about these airplanes, You know, if you're planning to like use this as a stepping stone to the real world, then I would say yes. After that, I think, you know, if you just want to play around, though, it is a bit pricey for just playing around. Let's start squawking. And everything looks good there. APU, I'm going to disconnect ground power, and we're going to disconnect preconditioned air, PCA, and we're going to go over there. Let's come on over here to charts. Yeah, somebody's, doing some spawning there. Can't help it. It's going to happen. It's just going to happen. Let's see. Muddy. Yep, there is another plane. Polyot is here. Welcome, welcome. Hey, another big thank you for doing the really, really fun long haul bingo. And I also saw that you did do the QR code. I just wasn't able to get it in there. But I thought it was really cool, everything that you did, and doing a prize too. So thank you for being in. Bass Hat, welcome, welcome. Thank you for coming by. And if you're just coming in, it's cold outside at SPY HQ, perfect for flight simming. 8 degrees and an inch of snow out there. So perfect for flight simming with friends today. Let's see, we should do Streamlabs and turn on Streamlabs sounds. Ollie's here. I am finished with this airline. Hey, T-Bird, welcome aboard. Ollie, I am... Oh, that's a joke, right? I'll run the drums to put the finishing touches on your Finnair joke. Now, if we just had some blueberry juice, right? Welcome in, Bryler Gaming. Thank you for coming by. T-Bird, thanks for coming by today. Hope you had a good... All right. Let's see if we can't go and push and start.
Expect runway 09 and Billund.
Copenhagen Control, hello again from Finnair 441. We're at stand 29 at Billund with information Delta requesting startup and pushback.
And for 1 Billund approach is on 127, that's my 580.
Sorry.
No worries.
127580. Okay. Oops, wrong way. Polyad stood out in the wind cooking pizza in the pizza oven because I was craving a wood-fired pizza. How was it? I mean, I know it was cold and it was windy, but how was it? 127580. There we go. All right. Now we have new control to listen to. And what kind of pizza did you make? God, if you're going to talk about pizza, you got to tell us, how it was, homemade pizza and stuff, and was it really, really good? Let's see. Bryler Gaming just became a member over on YouTube. Bryler Gaming, thank you for the extra support on YouTube. That's also where the morning video is now. So there's a morning video there every morning. Bryler Gaming, thank you for doing that. And thank you for being a double O. That is super duper supportive. And thanks. Let me try and get out of here. Billund.
Taxi 62, taxi holding point Foxtrot for runway 09 now.
Billund approach. Hello there from Finnair 441. A320 on the ground with you here at stand 29. Clearance is aboard. Information Delta is aboard. Requesting startup and pushback.
Hello, Finnair 441, Billund approach. Number 2 for pushback. I will call you back, hold position.
Hold position, Finnair 441.
Finnair 418, pushback and startup approved. QNH
Let's
1017,
see.
face west.
Polyon is eating pizza even as we speak, and that must mean it's good. Parlor Gaming, thanks again for coming over to YouTube. Dell is here. Welcome aboard.
Hello from Scandinavian 177. We are a Boeing 737-600 with international.
I'm shocked to hear all the Boeing 737-600s out there today.
Hello, Scandinavian 177.
Who would have thought there'd be a bunch of 737-600s? Can't imagine, you know? There goes one.
On the Inter to Bravo departure.
I think we're all ready to go here.
Scandinavian 177.
So there was.
Scandinavian 177, correct.
FLIGHTDECK has arrived.
120 radar contact.
With all sorts of really good wisecracks. Hi, FLIGHTDECK. Welcome aboard. Senor Tomas has coffee flowing, and Martin is here too. Hi, Martin. Are you still seeing double at home with the twins?
2 line up on way 09er.
Martin, things are going good here. Hope it's good for you. Coffee tastes good. We've had a little bit of extra. Josh, it's a double event. So this is what you call a double VATSIM event. There was a VATSIM event here in Billund, and then there's also a VATSIM event over in Helsinki. The Helsinki event is regular.
Bravo, I've refiled that now. Hopefully you can see that on its stand.
The double event here in Billund, it's every other week, every once a month, maybe every 2 weeks or something like that. These are usually pretty good events because, you know.
Scandinavian 120 contact Copenhagen frequency 136.555.
Company Control 136, Missile 555, Scandinavian 120, thanks.
Eric, are the other planes who are taxi real players using VATSIM? Yeah. All the people, all the voices that you hear are real people, okay? So ATC, that's a real person. That's a real person talking, and instead of a flight simulator game on their computer, they've got a screen that looks like a radar scope, and they're doing air traffic control stuff. And each of those airplanes that you see there, so the one that just pushed back, the EasyJet, the SAS jet over here, all of these airplanes are people that have flight simulator going on their computer, and they're flying on the VATSIM network. And if we take a look, you can come over and look at the VATSIM map. And here's the VATSIM map. And if we kind of zoom out, you can kind of see this is the general area where we're flying today. And there we're going up here to Helsinki up here. And right now there's 1,821 people flying on VATSIM. Good nobbin, Captain Chris, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Martin says the twins are crawling around like crazy. And they like to do opposite directions so that makes sure that they keep two people fully occupied 24/7. I think that's what kids are supposed to do. They're supposed to drive the adults nuts like that. Good evening, Odell. Thank you for coming in today. Odell is checking in from Honolulu. Hi, Nico. Did I say your name right? Welcome in. And I'm kind of zooming the map out a little bit to see what's going on here. All the blue dots are people that are flying. All the people, the blue dots are flying, are people flying on flight sim right now. So that looks pretty good. You can see it's a little bit bumpy today. Sometimes the map's a little bumpy. 49 arrivals today into Helsinki. Usually they keep stuff moving. Now it's pretty good. They've got 2 runways that they can use, and the ATC in Finland is really good. Although Polyod says they don't do a lot of small talk and chit chat in Finland. Flying Winnebago says it's shorts weather in Chicago.
40 Alpha Bravo. You should have my flight plan now. My stand 32 with Delta.
Madi says there's ATC in your home airport of OIII. Is that it? Which one is that, Madi? Flying Winnebago. Disregard time. I will.
Ready to go. Easy 40 Alpha Bravo, you cleared Aalborg via Intet to Bravo departure, runway 09er. And
Bet we're about to go. Beacons going on. Cabin call. There we go.
Comes the Intet to Bravo departure, runway 09, squawk 20.
Hello there, Mach 3 Outdoors. You got out of school because of a gas leak.
40 Alpha Bravo negative, squawk 2035. Squawking 2035, easy 40 Alpha. 40 Alpha Bravo. Scandinavian 62 Bravo, turn left heading 180 degrees.
I know, not in Honolulu today. In fact, Odell, it'd be nice because it's really chilly.
1241, pushback and start up at full, QNH 1017, base wind.
1017 on the altimeter. We will be facing west. Finnair 441. Shall we go? And parking brakes are off. Away we go.
Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push completed and brake set.
3 cheers to Polyot for spilling the beans and letting us know that when GSX tells us to not start the engines, we could actually start the engines. Mach 3 Outdoors, we're going over to Helsinki in Finland, where the official beverage of the airline that we're flying today is blueberry juice. Okay, Madi says it's okay. I'm gonna say it wrong, Madi. It's Mirabad, Tehran. It's the Mirabad Airport. Did I say that right? Starting engine number 1. Martin got the Larnaca Airport. Here comes engine number 1. Sorry.
418 on way 09er, clear takeoff, wind for 090 degrees, 5 knots.
09 clear takeoff, Finnair 14.
Flights today, we're going to Helsinki. We're going to depart out of the Palm Beach Airport. Not sure where we're going to go. We could take the ATR over to... We take the ATR to... where is it? We could go over to Tampa.
Parking brakes.
Parking brakes are set. And we got a good start on engine 1, starting engine number 2.
Startup approved, facing to the west, 1017, easy, 40 Alpha Bravo.
I have the payware for EKBI. Loviz has the Palm Beach payware already. I got a little bit confused, so I downloaded it from Contrail, but I think I had another Palm Beach scenery loaded. I'm not sure. So I went in, turned stuff off, and then nothing showed up. So I may have screwed up the Palm Beach, but it looks like it's a nice airport. It does look like it's a nice airport. Here comes engine number 2. Something about Alliance, Dan. You're going, Odell wants breakfast. What's for breakfast today, Odell? All right, everything looks good there. Getting a good start on engine 2. So let's do the APU bleed, and the APU can go off there. Looking down here, it's going to be flaps 1, trims down 5. I'm sure it's nicer. The other one looks like PBI. I got it correct. Wow, that's good. All right, looking good here. Let's do our control checks. Oh, gotta get the starter back to normal. Forgot that. And this looks good. There we go. There's control checks. Trim's going to be down 0.5. 2, 3, 0.5. Flaps are going to be 1. Flaps are 1. speed brakes. And auto brakes. And let's turn off GSX. And turn off the top menu. LDAR just hit follow. Welcome aboard. Let's get a taxi clearance.
Copenhagen, frequency 136, decimal 555.
136, 555, thin air 418, hit.
Billund approach, hello again. Thin Air 441 pushed and started from stand 29 and fully ready for taxi. Bonsoir, Moustache.
Thin Air 441, taxi holding point Foxtrot for runway 09er.
Taxi to holding point Foxtrot, runway 09er for Thin Air 441. Shall we go? Taxi light on. And another cabin call. Parking brakes off. And away we go. Let's see. Bonsoir, Moustache. I hope you're doing good. Welcome aboard. I hope your week's good. Rich, welcome to you. Thanks for coming by. LDAR Prodigy, thanks for the follow. Najib is here. Hi, Najib. And Angela, Charlotte, Julia, Caesar. Did I say those right in the right order? Welcome on in. Thanks for coming by today. And there goes our nice Finnair. Sonic just followed.
Bravo, I don't see you moving. Just confirm your intention was to push back.
Hello, North Gaming. Welcome, welcome. We are on our way out. And that should be Foxtrot right over there. It looks like it is. I got Angela, Charlotte, Julia, Caesar's name in the right order. That's pretty good because earlier today I think that somebody switched my regular coffee for decaf. It just did not have an awful lot of artificial inspiration today. Okay, after Foxtrot we're looking for taxiway Delta. And if we look up here, there's probably a sign over there. There's Keela, there's...
441 runway 09, clear takeoff, winds are 09 at 30 degrees, 5 knots.
Clear for takeoff. Got a little more taxiing to do, but we'll get there fast. Finnair 441. Finnair 441, sorry, we took a wrong turn here. We knew we were supposed to go to Foxtrot. I'm afraid we're going over to Delta.
Finnair 441, that is copied, no problem.
Good. All right. Clear for takeoff. Strobes going on. Landing lights out. Let's do calls. Let the cabin crew know we're going to take off. Let's do a test here. While we're doing that, we'll do predictive wind shear and get ready to go there. I bet it's frosty. I'm going to go ahead and just get some engine anti-ice on. Toomey Brasco, welcome aboard. And away we go.
Scandinavian 62 Bravo, continue approach runway 09 here, number 1 with 1 to depart for winds of 09.
I got the airplane ahead of us. We are coming out of the gate. There's the runway. Eric, yeah, actually I have. Airplanes have always been very, very interesting to me. And looking good there. There's the runway. There we go over there. And lights. And up, and away time. Throttle's up about halfway. And engines are stable. Elapsed timer's going on. And manual flex. SRS and runway is set. Auto thrust is blue. Yep. And if you're wondering what all that stuff is I'm yammering about, there's something on top of the artificial horizon. Those are all the automatic systems that are armed. And there we go with 100 knots. Hunter Girl checking in from Frankfurt. We will be going to Frankfurt tomorrow. And rotate. And there goes positive climb gear. Guess what, Hunter Girl? We finally got snow here too. Holy moly. There's snow. So I thought it was just I thought the snow was just going to be in Germany. Little bit of a turn. Angela is doing art.
Radar contact, climb to flight level 120.
Climbing now, flight level 120, Finnair 441. I think that it was pretty good. Hi, Captain Lorian. I don't think it. We had snowfall, but it's not sticking to the ground right now. Oops. Climbing a little bit too aggressively here. Let's set her up those
DZ 40 Alpha Bravo, the tug's left me facing to the north. If it's okay, once I start number 2, I'll use the tiller to face myself west.
Yeah, that's no problem. You can report.
Oh, those crazy tug drivers. They're just all over the place in Flight Sim, aren't they? And there comes the little S. And at that point, we can go ahead and do slats. Leading edge slats going up. Those are the things along the front of the wing. It's kind of hard to see. It's a pretty dark night tonight. You know, there's the airplane that's coming in. So you could see we had plenty of room between us and the airplane that was just coming in. Nico, there is so much snow in Denmark. The snow layer in Flight Sim is actually pretty good, but it's not perfect. It's not perfect. And flaps are up, landing gear is up, speed brakes are disarmed, and everything looks good. Temperature outside the airplane is +5 degrees. Not a lot of clouds, a few of them here and there. It did look kind of close. Irvi is serving yourself for spawning on. Somebody was spawning on you? That's just rude. Don't they realize the kids are watching? Mom called.
1 contact Copenhagen, frequency 136.555. Bye-bye.
136.555 for Finnair 441. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Zero contact Sweden.
Captain Lorian says there's more snow coming.
Sweden on 132.
Tim Dog snow finally melted. Tim Dog, that was on the ground for like a couple of weeks, wasn't it? Copenhagen Control, very good evening. Finnair 441 is climbing, passing 8,000 for flight level 120.
Finnair 441, Copenhagen Control, hello again. Climb flight level 390.
Climbing now, flight level 390, Finnair 441. Flight level 39,000 feet. And that looks good. That looks good. Out we go. Ember goes, we're not there yet. Martin says they're having minus 25 degrees Celsius. Captain Lorian says in Juneau there's snow on the ground from before Christmas. Well, Juneau, Captain Lorian, that makes sense in Juneau, Alaska, right? Maybe not so much here, but definitely for Juneau. I mean, you're going to have like snow on the ground probably till April or May at some places, right? Hi, Mighty Morph. Days off were very nice. I got a lot of stuff cleaned up here. Made it to the grocery store before it started snowing. Oops, hit the wrong button. Made it to, you know, so got everything taken care of. Thalo, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. SimBrief put us at flight level 390 for this. It is a little bit of a longer flight. If it had been a little shorter, I probably would have changed the cruise altitude to maybe 33350. Mighty Morph says it was 60 degrees. Yep, now there's snow on the ground. Yep, it's been a very weird winter here. Very strange. Martin, I didn't see the resub earlier. Thank you. I'm sorry I missed that. Sometimes that when they happen during takeoffs, I don't catch them. Thalo says, brr, Dwayne is back in chat. Almost Friday, almost the weekend, right? Thanks, Martin. Thanks for the resub. Says 11 months, almost a year. No kidding. That must mean the twins are getting close to being a year old too, isn't it?
276
all right, out we go. And there we go. And you were thinking to yourself, I never believed we were going to make it a whole year. The twins are 10 months old now. Wow.
Taxi 62 contact Sweden control 132.765.
Captain Lorian says you got 6 feet of snow in December. That's a lot of snow. So let's see. We got this new Palm Beach airport. We could take a ATR over to the other side of Florida. We could take a 737-600 down to Palm Beach. And Lovis, I think, said last weekend that somebody is making a new Key West. So we could go over down to Key West. We could go out to Nassau. We could go up to Orlando. Or we could check out the latest update. They do have cargo operations at Palm Beach too. What? How can you be in Alaska and not have a snowblower? That's like, you know, how can you live by the beach and not have sunscreen? Flying Winnebago, it's been a while since we've gotten an update for Orlando, isn't it? MFS, today is also Navigraph Day. That's right. You need to be sure and run Navigraph Hub, and there are some airplanes that you can update either in Navigraph Hub or you can update it within the electronic flight bag. Oh, it's your first winter. Okay. If it's your first winter, then you can probably, you know, you don't have all of the accoutrements for, you know, all the groovy things that you're going to need for winter time, right? Bet you pick it up pretty quick. And everything looks great. You moved from Houston. That is a big move. MFS is going to drink coffee and fly. I'm definitely enjoying the coffee here today. We also ought to take a look at the list and see where we might want to fly into Frankfurt tomorrow. I've been, you know, flying into Frankfurt on Frankfurt Friday is kind of fun. Not too much coffee, but having a little bit of coffee is good. Yeah, apparently, Thalo, that was the move. Houston, Texas to Juneau, Alaska. Let's see. There is a Love is in the Air event in Newark. Right. That would be like, we usually do 3 flights a day. And so Newark would be the 3rd flight that we normally do. Good time to do a little stretch here, move around a little bit. Oh. Yeah, flying the Phoenix airplanes is really quite nice. Seatbelts can go off. I think we're pretty much clear of the clouds and the ice. Maybe what we'll do is turn off anti-ice. Don't need it. Bob Ross did a Florida to Alaska move. Captain Lorian moved to Alaska because of your dad's job. I'd never seen snow in my life, then they sent Bob Ross to Alaska. I think the move to a beach would have been a little bit nicer. Just saying. Just saying. And there's radius, 26,000 feet. And that looks good. And I usually will put this one on performance. No, I usually do progress on this side, or flight plan gives us all the information.
8, contact
520 miles to go. Oh, it was an Army thing. KDZY, yeah, so Palm Beach. We could look and see where you would go from Palm Beach to check out the new airport. And the developer of the scenery, KPBI, the developer of the scenery is one of the good developers, Palm Beach. And here is Palm Beach Airport. So departures, where can we go? Washington, Dulles, a little far. DeKalb, Dallas, Fort Worth, Marsh Harbor. There's a great name, Marsh Harbor. Clearwater, Muhammad Ali Airport. That's going to be a cargo maybe. Austin, Detroit. Let's see. Other departures, Miami, Myrtle Beach. Looks like they do an awful lot of biz types of things. There's a Delta flight to Hartsfield Jackson. EJA, that's the executive jets. Indianapolis, Teterboro, Tampa. So that's an exec jet over to Tampa. And they have flights coming in from LaGuardia, Naples, Florida, not Italy, Dulles, Fulton County, Naples, Hartsfield, Orlando. They've got one flight that comes in from Nassau. So those are places that we can fly out of that are a little bit normal.
Good evening, EZ40 Alpha Bravo.
Probably got half an inch of snow the other day. If we fly Delta, if we fly Dallas, Dallas, out of PBI, all the other flights would go to FLL or Miami. Dogs is back in chat. Happy Thursday, Dogs. Eric says hello. GT Boy says beer cheers. It's cold outside, GT Boy. I still have hot beverages here. So it would need to be a Delta flight, right, Loviz? Other airlines are going to go to Miami or Fort Lauderdale. Loviz says that the airport that we're going to is 20 minutes from Loviz HQ.
LM39 Golf, return to the cockpit and we are inbound Taipei.
Continue on a Golf, welcome back.
Okay, everything looks good. Well, thanks to Polyot, we can now do polls, and you can vote in the poll both on YouTube and Twitch now. So let me see if I can't make the poll thing work, because it's always fun to be Polish, right? All right. KPBI. Okay, let's do some options here. All right, let's add a few. Low-vis, so a Boeing 737, a Delta. Well, let's see. They would probably go up to Atlanta. So they would probably go to Atlanta. In just a month, Dogs is going to be moving from Phoenix to Colorado. You know, Dogs, I got to tell you, your timing is really good. So you're going to be getting into Colorado at the time of year when it's not really, really chilly. I think it's really pretty good. Polls apart.
Coming on radar, Delta India Mike Charlie Foxtrot, good evening, flight level 330.
Atlanta Mike Charlie Foxtrot, Quebec control, hello, identify for spacing, turn left, heading 325. Left,
all right, here's just a couple of options. And I'm going to create the straw poll, and I have to send you a link. All right, so I'm going to put a link in chat. You click on it, and you can vote. And there is a place to vote. And you can also watch the results in real time. So you can watch the results in real time. If you're gonna, so dogs, when you're actually doing the drive, the moving drive up, if you get a chance, dogs, if you're gonna stop for the night in Colorado Springs before you drive in, through the Denver metro area, and I do recommend that you not do the Denver metro area during rush hour. So that's kind of a thing. So, but if you stop in Colorado Springs, look for the Fargo's Pizza Place. Go to Fargo's. When you drive through Atlanta, look for El Pinto for Mexican food. If you not Atlanta, Albuquerque. If you drive through Albuquerque, go stop at El Pinto. So there's two places to go when you move. Hef lives in the middle of Denver. Yeah, you live, you know.
441, contact Sweden, 132.765.
132.765 now for Finnair 441. Thank you. Have a good weekend.
You too.
132.765, and we're talking to Sweden first. And when you do go through Denver, dogs, there's a place called Rodizio's. It's in the downtown area next to Coors Field at Larimer Square. Rodizio's Brazilian Grill. You've got to go and give that a try at some point when you go through Denver. And of course, you're going to need to go to Casa Bonita. Got to go there because, that's where Cartman hangs out. Captain Lorian did Houston to Washington State. And the final 3-day ferry ride up to Juneau. That's pretty cool. Curly Air, you used to live in Castle Rock before you moved to Arizona. Boy, that's different.
Lufthansa 850, hello, speeding control, radar contact, maintain flight level 330, and CPD is Logan Echo Sierra Mike 5.
Poll's almost done. Looks like the 737 flight up to Atlanta. There are 2 votes. If you add 3 more to Key West, we'll go to Key West. Tampa wasn't a big deal, and the Atlanta MD-11. So a 737 flight is what's winning.
Lufthansa 854, good evening, speeding control, radar contact, maintain flight level 370.
Sweden Control, good evening from Finnair 441, passing flight level 370 for flight level 390.
Hello, Finnair 441, speeding control, radar contact.
Okay, 30 seconds till the end of the poll. There's the countdown timer on the screen. 30 seconds.
Descent for 100, can you repeat the approach for
Still 2 votes between Atlanta and Key West, 3 to win. Right now it's Atlanta and the 737-600.
There are no 3 Alpha arrival for Skynet, can I grind the
and
immediately?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Poll's over.
Apologies, when ready.
So our next flight is a 737. We'll take the 600 maybe. Up to Atlanta. I don't know if they actually flew the 600, and I think I got to go and get I actually have to go and get a livery for that. We'll look and see in just a second. Denver's going to be an hour drive. Oh, you're going to get a lot of cool stuff in Denver, dogs, to visit. Hey, RND, welcome aboard. Going to pick up a new Thrustmaster TCA yoke, rudders, and throttles. The Boeing edition. The one thing that I've heard about those is just, take it easy on it. They're not indestructible, okay? And if you do that, I think you'll find. Anonymous Jody is back in chat. Welcome back, Anonymous Jody. And let's see what we have.
Control, good evening.
Let's go and get the PMDG app.
Yes, I'm running to Alpha Papa. Good evening, speeding control, radar contact.
And see what we have over here. All right, we're going to take the 600. Let's see what kind of liveries we've got for the 600. Aero Flyer, Air Europa, Air Malta, the Boeing Demonstrator, Austrian, EasterJet, China Southern. I've got a Janet jet. We could do a Janet flight.
Goodbye.
Southwest, Scandi, Tunisian, United, and WestJet. Loviz says what we need to do is we should take the 900 on this one. So the 900 is more realistic for the flight. Let's see what we have for the 900. 737-900. Let's see. Alaska, Delta. Here we go. Oh, I've got a Delta downloaded here. Well, Delta, we're going to be able to help you on that flight. So it's going to be a 737-900, 739, Palm Beach to Atlanta, KATL. All right, I think we got everything we need. Delta flies a lot of 900s. All right, we are 313 miles from top of descent. Everything's good here. I've got all the lights in the right spot. I usually turn on the wing lights for a little more visibility for the airplane. Seatbelts are off. Polaris Control is one of the coolest names for an air traffic control center. That would be a cool one. You could hardly go wrong for $350. I think you're going to be real happy with your Boeing stuff. Again, just like I said, from the day you pull it out of the box, just be gentle with it. It's kind of like, so I really like the Airbus stuff from wind control. I mean, it's really nice. I like this a lot. The thing about it, though, is I remember the first thing that I noticed was the dials were a little bit, they weren't flimsy, but they were a little bit, they're not as rugged as I thought they would be. And real world pilots have come into chat and said these dials feel exactly like they do in the airplane, which is kind of cool. But you can still rip the knobs off. So I try to be really, really gentle with these. And Loviz actually had to fix one of these dials and says it's not very easy. So the whole point of that little thing there, R&D, just be gentle with it from the day you get it, and it should last a long time.
Contact opening approach 119.805.
There's Loviz already over there. So Loviz is almost south of Stockholm. Looks like we got a little bit of a gap in the ATC here. Scandi 177 is just coming out. And I am just south of Landvetter. Loviz said, so they kept you on Sweden control. Hopefully, yeah, I hope so too, R&D. Be sure and let us know how it goes, and if you need help, remember one of the best places to go is you can look up YouTube videos for stuff, but also over on any of the Discord channels that you're a part of. There's probably somebody that's got experience with it, and they can help you figure stuff out if you need it.
Leipzig unit to 74, clear direct D0.
Direct D0, Leipzig to 74.
Nice night for flying. Looking forward to seeing the Palm Beach Airport. I hope I got it set up right.
Lufthansa 850, if you don't...
And then, I don't know if we want to do Houston to Mexico City, or there might be some other place to go on the Mexico City flight. I didn't see the Mexico City event, though. It could be that maybe we'll do something else. I don't know. Let's see. But I didn't see that event. And it's a bit of a... It's a bit of a longer flight from Houston down to Mexico City. Good evening, Swab Squid. Hope I said that right.
62, climb initially flight number 330, you're crossing traffic about.
Loviz says, here is the Mexico City event. Okay, great, thank you. Visit Mexico. Maybe the Toronto event is Mexican. Mexico City, there it is. Every Thursday, 1930 to 2200. And that's not Zulu time, that's Central time. Whew. I was going to say, oh my gosh, 1930, crap, we're going to miss it. There's a big difference between local time and Zulu time, right? Landy, welcome. Okay, great. 0030 Zulu. So that should be, and we've got a really cool payware airport for Mexico City Airport too. And you could take an Aero Mexico. You could do a United, any airline. FS Labs just pushed an update to the A321neo doing bug fixes and performance. Oh, Landy, I gotta go and download the downloader and get it all updated maybe sometime. Loviz says maybe South Texas, maybe San Antonio instead of Houston. That's not a bad idea. You know, if we depart out of San Antonio, that way we don't have the double taxiway names of Houston. So Landy, I don't keep it loaded into Stormy here because it was so heavy on my system before. But I should probably go and try and get that at some point. I just have to get off my butt and do it. One of the things is keeping up with all the airplanes and stuff like that is it's a full-time job keeping up with all the different airplanes. You're going to try it today? Hey, yeah, let me know. Absolutely. If you're going to try something like that, please hop into chat and tell us how it's working. Absolutely. Today is also Hamburg Thursday. The minute I saw that there was ATC in Hamburg, of course, you know, I foolishly wanted hamburgers.
Top clearance
hey, Mountain Man.
agent. Loyalty noted.
Mountain Man has been here for 54 months. That's a long time, Mountain Man. Thanks for coming by. I hope all is good with you. Good on the ramp at UPS, and good as you're still working on a private pilot's license, right? HJet native update for 2024 is live for free if you had it. HJet. The HJet. The Horizon Jet? I don't think I had that one. I may not have had the Honda Jet. Yeah, the Honda Jet. At least I didn't say Toyota. Something like that. Irving likes it. Tim Dog likes it. So Mountain Man, did you get that, and do you like that yet? Loviz says it's Flight FX, and Loviz wants the Honda Jet. Isn't it about time for us to start getting the F-100 too? Speaking of great airplanes coming out. I mean, it's been a while. I kind of figured the F-100 was, you know, going to be here. It's time for those developers to quit fucking around with that, right? You knew that was coming though, right? You just knew one of those was coming out. Tim Dog says it's a nice airplane, but it's slow for a jet. Yeah, we're kind of hoping that that one comes out. That's looking pretty good. And we are 373 miles. We'll be landing at 2000 Zulu. It is currently 1902. What, do we got the wind in our face or something? No, we've actually got a little bit of a tailwind, not much of one. Irvi says that the Honda Jet is economical and Tom Cruise owns one. You know, Tom Cruise doesn't have to worry about economical, you know. Loviz says that Just Flight will not release it until it's ready. They all have pictures of Orson Welles up on their office walls saying, "We will sell no wine before it's time." Yeah, whenever Just Flight puts out an airplane, it's a really good airplane. It's very complete, very few needs for bug fixes and stuff like that.
Flight level 340, KIAH 45.
Skinner 4060, climb to flight level 380.
So we're just coming over the long skinny lake here in Sweden. Looks like some of the ATC over here is calling it an up. They just pop back on.
Skinner 2710, descend to flight level 290.
It's relatively busy here, isn't it?
Skinner 2710, descend to flight level 290.
Looks like most of Finland's up too. I saw a really cool train ride video. It was one of the overnight train videos that somebody did on YouTube from Helsinki up to Rovaniemi, the Santa Claus airport. And that one was really nice. I enjoyed that flight, that video. The train looked like it was relatively comfortable. Coming up on our equal time point, halfway to Helsinki, Finland. Back in the cabin, the flight attendants are handing out boxes of blueberry juice. So this is, of course, the Blueberry Juice airline. And I think they even have their own boxed brand or, you know, blueberry juice that they hand out.
Skinner 2710 from Sweden.
There's a nice little Finnair logo that they put on the headrests. Sunjammer, welcome aboard. Hope you had a really good video, couple days off. Oh, company message. I wonder if we're late or early. ASUS. Air Operations Control. Received messages. Were we early or late? We were right on time. Yay. So return over there and do progress. Nope, actually flight plan. 342 miles to go. Jago had an interesting video today on they preserved one of I think it was a tube train actually, so I don't think it was one that you worked on, but they it was a video about they were retiring something that had been in service since 1985. And so, but they were able to save one of them, and they're currently working on restoring it. and looked like they did a nice job so far. And they'll actually be able to roll it around for heritage events. Hey Thalo, welcome aboard. Yeah, the class 455, and it was right next to an older class too, which he used a term I hadn't heard before, the slam door series or something like that. I never heard that one. Joshi, I do Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. And usually take Tuesday and Wednesday to sit here and shut up. The slam door stock, I assume those are the doors that closed from the out, that, you know, people would walk up and just slam the doors as they were closing, that you can open from the outside but not the inside. I assume that's what slam door means. And the one that they said that they'd preserved next to the class 455, that would look like it was in really good condition too. So they've done some beautiful restoration and preservation. And I guess both of them you can run up and down some tracks. So that was really kind of an interesting thing, and it's good to see that, you know, I know it's costly to, you know, preserve and restore, you know, rolling stock that has been used to death, but still they did a nice job, and it's good they're doing it. Mr. Jazz is here with Jazzy Thursday. Hi, Mr. Jazz. 200 miles to top of descent. Let's come over here and do Phoenix and flights and arrivals and refresh. Joshy, yep, there you go. That's usually the plan. Arrival ATIS in Helsinki. Helsinki information, Quebec. Expect ILS approach 4 left. Runway condition is code 553. So the runway condition has been downgraded a little bit. So it's dry snow on the runway. Takeoff significant contaminant thin. Snowbanks. So transition level 6.5, wind is 340 at 5, ceiling and visibility is light, nice, it's minus 12 degrees, and the altimeter is 1011. Well, if they can pass the exam to put it in use, they can only, that's right, it's got to have 3 rails, right? 2 rails and an electric rail. I hear people get a real charge out of that 3rd rail. And that joke is probably as old as time.
FLIGHTDECK right. 45 Delta, climb to 70.
They're busy here, a lot busier than I thought they would be.
4262, climb to 390.
So here we all are coming out of Billund. Low-vis is already in a dark zone right now. Buckeye says Spy Hat. Hi, Buckeye. Welcome, welcome. And we have another one that came out with us too, it looks like. So a very, very sassy Flight 177. A 737-600. Amazing. How about an Airbus hat to start?
Oscar Hotel, Juliet Mike Kilo, News Scope 1257.
So maybe instead of Houston, we could do San Antonio. That might be good. We actually have a nice San Antonio airport that we don't use that often. And the cool part about flying out of San Antonio is they've got folks there that know how to make picante sauce. Danny VDW says hydrate. Thanks, Danny. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Hydration is important. Sunjammer is on a 70 stream streak today. The firing power inside my crater is enough to annihilate a small army. You can watch it all on TV. It's the last program you're likely to see. Okay, so it didn't pop in there. It didn't pop into your chat, but if you see where Sunjammer did the 70 stream streak, so that's a movie quote that Sunjammer pops
Yes,
in.
this is VATSIM.
And
Supposed
I've
to
got
simulate
no
as speed
clue.
as it gets.
Sunjammer.
So if you want to be
I
ultra
don't have a
positive,
clue.
highly unrealistic, and the best thing you can do is to use private chat.
I don't know.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that
I mean, it sounds pretty ominous. You can watch it all on TV. It's the last program you're likely to see. Probably pretty scary news. But I've got no clue on that one. Captain Chris, welcome, welcome. Glad you made it in.
Gonna 100, pushback and start up the drill.
I'm going to update the next command. Almost done updating stuff. We've been flying the 737-600 so much, but one of the things that they do is they fly, I believe, the 737 MAX, Aeromexico does, into Mexico City. So it's been a while since I've had a 737 MAX out. We used to fly it all the time until PMDG came back. But that one's kind of a cool little airplane. The electronic flight bag, though, is really kind of disappointing on that airplane. Captain Lorian is going to do some schoolwork. Okay, homeschool. See you when you're done. Good, happy studying, Captain Lorian. Hope it's something interesting. Things appear to be a little bit gusty up here.
124.680.
Passengers are nice and happy, or I hope. Maybe if they put some happy juice in with the blueberry juice, that might make them a little better. Loviz was going to do a MAX flight. Yeah, I haven't been in the MAX in a while. I did go and check to see if it had been updated since the last time I flew it, and it hasn't been updated. So that's good. Welcome back, Diamond Mike. Diamond Mike was in New Zealand today. Well, you got lots of 1,000-footers there, Diamond Mike. I hope you had a nice flight, and it's always so scenic in New Zealand. So maybe a 737-900 for Palm Beach to Atlanta, and then a 737 MAX to Mexico City. I think we've got, and we've even got, I believe, the Aeromexico livery. They're not going to do an update until the EFB is ready. Got it. Okay, so, and when the new EFB is out, they'll do something. Or Sim Update 5 breaks something. Yay. Queenstown has a very nice RNAV into runway 23 that's beautiful. Yeah, they do have several that I think that are nice.
1716, Gotland, speeding close, radar contact, climb flat level 2 right 0. Nära 765, clear direct VM och Victor Echo Mike Oscar X-Ray.
All right, here's the livery manager for the 737 MAX. And let's see. Let's put it in AZ versus what's new. All right, Air Canada, Alaska, American, Batik. I thought I had an Aero Mexico there. Southwest, yep. TUI Jet, United. I thought I had that. Maybe we got it from the TO. Maybe we got it from flightsim.to. Let's see if it's inside here.
Okay.
It's been a while. Let's see. Joshy, perfect planes to fly. You're learning the Boeings. Captain Whip is in Helsinki. Captain Whip is flying in Helsinki. Let's do saved airframes and see if I've got it that way. So we can search airlines to MEXICO. I have an Aero Mexico 737 MAX 8. So I think we haven't done anything with it, so we should be all ready for a 737 MAX flight. Wesley, did I say that right? Welcome aboard. Boy, is it dark up here today. 126 miles to top of descent. Almost time to start programming the arrival. So Captain Whip is doing Helsinki operations today. If you're new to flight simming, Captain Whip is a real-world Airbus pilot that flies on VATSIM all the time and has some pretty good tips for landing an Airbus. Looks like we're about ready to go out over the water. Things are really dark up ahead. See if we look over there, there's a little bit of sunlight, there's a little bit of city light over there. But all of that's pretty much... There's Ryanair 1914. And we're about ready to go into this zone over here. So we'll see if they kick us over to Unicom.
India 1, 2 minutes is approved. Innan 4 Bravo, clear direct, NIPID, November India, Papa India, Bravo.
Let's do a refresh. The last one we had was Information Quebec.
Direct NIPI for airport 11.
United 418, contact Helsinki Patrol 121.3.
And then go back here and grab Arrival ATIS. Still Information Quebec. Okay.
Sweden Control Walker 6647, level 360.
And there's 110 miles, so change the phase to arrivals and put in our arrival data. The altimeter is 1011. 1011, top line. Next temp is the temperature, and it's minus 12 degrees.
Sorry, you were broken, say again.
Boy, with the temperature with minuses in front of it like that, I think that Polyop may be about ready to take a trip up there, because usually it's really cold. Look who's here, it's Captain Sibby. Hi, Sibby. Oh my gosh, it's been 79 months. A long-term friend on Twitch. Hi, Sibby. I hope you're doing good. Welcome aboard. It's so nice to see you. I hope you've had a good few days in Athens and all is good at home.
Good evening.
And I'm sure that Yoshi the super dog is still cute and fluffy. Hi, Abelars. Welcome back in. And winds. Winds are 340 at 340 degrees at 5 knots. 340 at 5. The transition level is 6.5.
Skyline 4260, frequency change approved, fine.
And let's go over there. There's Yoshi the super dog. And the Barrow, we know that they're going to be landing on 4 left, right? No pun intended. So 4
yes,
left.
I do have it in your flight plan, but it's traffic above. I'll call you back about that.
And the arrival data is going to be 340 feet is minimums.
1100 via Bravo, tram 35.
And all of that looks like it's good. Okay, all this looks good here. Sad times, but you never surrender. Oh, for sure. And this looks good here. And this looks good there. I think we're all ready for our arrival. So if we are told to descend via, we're coming in on the Divum 5 Bravo. So over here on Divum 5 Bravo, that's going to be the one to the right. That's going to be flight level 100 at Divum. And then at EHO 2300 but. Okay, so we've got all of that information coming in there. All right, so we're all set and ready to go with the arrival. And let's come on over here, 340. Let's go up there. That looks good. I think we're ready to arrive in Helsinki. Break out the blueberry juice.
Sweden Control, hello, Lufthansa 2464, President 350, inbound Devona, and we have a GPS 1 fault. I don't know why, I will have to take it out.
Lufthansa 2464, good evening, Sweden Control, radar contact, maintain flight number 350.
And there's everything going in there. So there, we're staying with Sweden in this little empty zone of ATC, and our first will probably be and that's going to be 121.3.
Lufthansa 854, sliding 020.
121.3.
Negative 020. Legend 735, contact Helsinki Control 121.3.
Okay, there's our next frequencies, so we've got that.
854, maintain Mach decimal 76. Lufthansa 854, maintain Mach decimal 76. Lufthansa 850, contact Helsinki Control 121.3. Lufthansa 854, contact Helsinki Control 121.3. Skyline 1716, climb to flight over 350, traffic above. Skyline 1716, copy, climb to flight over 350. Walker 4203, hello, speeding control, radar contact.
I'm expecting them to kick me over to someplace soon. There's Almy and our top of descent 60 miles. Okay, this looks good. All that looks great. And config 3. Is it a Simair? It is a Finnair Blueberry flight. And that's like an official thing. So there's like the Finnair blueberry juice drink. And this is the box I believe that they put it out in. So you can buy it for $6.94 here. So there's the blueberry juice right there. Polyot was on a Finnair flight recently and said that they didn't actually give you the whole carton and stuff, so they gave you an airplane cup full of it. But that's sort of like a thing at Finnair, is you get is they do blueberry juice. That's one of the cool things about that. And let's see, I believe they've actually got something about it on their website. Everything you wanted to know about their signature blueberry juice. And I'll put this in chat if you want to read about their blueberry juice. There you go. Yep, so you can see that's it right there. We were thinking about taking the pink airplane out, but we're going to take the 737 to Atlanta next. Hi, Neo. Welcome aboard. You remember that drink, too?
Finnair 441, contact Helsinki control 121.3.
121.3 for Finnair 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Same to you. See you.
121.3.
Lufthansa 850 when ready, descend to flight level 100, clear T15 Bravo, Bravo. Confirm D15 Bravo, Bravo. Oscar Mike Kilo, maintain 280 knots, so greater, contact Helsinki radar 119.1. 280 greater Mike D1, Oscar Mike Kilo, 735 kilo, descend to flight level 100, on conversion, maintain 290.
PFH Aviation is home. Antonius, we're actually going to Mexico City today. We're actually going to go do that one today. Helsinki, very good evening. Finnair 441 is almost overhead Alami at flight level 390.
Good evening, Finnair 441, Helsinki control, radar contact, maintain Mach 0.77.
Maintaining Mach 0.77 now for Finnair 441. Mach 77. All right, there we go. I don't know why. That just looks really, really tasty right now. That glass of juice looks so good. The coffee's good here today too. So is the Spy tea. I used to go and get it. Wasn't the same kind of blueberry juice that they have, but I used to have some blueberry juice here for Finnair flights. I need to get another one.
Scandinavian 321, maintain 290 knots or greater.
290 knots or greater, Scandinavian 321.
Okay, we are...
Scandinavian 321, cleared Lakut 9 Bravo arrival, runway 04 left, when ready, descend to flight level 100.
Okay, we're going to get a descend to flight level 102, probably here, because that's where we need to be at Divum. Hi, Wayne. Thank you for coming in today. Welcome aboard.
Stay sharp.
Continue from Atlanta to Mexico City. Actually, we're thinking more of doing San Antonio because it's shorter. I mean, it's still kind of a bit of a haul down into Mexico City. But that's an idea, dogs. You're sure right about that. It looks like a Red Fox Sanford and Son drink. It's actually pretty good. Okay. We're going to get our descent in just a second.
On conversion, maintain 280 knots.
On conversion, 280 Helsinki, good evening, Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo, inbound Adani.
Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo, Helsinki control, good evening, radar contact.
That's a nice idea, dogs. We also did a real long-haul flight recently. We did Honolulu up to Vancouver, and that just took forever. I still feel a little bit from that. That was a long flight. I mean, I know that's where the money is for real-world pilots, but I don't know how they do it. I know that they get a break. I know that they have a relief pilot and stuff like that. They're just about the long hauls, especially on flight sim, that are absolutely exhausting. I was, taking Tuesday off. I was just planning to do, vacuum the carpet, clean the bathroom, that kind of a deal. That's all I was going to do. Then I heard that we were going to have snow and stuff outside, so I decided I'd better go to the grocery store. So I did that. Just really, really tired. Oh, and there you go, Sibby. We got snow again. We haven't had snow for a while. I know you don't get much of that in Athens, but snow. DJ, it was a pretty cool time. There's a Concorde coming in today. I think that's Captain Whip.
AFM descend at 1,500 feet per minute, all right. 262, proceed direct EHOT and maintain 300 knots, all right.
Captain 7 aircraft, hold point runway 03.
Roger.
Got it, turn to departure.
Roger. Iridia 1, Helsinki control, allow radar contact. Finnair 441, descend to flight level 330.
Descending now, flight level 330. Finnair 441.
Legend 735 kilo, turn left heading 025. Finnair 418, contact Helsinki radar 119.1.
19-1, Finnair 14 ticket.
Event 2710, taxi type. Lufthansa 854, proceed direct.
This is not a 757-200. No, afraid not. All right, there's our descent. They told us to maintain Mach 0.77. We're being very good pilots.
Canadian 321, descend to flight level 100.
Descending to level 100, Finnair
936, when ready, descend to flight level 100, clear at Lucet for Bravo arrival.
I'm ready to flight 100, clear for Lucet for Bravo.
Lufthansa 850, reduce speed to 60 knots.
Let's go over to constraints now.
Finnair 441, descend to flight level 100.
Descend now, flight level 100, Finnair 441. Flight level 100. Okay, Sibby says when we get there, we need to go to Putz Bar and Pizza in Helsinki. Really? Is that really good stuff, Captain Sibby?
By 10 degrees.
Right by 10
Now,
degrees.
did you look that up, or do you know, have you been there? Because I know you've done some traveling in this part of the world. I think it was mostly Sweden, since I knew you, but have you been there? I'm always ready for pizza, though. That would be so much fun. According to Google, thank you for Googling pizza for us. It's actually one of the fun things to do, you know, when you're flying around and stuff, you know, you go and you do, you know, you Google like best pizza in Helsinki or best pizza in Athens or something like that. Really can't do that where I live. All we have is, you know, Domino's and Papa John's, so. Okay, looking pretty good. Down to flight level 100. We're a little bit high. Let's go ahead and I'm going to throw out some speed brakes here and increase our rate of descent because I think we need to be above flight level 100 at Devon. So we need some speed brake. Yeah, DJ, that's actually one of the fun things to do in flight simming. So especially if you're flying and it's gotten a little bit boring or something like that, one of the cool things to do is, you know, like Sibby just did, Google the arrival airport and just say, you know, best pizza in wherever you're going. Okay, we're starting to catch up to the descent profile. You can see that with the little green dot here. DJ went to Norman's Cay in the Bahamas. And now let's put the speed brakes away because we caught up to our descent. Next flight is Palm Beach to Atlanta.
Correction, Scandinavian 321, contact Helsinki radar 119.1.
1191 might be next for us.
India 1, turn left heading 360. Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo, descent to flight level
1191, all set up with that one.
Lufthansa 850, contact Helsinki radar 119.1.
19 Lufthansa 850, bye-bye.
Finnair 441, maintain 260 knots and descend to flight level 100.
Maintaining 260 knots and descending to flight level 100, Finnair 441.
Lufthansa 850, restrictions, still valid.
Lufthansa 854 now descend at 2,500 feet per minute, talk rate.
Lufthansa 540, passenger great and Lufthansa 854.
I almost did. We were thinking about taking the ATR out of the new Palm Beach airport, but we're taking the 737-600, 900 out instead. And then we're going to take a 737 MAX down to Mexico City.
Scandinavian, correction, Ryanair 1914, contact Helsinki.
Let's bring in the map a click. I hear Captain Whip still. No, I don't need speed brakes. I'm a little bit low. Yep, the iFly 737 MAX. Haven't been in the iFly since we updated, since the PMDG came out. So that's kind of what we thought. I haven't been in that in a while. I think the iFly, I'm going to just check data. CRJ, iFly, yes. Okay, the iFly, make sure that you've gone and updated your 737 MAX 8 data too. So that's one of those airplanes that you need to update the nav data on. Don't forget to do that. You can update the PMDG stuff via the electronic flight bag. KPBI is a really, really nice airport with a lot of detail and great performance. It's so good, Mountain Man, that if you walk down the terminal, you can see a Burger King and actually smell the flame-broiled burgers, right? Loviz, they're changing the name. iFly or something else. Simi says the iFly, the 737 MAX is a good plane.
Lufthansa 854, proceed direct XM.
Direct XM in correction Lufthansa 854.
And 260 knots, just like they told us. We are being such good pilots today. I imagine that the brightness from my good pilot halo is just blinding the camera.
936, contact Helsinki radar 119.1.
There are no ATCs yelled at us yet.
Air India 1, turn right heading 130.
Air India's flying up here today.
Lufthansa 854, contact Helsinki radar 119.1, resume normal rate of descent.
Helsinki radar 119.1, no rate of descent, Lufthansa 854, kiitos moro.
This controller, it's just been one after another. There haven't been any like moments of nobody. 119.1 for Finnair 441. Thank you. Good night. 119.1. EFHK. Last check of arrival, ATIS. Information Romeo is now current.
36, ready contact, 04 left.
04 left,
Helsinki radar Lufthansa 854, passing 164 on navigation. Marusta Lufthansa 854, ready contact, runway 04 left.
Very relaxed. See, that's one of the reasons why I like trying to hit like vectors to Copenhagen and welcome to Helsinki, because they're so calm, cool, and collected here. Helsinki radar, very good evening. Finnair 441's descending to flight level 100 and maintaining 260 knots.
2 stations.
Good evening, Finnair 419, flight level 4000.
Finnair 419, ready contact, climb to flight level 280.
280, Finnair 419.
Helsinki radar, good evening from Finnair 441. Descending to flight level 100, maintaining 260 knots with information Romeo.
Hello, Finnair 441, ready contact. Reduce speed 240 knots, runway 04 left.
Runway is 04 left and the speed now reduced 240 knots for Finnair 441.
Canada 321, descend to
It's
5,000
really
feet,
fabulous, City.
1012.
The wind control stuff is really good.
Descend to 5,000 feet, QNH 1012.
I do recommend it.
Canada 321, turn right heading 220.
It's a little bit of a pain in the neck to pick up here in the United States right now, but it's really good. And I imagine it's pretty easy going in Europe right now.
Approach runway 04 left, 70 miles from touchdown.
Okay, we're looking pretty good here.
Just confirm 70 miles.
I'm going to go and activate approach mode. The panel is very nice. I recommend at least one of the EFHK units, and the McDo is absolutely amazing. It's totally wow.
134-325, Finnair 78 Charlie, thank you, bye-bye. Canada 321, reduce speed 220 knots. Lufthansa 854, turn right heading 070, vectoring ILS approach, runway 04
Right,
left.
it's going to be the autopilot, and that's in the middle, and then an EFHS on the right, and an EFHS on the left. So that's really good. And then there is also a, they have a really nice McDo, and then they also have nice Boeing stuff. So they've got a very good Boeing flight management computer.
Welcome
And that's
aboard,
really good
Agent.
too.
Stay sharp.
VSIF just hit a follow on the channel. Thank you. It gives you the opportunity to say McDo, which is always fun.
5,000 feet, QNH
But you're not supposed to say that if you're flying a if you're flying a Boeing. It's more of a McDote, not a McDo. Oh, the drums weren't ready. All that effort into a silly joke, and I couldn't get to the drums button.
Ryanair 1914, flying present heading, vectoring pilot approach, runway 04 left. Ryanair 1914, flying present heading, vectoring pilot approach, runway
Thanks,
04
Irby.
left.
I couldn't get to my button.
Present heading.
I really hope so, Sibby. I wish I was. I thought that would have been such a great gift for you, Sibby, but I just couldn't make it work this year. It's been pretty tough here. But yeah, I mean, I really think about that because I learned all about Airbuses from you. Loviz lives in Palm Beach, and too bad at least half of those who use PBI are going to boycott it because the name change that passed the Florida House yesterday. Really?
Approach, good evening, Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo.
7 Yankee Bravo, radar contact 04 left.
Your flying's really good anyway. You're twice the sim pilot I am.
Arrival 119.9er.
1199 might be next for us.
Ryanair 1914, descent to flight level 70.
Really?
Descend to flight level 70, Ryanair 1914.
Finnair 441, reduce speed 240 knots.
240 knots on the speed for Finnair 441. Is it a local is it a U.S. politics thing, Loviz, and that's why people are so upset?
Two stations, Finnair 79er, radar contact. Line wire seat to flight level 90.
Let's do seatbelts.
Finnair 90, after passing 5,000 feet, proceed direct Deveru.
Finnair 79, after passing 5,000, proceed direct to... I'm sorry, can I get it again?
After passing 5,000 to Deveru, Tango Echo Victor Romeo Uniform.
Sorry, I can't find it. Can I get a VATSIM, sorry?
Deveru, Tango Echo Victor Romeo Uniform. Finnair 419, contact Tallinn 134.325. Finnair 419, contact Tallinn 134.325.
I'm expecting him to say something. Yeah, people are mad ever than before. Well, yeah, there's a lot of money that's being wasted too, which is really bad.
Legend 735 kilo, turn right heading 220.
Thalo, are you shocked that they're renaming things?
Contact 134 decimal.
How shocked are you, Thalo?
419, thank you.
Are you shocked that there's gambling going on like Louis Renault is?
Area 1, radar contact, and what is the lowest?
Okay, there's flight level 100, seatbelts are on, 240 knots, we're good pilots there, all set and ready to go.
Speed now 230 knots.
230 knots, thank you so much, Area 1. Helsinki, good evening, Scandinavian 74, flight level 150, descending 100, inbound lag routes.
Scandinavian 374, radar contact, runway 04 left.
Expecting the runway 04 left, Scandinavian 374.
That's kind of what I thought, Loviz.
850, turn left heading 030.
It's very frightening and maddening times right now. I sure hope that the world...
441, turn right heading 080, vectoring Alice approach 04 left.
Right turn 080, vectors for the approach 04 left, Finnair 441.
Finnair 936, descent to flight level 70.
Descent to flight level 70, Finnair 936.
Turning us out just a little bit.
Ryanair 1914, turn left heading 040.
Left turn 040, Ryanair 104.
Legend 735 kilo, speed 220 knots, contact arrival, cause and only 119.9.
Okay, that's going to be arrival, so that's just the call sign only. Good.
Finnair 6 Alpha Romeo, contact Tallinn 134.325.
Mustache is here, says to stretch. Perfect time to stretch. Let's get ready to land the airplane. Helsinki, here we come. Next flight is Palm Beach to Atlanta. That's right, we still have pizza, right? We still have pizza and friends. Where I would be so lost without. Bonsoir, Mustache. Thank you for coming in. Okay, everything's good. We should be getting a descent here. We should be getting a descent here.
Speed 220 knots, very nice. It was right 2080 for Air India 1, right?
Confirm heading 080.
Roger, right.
Okay, we've armed the approach. That's all ready to go. We've already got it installed. That's good too. I will.
466, climb to flight level 280.
Oh, something about France. I missed that.
Finnair 936, descent to 5,000 feet.
Looks like they're making everybody do a giant S-turn up ahead of us. Joshy, always go for butter. Always going for butter. Mustache says to hydrate. I gotta get the spy tea ready. It's over there.
Turn left heading 230.
There we go. Loviz says touchdown. Loviz has arrived in Helsinki.
Right, heading 085, vectoring ILS 04 left, Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo.
Finnair 441, turn left heading 070.
Left turn 070 for Finnair 441.
Ryanair 1914, turn right heading 180.
Right turn 180, Ryanair 1914.
Lufthansa 850, contact arrival, cause and only 119.9.
Loviz had a minus 152. Loviz had a great landing rate today. What an awesome landing rate. What's in your blueberry juice?
Scandinavian 374.
What's in your blueberry juice?
Turkish 52 Lima, good afternoon, Helsinki radar.
Turkish 52 Lima, radar contact, climb I6 to flight level 280.
A nice night.
Going to flight level
Would you put vodka in blueberry juice? I don't know. No idea what you'd put in blueberry juice.
Got 8, radar contact, 04 left, speed 230 knots.
We're at 240.
Lufthansa 854, turn left heading 310.
Left 310, Lufthansa 854.
Finnair 936, contact arrival, cause and only 119.
Loviz says you would put gin into blueberry juice. Well, I'm afraid I'm going to have my blueberry juice without anything because I really don't like gin. Just not good at that.
And Ryanair 1914.
Vodka, not really great with that either, but gin, ugh.
Alright, 620, speed 220, Ryanair 194.
Finnair 441, turn left heading 050, descent to 5,000 feet, QNH 1012.
1012 on the altitude, left turn 050 and descend now 5,000 feet, Finnair 441.
Lufthansa 854, speed 220 knots.
220 knots, Lufthansa 854.
Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo, turn left heading 060, descent to 5,000 feet.
1012.
1012.
Descending 5,000
1012. All right, that looks good.
Scandinavian 374.
And 1012 on the backup altimeters.
Speed 250, Scandinavian 374.
There we go.
466, contact
All
Tallinn,
set and ready to go.
134.325.
Carl is back in then. Carlwyn Davis, welcome, welcome. You had your car repaired. Was it really expensive? How does your car work right now?
220. Air India 1, descent to flight level 70.
Descending to flight level 70, Air India 1.
Helsinki, hello, Scandinavian 177, inbound PVAM, passing 140.
Hello Scandinavian 177, radar contact 04 left.
Well, I just, you know, car repairs, I actually had some pretty expensive ones recently too. I mean, they're all like that.
Standby for lower channel.
But I sure hope that your car is running better and it's more safe for you.
04 left, fly heading 050, Finca dead.
It's good. I just noticed the foot brake light warning. Oh, good.
Only 119.9.
You got new brakes. That's so important. I'm glad you got new brakes, Carl. That's scary when those go out.
Hello, Easy 86 Mike Alpha, radar contact.
Okay, altitude set, 240 knots, 050, 5,000 feet. Everything's good. There's the Helsinki airport right there, so you can see we're kind of coming out here and we'll probably loop-de-loop back around, or maybe around the whole airport. I don't know. Ooh, we ought to check fuel. How is, let's do fuel prediction. So, fuel predict, 2.5. The flight plan says we have to, we freak out at 1.9, and I did not board any extra ATC fuel.
441, turn left heading 310.
Left turn 310 for Finnair 441.
Air India 1,
310.
Turn left heading 060, Air India 1.
There we go. There's our turn. Zoom.
Scandinavian 177, turn right
Okay,
heading
fuel prediction,
080,
we're really good with our
pilot
fuel.
approach, runway
So
04
no reason
left.
to panic about fuel.
Turn right heading 080, vectoring.
Lovia's got to go straight in.
Scandinavian 374, descent to 5,000 feet, QNH 1012.
So no reason to worry about fuel.
5,000 feet, connect 1012, Scandinavian 374.
Excuse me, we could probably even go around.
Scandinavian 374,
We can
turn
go around
right
just
heading
fine here.
180.
Right heading 180, Scandinavian 374.
Bring in the map, click.
Card 8,
Heading
descent to
straight for the
5,000
airport.
feet, QNH 1012.
Helsinki Airport right ahead.
Sending 5,000 feet, QNH
Now we're in the
1012,
opposite
Finca dead.
direction and stuff.
Finnair
Seven
78,
Papa,
Bravo,
descending flight
330 knots.
Speed 230 knots, Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo.
Finnair 7 Whiskey, good evening, descending 501.
There's the airport right there.
7 Papa Whiskey, radar
There's
contact,
Helsinki
runway
Airport.
04 left.
Roger, 04 left, we have Romeo, 7 Papa.
Easy 86 Mike Alpha, turn left heading 340.
Well, it's 15 miles. My guess is we're
Scandinavian 374, turn right
going to
heading
fly
20,
across the airport
speed
and come back
220.
around. So one big right turn
Right
maybe.
heading 220 and speed 220, Scandinavian 374.
Easy 86 Mike Alpha, resume on navigation, direct audible.
Own navigation.
Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo, turn left
Next
heading
flight for us is
310.
Palm Beach to Atlanta in a 737-900.
Scandinavian 177, when ready, descend to flight level 70.
Flight level 70, when ready, Scandinavian 177.
Air India 1, turn left heading 050.
Turning left to
Yeah, you see, here's an airplane up ahead of us descending.
Turkish 52
So I'm guessing we're going to fly right over the Helsinki airport.
325.
Hi, Helsinki.
Contact Tallinn 134 decimal 325 268 Lima. Thank you for your control. Good night.
Finnair 441, reduce speed 220 knots.
Now 220 knots for Finnair 441.
Finnair 441, turn left heading 220.
Left turn 220 degrees, Finnair 441. We're not flying over the airport. 220, they're going to bring us in.
Fingard 8, turn right heading
Going to make a
130.
couple of tight turns and land, I think. Let's go ahead and activate LS. LS system is now on. It's time to get ready to land.
Scandinavian 177,
I don't see an
turn left
awful
heading
lot of snow out here,
060.
Captain Sibby.
New
I mean,
recruits
maybe
expected.
there's some snow on the ground. I don't
Welcome
see an
aboard,
awful lot of it, though.
Air India 1, descend
I think
to
there might be more
5000
snow on the ground
feet,
outside of Spy HQ than up at
1012.
Helsinki, although it's colder. It's minus 12 degrees here. It's minus 12 degrees in
Finnair 7
Helsinki.
Papa Whiskey,
It's
turn right
minus,
heading
well, it's minus
070.
11 here.
Well, actually, Finnair 7
So,
Papa Whiskey, turn left
yeah,
heading
I guess our weather's an awful
010.
lot like
Vectoring
Helsinki
pilot
weather at the
approach,
moment.
runway 04 left.
Left heading 010, vectors for 4 left, Finnair 7 Public.
Flaps 1.
Easy 86 Mike Alpha, contact control 121.3. Scandinavian 374, contact arrival, caution only 119.9.
Okay, posture check.
Caution only 2119.9. Scandinavian 374.
Finnair 441, reduce speed 210 knots.
210 knots for Finnair 441.
Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo, reduce speed
Mustache, we don't do
210
any.
knots.
The predictions stopped
210
working,
knots,
I'm
Finnair
afraid.
7 Yankee Bravo.
When I switched over to Streamlabs from Stream Elements.
Fingard 8, turn right heading 220.
Right heading 220, Fingard 8.
Fingard 8, speed now 220 knots.
Speed 220 knots, Fingard 8.
Red nose! Yay, we've got a red nose flight.
Florida 4286, radar contact.
Always good to have a red nose flight. I think I forgot to do a
heading
hydration,
12,
so
flight
hydrate.
level 280.
You ought to hydrate too.
Present heading and flight level 280, red nose for
Finnair 7 Papa Whiskey, descend to flight level 70.
Descent level 707 Papa Whiskey.
Finnair 441, contact arrival, caution only 119.9.
119.9 with call sign for Finnair 441. Thank you.
Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo, turn left.
Scandinavian 374, turn left heading 130.
Left heading 130, Scandinavian 374.
Arrivals, very good evening from Finnair 441.
Finnair 441 Helsinki arrival, good evening, descent to 2,600 feet, temperature corrected by ATC.
2,600 feet. Thanks for the temperature for Finnair 441. 2,600 feet.
Scandinavian 321, contact Helsinki Tower 118.850, bye-bye.
It's been a long time since Sibby has heard red nose. It's a great call sign. It's a great call sign.
Finnair 441, turn right heading 280.
Right turn to 280, Finnair 441. There we go, 280 degrees. They probably put gin in their the blueberry juice on the red nose flight. Bringing the map another click. I have glide slope and localizer.
Director, good evening, Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo.
First Scandinavian 374, turn left heading 070, clear ILS approach runway 04 left.
The Jokester. Hi, Jokester. We are coming into EFHK. This is a really cool airport, too. I really like the control tower design at the end of the terminal is really neat at this airport. Speedbird is a good one.
2,600 feet, Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo.
Finnair 441, turn right heading 320.
Right turn 320 for Finnair 441. How about wheels? That's a good idea, right?
Scandinavian 374, speed 1.
Gotta have wheels.
6 miles.
187 knots, 6 Scandinavian 374.
Finnair 441, turn right heading 010, cleared ILS approach runway 04 left.
Right turn 010, cleared for the ILS 04 left for Finnair 441. A nice jazzy landing.
7 Yankee Bravo, turn right heading 2.
Very nice jazzy landing.
Right 280, Finnair 7
Got
Yankee
the airport,
Bravo.
got the runway. Aviation Switzerland, welcome aboard. Well, actually, I'm not a grandpa, so sorry.
11885 Scandinavian 374, bye-bye.
Finnair 441, speed 180 knots until 6 miles.
180 knots till 6 for Finnair 441. Okay, we got two towers here.
Helsinki arrival, hello, descend to 2,600 feet, temperature corrected by ATC.
Descending 2,600 feet, Lingard.
Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo, turn right heading 310.
Right 310, Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo.
I'm going to guess 118,850.
Finnair 441, contact Helsinki Tower 118.850, bye-bye.
118,850 for Finnair 441. Thanks, good night.
Night.
Lufthansa 854, contact Helsinki Tower 118.
Got the airport, got the runway. Looking good.
Hei, tornilla varmaan, että sulla on Lufthansa 854, samoin moro.
Helsinki Tower, hi there. Finnair 441's 8-mile finals for runway 04 left.
Finnair 441, Helsinki Tower, good evening. Continue approach number 3.
Continue, number 3 for the runway. Finnair 441. Yeti is used by Yeti Airlines in Nepal. Do the Yetis melt if they fly someplace warm? I've got to think. I mean, you know, at least the Yetis that we saw in Doctor Who, I bet those Yetis could melt. So there you go. Thanks, Irvi. That's nice of you. Okay, looking good there.
Scandinavian 321 after the Ryanair, continue to holding point, Papa Golf, hold short runway 04 right.
Yeti flies the ATR. Jokester, we're going to go and check out there's a new Payware airport that just came out. It's Palm Beach Airport, and we're going over there next. So we're going to do a 737 flight out of Palm Beach up to Atlanta, and then another 737 flight from San Antonio to Mexico City. And speed for landing. Flaps are 3. Hey Nathan, we are on
the 441, wind 330 degrees 6 knots, expect late landing clearance.
Expecting late landing clearance for Finnair 441. Full flaps, ECAM checklist is green.
Finnair 441, reduce the minimum of approach speed.
Minimum approach speed now for Finnair 441.
Tower, good evening, Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo, ILS 04 left.
So it's the ILS, Nathan. Nathan, 44 left. We're getting lost now.
Yeah, 37, thank you. Break, Finnair 441, wind 330 degrees 6 knots, runway 04 left, clear to land.
04 left, clear to land, Finnair 441. Exiting right. Looking good, autopilot's off, everything looks great.
Scandinavian 374, taxi to holding point, Papa Delta, hold short runway 04 right.
Taxi holding point, Papa Delta, runway 04 right. Hold short runway 04 right, Scandinavian 374.
20, retard. Stop, fly.
Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo, wind 330 degrees 5 knots, runway 04 left, clear to land.
Clear to land to 04 left, Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo.
Finnair 441, welcome to Helsinki, taxi via Yankee, hold short runway 04 right.
Taxi via Yankee, we will hold short of 04 right, Finnair 441.
Ryanair 19 core, contact Helsinki Tower on 118.6.
118.6, thank you for the message.
Did we just come in right behind?
Contact Helsinki Tower 118.6.
I think we came in right behind Captain Whip today.
On the way to the 161.
Yankee. Taxi via Yankee. Sierra Golf. Oh, I see. All right. All the way down, and Yankee's way out here. I see how we're going. I get it. Okay. And strobes, landing lights. Let's open up the cute little flap here. And there's our really nice airplane. We got speed brakes down, flaps are up. We didn't scratch the paint. And just a snappy little taxi by.
Welcome to Helsinki, taxi. Short runway 04 right.
Looking good. Let's see. Welcome, Lovis has got to do some work. My gosh, so it was Captain Whip that landed in front of us. Hey, good luck with work today, Lovis.
Yankee, hold short 04 right.
Hope it turns out to be an okay work day and nothing weird.
30 degrees 5 knots, runway 04 left, clear to land.
04 left, land, fin guard 8.
That's, yeah, I hope that it's not too long so that you can do Mexico, because I know you like the Mexico flight. So that might be Captain Whip up ahead of us. Maybe if we start singing some Devo, we'll find out if Captain Whip's up there. Loviz says, look for a 737-600. Well, that's a sassy little airplane. I don't know. That looks more like an Airbus to me.
Helsinki Tower, Namaste, Air India, Concorde 1 on final.
Concorde coming in. Concorde coming in today.
Continuing approach 0.
All right, all the lights are good up there. And we're looking for Yankee here. I think Yankee. So Delta. That was Delta 4. Yankee Whiskey. I think we're supposed to go Yankee Whiskey.
Scandinavian 374, contact Helsinki Tower on 118.6. Have a good evening.
I think we're supposed to go over here.
Scandinavian 374, thank you, bye.
I think we're supposed to jog over to Yankee. And then come in this way. They probably are going to a different part of the terminal over there, so that one is going to stay on that taxiway, but we're going to the east side, so that's probably why we got to go over to Yankee. I hope we're on Yankee, otherwise I'm going to be very, very embarrassed. Yeah, that's an Airbus, so that's not a 600. That's not Captain Whip over there. And we're supposed to hold short of this runway.
Air India 1 requesting landing clearance.
Air India 1, wind 330 degrees, 5 knots, runway 04 left, clear to land.
Runway 04 left.
And hold short of 04 right.
Winner 441, contact Helsinki Tower on 118.6.
118.6 now for Finnair 441. Thank you. 118.6.
And Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo, same to you. Tower on 118.6.
118.6. There we go. And we are on Yankee holding short of 22 left. Helsinki Tower, very good evening. Finnair 441 is on Yankee holding short of 22 left.
Finnair 441 Helsinki Tower, good evening. Via Papa, correction, via Yankee, cross runway 04 right. After crossing, contact Helsinki ground on 121.8. Good night, bye-bye.
After crossing, it's ground 121.8, cleared across 22 left at Yankee for Finnair 441. Thanks.
Tower, good evening. Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo, hold short 04 right.
And ground is 1218.
Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo, Helsinki Tower, oikea iltaa via Yankee, cross runway 04 right. After.
There we go.
44, 4 Sweden, 3 to 1, is it a whiskey 44?
And 3 to 1 via Zulu and Victor Hotel taxi stand whiskey 44.
Next to center whiskey 44 and taxi via Zulu and Alpha Victor, 321.
Yep, we've crossed the runway, so we're not holding up traffic. Helsinki ground, very good evening. Finnair 441 just crossed runway 22 left at Yankee.
Finnair 441 via Delta Echo taxi stand 15.
We're going to stand 15 right now, and that one you said was Delta Echo for Finnair 441?
EFHK Finnair 441 via Yankee and Delta Echo.
Yankee and Delta for stand 15 for Finnair 441.
Ground, good evening, Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo.
Okay, Yankee
Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo, go ahead.
and Delta is the inner taxiway.
Crossing runway, just cruising
So,
runway for right
Waterwell.
on taxiway Yankee we choose.
Finnair 7 Yankee Bravo via Yankee
I
and Delta
think
Echo.
so, Waterwell. The best place to figure it
Waterwell,
out
Yankee and Delta.
these days is, and they just did a big update. It's a website, and I'm going to put a link into it to figure out where the best place is to go and get scenery. It's FS add-on compare. All right, we need to find stand 15. There's Ryanair. I think that's Captain Whip over there. I think that's where Captain Whip ended up. I think it is. I think it's the best if you're watching, you know, someone's live stream or something like that. It's sort of like, gee, where's the best place to figure out, gee, where can I get that really great scenery? And that's really the best way to do that. Okay, there's gate 20. We're going to gate 15. So we're going to 15. But yeah, it's a really good one. It'll give you several options if they're available for a place to get the website. One of the places that I look at really fast these days that I really like to look at is Contrail. It's going to be a relatively easy place to go and get your scenery updated.
Subscriber
and
confirmed.
It's got a pretty
Top
good little
clearance granted,
downloader
agent.
too.
Loyalty
A really
noted.
nice downloader. Hydrospace is back with a resub. Hi, Hydrospace. Hey, thanks for a 34 months resub, Hydrospace. Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. Okay, there's gate 16. There's another Finnair, and we're coming over here.
Joo, kiitos.
APU coming on up. Cats are love. Hi, Cats. Yeah, you can also get the best deal too. And nose light going off.
Ryanair 11490, thank you for the event, and HC.
And there goes Captain Whip. And we do have gate guidance coming in now. Starting to see more and more gate guidance coming out here, which is really, really neat. A320, 14 meters to go. 13 meters.
Helsinki ground, namaste.
10 meters, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop. Stop. Parking brakes on. Did we get the APU all set up? Yeah, we did. Let's get the bleed turned on. And engine 1 and engine 2. And come on over here. We're going to turn off our transponder. And we're also going to reset the rudder trim and be nice to our next crew. Everything looks good up here. So fuel pumps can go off while the engines spool down. And then we'll do IR 3, 2, and 1 off. Crew supply of oxygen's off. By now we should be able to do the beacon and the seat belts. Come over here, deboard the airplane. And with that, if you look outside, you can see the gate is already there. And so the gate made it. And we're parked really good for the gate too. How about that? That was a good parking job. How about our landing rate? Am I going to be smiling or crying here? Landing rate minus 444. No way. There is no way that that landing was a minus 444. I was robbed. No, 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 no. It wasn't that. There's butter all over the runway. No. There's butter all over the runway. I think it's fixed. It's fixed for sure. There's no way. I know, it's coming right at us, right? Waterwell said that Helsinki is MK Studios. You wanted Copenhagen, but it's Orbix, and I struggled big time trying to get it to work on 2024, so you got it. It was Volantis fixed. My landings are not that crappy. They're not perfect, but they're not crappy. And that was a great landing. Really nice flight there. What a great flight. And passengers are slowly getting off the airplane. And let's go ahead and get ready for our next flight. I was robbed. That was terrible. Really cool airport. Sibby wants to know the 8-ball is Volanta right. It isn't right at all. No, the 8-ball's fixed. The 8-ball is fixed. Ooh, look at the snow line. Oh, wow, look at this. There's a snow line over here north of Italy. Little bit in Spain and South France. That's probably where the Alps are for sure. All right, let's do a quick recycle here of the sim and get ready for our next flight. Waterwell, is GSX relevant or is it old hat right now? Irvi had a great landing rate. Yeah, Irvi minus 178. I don't know. All right. Time to be cranky, right? All right, let's see here. We're going to turn this off. Let's turn off the McDo. And I think we probably ought to get ready for some Boeing ops, right? So let's get the desk cam turned on because it's time to get rid of the Airbus stuff. Love Airbus, but we're going to unplug the Airbus. Turn off the McDo. And let's get ready for some Boeing ops. So Boeing time. And let's plug this in. And there is Boeing. And that looks really good. Let's make sure that GSX is happy. So GSX is got it all set up for Boeing. And that looks good too. Let's see if Microsoft Flight Simulator still works. Here comes Microsoft Flight Simulator. There's Boeing. We are going Palm Beach to Atlanta. But yeah, GSX, I like GSX for pushback. It's a great pushback engine. But as far as you know, loading and unloading airplanes and stuff like that, sometimes it gets confused. And when GSX works, it works really good. When GSX doesn't work, it's pathetic. Has GSX stopped working for you? I thought it was really stable. I thought it was really stable for you in Flight Sim 2020. So, okay, Palm Beach. Let's see. We probably got digital ATIS for Palm Beach. The other one that I suggest is Pushback Helper, which is free. So Sibby, I would go and delete your GSX completely. Just delete it completely, and then get a new one. Okay, KATL. We'll do the Atlanta first. Atlanta. Can't have an Airbus hat and a Boeing. Okay, so Atlanta arrivals. It's going to be 26 right and 27 left. Okay, 26 right and 27 left for arrivals. Cool. You've already done the reinstall and it won't load at all. That sounds fishy. That sounds fishy. Something's wrong with that. And KPBI. All right, here's the latest ATIS. I don't see any ATC there, so we're going to have to do it ourselves. Let's see. Landing and departing runway 10 left, 10 right, and 14. So 10 left, 10 right, and 14. Okay, so now what we can do is we could come over to the VATSIM map. And let's look at Atlanta first. We're going to be coming up from the south. So my suspicion is 27 left. That's the runway we should plan on, right? Okay, let's come on over here. Yeah, toolbar pushback is free, and that'll help you with your pushback stuff. All right, Palm Beach. KPBI. Here we go. And they say 10 left, 10 right, or 14. There's 10 left. There's 14. And I'm guessing that's 10 right. Okay, 10 right is for small planes, so we're not going to use that. So it's either 10 left or runway 14. Well, my guess is it's a shorter taxi to runway 14 from the terminal. So my guess is they're maybe departing on runway 14 and landing on the 10s. So how about if we plan for that one? All right, so with that, let's do sim brief. New flight. And it's a 737-900. So Delta Airlines. And it's KPBI. And we're going to KATL Atlanta. All right, it's a 737-900. And we should already have a Delta ready to go. And Delta. There we go. That looks good. It's going to be in pounds. And we're departing 14. And we are landing 27 left. Good. Okay. All looks good there. Let's do, in case Atlanta pops online, how about 15 minutes of extra fuel? Hey, T-Bird. Hey, T-Bird, look at this. We're going to be on the T-Bird departure. We're on the T-Bird departure for T-Bird today. And the Jedi arrival, too. Wow, that's great. I always get the Sith arrival. We get to do the Jedi arrival. It is a separate install. It is. Yeah, maybe, Sibby, make sure that you're downloading the right one. Maybe that's it. Is your GSX the right one? Did you get are you downloading 2024 and you should be getting 2020 maybe? I don't know. All right, let's come on over here and go to the yeah, I think they're separate now. Maybe that's it. All right, current plan. Good. Let's come back here and pre-file on VATSIM. You need the one for 2020, that's right. Sometimes you have to hit it like twice. It's gotten slow and cranky. Flight level 360 for this flight, 36,000 feet, and file. Delta 441 is filed, ready to go. So Abelars, you got the wrong one. So maybe check that out, Captain Sibby. Everything's good? All right, so we got gates over here. If we want, we could do a little rabbit hole while the sim's loading. KPBI, Palm Beach. Hey, Jeff the Hawkeye guy, welcome, welcome. Looks like most of them are departing off of the 10s here. I was going to look for a Delta gate. JetBlue, there's a United gate. Here's a Delta flight for Hartsfield Jackson. So they would be going Tango 8. Really? Delta's in the Tango terminal? Tango 8 and landed. Here's a Delta flag to LaGuardia. Gate Charlie 3 for departure. So Charlie 3 for departures. Is there an Atlanta departure? There's Minneapolis. JetBlue. Wow, a lot more United here than I would have thought. Here's the Hartfield Jackson, but I don't think it. Oh yeah, it said Tango 8, right? Yeah, T8 for Delta. I always thought that they were in all the other gates but the Tango gates. So TO8 for arrivals. All right. Sounds good. All right, so we're departing. So Charlie 3. There's the Delta gates over there. Flight Sim Dream Team, Universal Installer. Oh, if you want to put a link in, put it over in Discord. I'll do it that way. I'm sorry about that. That's changed, Sibby. This is the new vertical sim. Yep, this is it. Okay. All right, free flight. Let's go get our 737-900. And a 737. There's a 900. And I think it's this one right here. It's already got the correct livery. Boeing 737-900. All right, KPBI, Palm Beach. So you're looking in here. Well, this looks right to me. The latest version of GSX Pro is 3.7.9. So yeah, and if it's for 2020, Flight Simulator 2020, so that should be good. This should be working for you. That should have worked, Sibby. I don't understand why it isn't. Maybe look and see where it's putting it. And if it's, maybe you might need to delete. Look in the community folder and see if there's anything for FSDT, Flight Sim Dream Team, FSDT, and GSX. If there's already a folder in there, maybe delete it, put it over in your trash can, and then try and reinstall. Maybe there's some old setting or something in there that's being a brat. Okay, Gate Charlie 3. Set as departure. I think we're ready. Let's see the new airport. All right, we've got charts aboard the 737 and we've got flight plans aboard the 737. So all of this should work just fine.
Parking brakes to request ground services.
Mountain Man said that there is a GSX profile in the Contrail app. Boy, and I always forget to get that. Yeah, toolbar pushback works really good. It's you could use either toolbar pushback or you could use pushback helper, which is free. Abelard says also do a check and then configure it too. So once you download it, check it. There's the thing you can check. Let's see, parking brakes off. Throttles to Boeing mode. And we're ready. Buckeye says to hydrate. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate. And this is hour 3 of the live stream. If you're flying around with me, you should be doing hydrates and stretches and posture checks along with me. We spend an awful lot of time seated. VATSIM radar. This looks good. Oh, Russ is flying with us, Delta 209. Let's see, we also are going to need to do, we're going to need to do a CTAF frequency because there's no ATC. Let's go back to Digitalatus. And let's go to PBI. And the real world ATIS is Information India. And here is the latest weather. I'll pop that into chat because you'll need that. There we go. And we could also just snag the latest Atlanta weather. So there's Atlanta stuff, although that's probably going to change, but it's nice to have. Okay, so we got that info. Don't need that page anymore. Oh, and I actually need to update the titles, don't I? So it's a Boeing 737-900. This is KPBI to KATL. All right, this should be an updated title. Let's see if it works. Hi, Dad, game time. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. And we're going to need a spy hat, aren't we? All right, this looks good. Let's just sort of... Oh, we got a Goodyear blimp. So we still have a Goodyear blimp. Looks like a nice terminal. We're ready to fly. You're going to try and do all of it. Well, it's getting a little late in Athens, I guess. There's our nice little Delta 737-900. Let's see if VATSIM will let us on. And this is going to be a 739 and connect. And Shift C to get in the cockpit. Looks like we've got a Frontier over there. Looks like there's a bird on the rudder for the Frontier. And we have a Delta over there. Russ is, I think, the Delta over there flying along. Okay, so let's see. I need to go and clean up some stuff here. You can go to ground operations, and we're going to go ahead and just click the stairs button. That's going to close the door and get rid of the stairs. Captain Sibby's SSD is full. Maybe that's part of the problem. That might be part of the problem, Sibby, if your SSD is full. So let's see. We've got a nice terminal here. Welcome to Palm Beach. And there's palm trees over here. That's pretty good. Let's see. We've got a Goodyear blimp and a field here. And it looks like it's got a lake in the middle of it. And that's probably alligators in the lake there, right? So more alligators over there. A big parking lot. Let's see. We've got nice driveway up to the airport. With palm trees and everything. Mountain Man says, watch the fountain over there, the fountains over here. So are there fountains here? Or was it over by that racetrack? Oh, there are fountains. Look at that. We've got fountains. Hi, fountains. We've got fountains working, and the flags are blowing correctly too. So the fountains are probably just annoying the alligators, though. And then if we come up here, so Delta, JetBlue, Frontier, Spirit, Sun Country, Avilo. There's Bahamas Air and Southwest. There's somebody waiting for a ride. There's United. We're Delta, right? We're Delta. AvGeek, are you got your tower certification? Congratulations, AvGeek. How long did it take you to get your tower certification? There's American Airlines. There's some of the other airlines. We wanted Delta, though, right? JetBlue and Spirit. Frontier and Spirit. Ah, there we go. Delta. A couple of months for AvGeek to get that. So here's Delta. And we can come on in here. And there's Delta check-in stuff. KLM and Air France, too. Some of these terminals are modeled so well. Escalators to the concourses. And we're going to Concourse C, which is Delta. So let's go down the escalator. And there's a food place over there. So we've got food. Lots of food. And there's the other. There's companion care. Man, I feel like a super expensive cup of... Oh, well, there we go. I wonder what a couple of cups of coffee costs at Starbucks. I know, I should be a lot nicer. Sorry, Mountain Man says that the FBOs are modeled too. Uh-oh, security. All right, here we go. Let's see what happens. Beep, 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 beep. Spy detected. Spies detected. Loviz wants to know if there's a putting green. Is there a putting green in the terminal, Loviz? This whole terminal is modeled. How about that? Is there a putting green at the terminal? Really? And here we all are coming on down to our gate. Mountain Man says that yes, the putting green is there. Okay, Coral Cove News. Is the putting green in this part of the terminal, or is it over in the main terminal? And there's gate Charlie 3. That's our gate over there. And look at that, another Starbucks coffee. The Empire is everywhere. And all that, hang on. I thought I saw somebody from PMDG, sorry. Okay. This looks like a really cool, well done terminal. They did a great job. I'm noticing just a couple of little scenery burps, but that's all. There is the Sky Club. Let's go into the Sky Club and see what's in here, okay? That's okay, I don't have a membership. I'm a spy. Uh-oh. And we got a bar over here. I'll have a Bailey's and coffee. And, oh my gosh, we've got food. And there's our airplane. Loviz will let us use the membership. This lounge isn't all that good, really. It's a cool looking airport. Fat Explorer, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. So that looked really, really good. And there's so much more because Mountain Man says that the FBOs, Mountain Man, does Signature have a plate of chocolate chip cookies on the counter? I mean, you know, if they're going to that kind of detail, I wonder if Signature has cookies. Loviz says this looks accurate. And Loviz, this is Loviz Neighborhood Airport. Cargo too, so they did a good cargo. So Mountain Man, you've seen the, does the UPS area look good to you, Mountain Man? Loviz says
new recruit detected.
Exec jet.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Dad Game 10 says Spy Hat. Fat Explorer just followed. Thank you for the follow. And Mountain Man says yes. There's cookies there. You believe that? They got cookies. Yep, there's a Boeing panel. I just have the simple autopilot. It was a very nice gift.
New recruit detected.
Daxel, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. Okay, let's request ground power cart. So the cookies are at Signature Aviation. Okay, we're going to probably have to go back tomorrow when JSG Droid can fly, because JSG Droid likes to fly Signature. And we'll want the chocolate chip cookies. And let's connect to Jetway. Here comes the Jetway. See, that Delta's already pushed back there. And there goes that, looking good. IDAX is in chat for the first time. Welcome on in. Okay, so once you do that, you can open the door several ways. You can go to door management and disarm the doors. And then if you want, you can open it from the control panel, or in the PMDG, you can open the door and you can go over here. Now first look at the bottom, make sure that the rail is disconnected, otherwise you'll blow the escape slide. And you can open the door into the jetway. So you can do that if you want. Very, very geeky and fun. We love our airplane stuff. Electronic flight bag, request data from SimBrief. There's our flight. Let's flip it over to Navigraph. Abelars, do I do setup and install videos? I don't do a lot of those anymore because it's really pretty simple to set stuff up. It's become pretty easy to do that. Departure, let's snag a few charts here. So airport, we need parking gates and the airport. There we go. Our departure is going to be, let's see. Oh, it's the T-Bird departure. Sociology test is done. Trav, how'd your test go? I hope it will. Are you feeling a little more sociable now that the sociology test is over? Or is that not funny and you're just glad to be done? Okay, there is our route. It's the T-Bird 7 departure. So T-Bird 7. There's the T-Bird 7 departure. We'll have an initial climb clearance of 11,000 feet. 83%. Good job, Trav. Good job. 11,000 feet. Okay, got that in there. That's good. Our arrival, we're on the Jedi arrival. Yay. Always good to be a Jedi, right? All right, so Jedi arrival, and we're coming in via Lars. And then approach, we are expecting 27 left. So let's get 27 left. 27 left and get 26 right. Just pin it in there because we'll need that. We'll need the airport. Sorry. And parking gates. Okay, we got all of our charts set and ready to go. Let's turn the airplane on. We're going to turn the jazz off for just a second here because this airplane, oh, wait a minute. I don't think it does have Boris sounds yet. It's just the 737-800 that has them. We don't have Boris sounds for the 900 or the 600 yet. But the startup sounds are still pretty good. So let's do the on switch. And ground power. And slide over here, do steady lights. Got those in there. That's good. Let's grab a fuel pump. And that's good. While that's going on, we're going to turn on the emergency exit lights and guard those. And we're going to come up here and do window heaters. Windshield heat is good. Our climb is flight level 360. So there's our cruise altitude. And then we come up to the very, very top. And we're going to go and turn this brightness level all the way up. Come down here and do nav. And nav, it should go DC and then a line. Okay, that looks good. We'll go ahead and start up the APU for air conditioning on the ground. And then go to FMC. Check our nav data February through March. So nav data is updated. Position in it. We are at KPBI. KPBI. We are at gate Charlie 3. Go to page 2, get your GPS position, put it in the scratch pad, compare that with your gate position, and pop it in. Yep, I always like to say congratulations on a test, Trav. I never liked taking tests, never did a good job of it. APU's coming up nicely. And that looks good. We can come back over here to ground ops and open up our cargo doors. We got 2 cargo doors opening. So there's cargo. Man. All this looks good. Let's see. Auto ATC gave us a squawk code. We're going to be squawking 1171 on our flight. So let's clear out our Helsinki taxi. 1171. That looks good. We don't need that departure frequency. And let's bump our flight plan up 1 layer for Palm Beach to Atlanta. All this looks good. Okay. We can go and do flight. Oh, we need one more thing. We need CTAF. .ctaf space KPBI Palm Beach. CTAF for Palm Beach is 119.1. So we'll need 119.1 for CTAF. Okay, got that one. We're going to Mexico City. Is our next flight. I'm not sure if we're departing out of San Antonio or some other place yet. We'll figure that out on our way to Atlanta. And airplane comes to life. Let's do flight plan route. So put PBI up here and request the flight plan. Sim brief route. And it always flips back. So give it a second while it flips back. And then click it a second time and then we can set the payload. Payload is set. Passengers and cargo are basically aboard. Set fuel. Fuel is now updated and request the route, which takes a few seconds. And it's going to sit and think for a few minutes. Ding, 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 ding. Is it in yet? Nope. Route uplink ready. Clear and load. Route uplink loading. Ding, 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 ding. Airplanes should come equipped with the Jeopardy song. And page 2, Sharks, Larry, Lars, that looks good. Activate and execute. Departure and arrival. So we know that they're using either the 10s or 14 iSnag 14 for a shorter taxi. And it's the T-Bird departure. And we're coming out at Sharks. Could be better. I guess we could be coming out at Alligators, I guess. Arrivals. We think it's going to be 27 left. ILS 27 left. It's the Jedi departure. We're coming in. There's Jedi. Our transition is Lars. And I can't remember if it's Rom or Silva. But the best way to check that out is just go to the chart and do star. There's the Jedi arrival. So Jedi is going to put us out. There's Silva. I think it's Silva. On the left side. Let's see. Yep. So we'll do the Silva transition. Sibby says there was a gold medal in Olympic hockey today. Well, you know, those hockey players aren't pucking around. I know I got the Jedi. I always get the Sith arrival. Always get the Sith arrival. Today I got the Jedi arrival. So we'll use the Force to come in. All right, all that looks good. Route and performance and cruise is 36,000 feet. 36,000 feet. Cool. And Pandora's pilot is back in chat. That was the first joke to break the ice. Nothing but net, Trav. All sorts of hockey jokes today. All right, let's go and do flight plan. Our cost index is 42. 42. Our cruise winds today are 274 at 66. 274 at 66 knots. GSX is installed. Is it working? Are you going to test it and see? And come down here.
Subscriber confirmed.
Black Dog.
Top clearance
good to see you. Welcome in. And Captain Gaz is back.
Noted.
Captain Gaz, according to my advanced mathematical skills, 24 months is 2 years. Thank you for being here for 2 months, Captain Gaz. Thank you for great support and helping me to keep this goofy show going. Thanks, Captain Gaz, for 24 months. 7.6 is final reserve and alternate. Welcome on in. Thanks for being here. And our zero fuel weight should be 135,000.5. 135.5, and that's correct. Looks good. All right, we do have the APU up and running. Let's turn on the APU bleed and the packs. Make it comfy for the passengers. Or Captain Gaz says 740.5 days. 730.5. That's a lot of math, Irvi. Oh, Sibby, yeah, let us know. Tell us how it works. I know Speedy generally loads it a lot faster than mine. All right. All is right with the world there. Let's execute those numbers and do departure. And while we're at it, we're going to go to ground operations and close our doors because the passengers are loaded. And we're going, doors are closing. And now we're going to arm all of our slides, go to ground operations, and we're going to release the jetway. There we go. That's a lot of days. Sibby did more math. 1,051,200 minutes. There's a lot of math today. Captain Gaz, you believe it's that many minutes? We did get a squawk code. 1171. Good. We got a radio frequency of 119.1. And 122.8 is next after that. 122.8. There we go. Tim Dog says no math. That's a lot of math. I need to spawn at an airport. You do. You might have to spawn at an airport. There's some really cool spies at Palm Beach Airport right now. Okay, so let's go ahead and flip the generators to the APU. Generators are on. Disconnect ground power. We're going to release the ground power. Ground power is disconnecting. Let's do our parking brakes. Let's also just move the throttle up here. My throttle isn't working. I have throttle control. My throttle is not working at all. How about the side stick? The side stick works, the throttle doesn't work. The rudder pedals work. Okay, let's go ahead. I'll bet I know what's wrong. Let's do the little controller thing. Good thing we checked that, you know, now instead of later. Let's do the TCA Airbus, and it's the PMDG. That's the correct controller for that. That works. Throttles are working. But they're not working here. We're gonna die, I guess. Something's really weird about this. There it goes. All right, it works now. Did it deploy the reversers? I think we're in good shape, but boy, that was weird. I don't know what happened with that. Very, very strange. All right, let's come on over here, and we're going to remove the chocks. And we're done with the ground page. Let's go to the electronic flight bag. No, we have to do departure and arrival, performance. So West Palm Beach or Palm Beach Airport, we're departing off of runway 14. Here's our latest. And the altimeter is 2998. 2998. 2998. Cool. Let's see. Let's calculate data. We're going to derate -2 and set the temperature to 30. Derate -2, set the temperature to 30, and takeoff speeds. So it's going to be flaps 5, always is with PMDG. Our center of gravity should be 24.5, and it is. And speeds for takeoff, 147, 148, and 155. 147, 148, 155, 155 up here in the speed. 155. 11,000 feet is our initial climb clearance. 11,000 feet. And we're done with that page. Electronic flight bag. Captain Sibby, so do you think it was the wrong one? You got the one for 2024 as opposed to 2020, and that's why it wouldn't work? Was that the reason why? Because GSX usually loads pretty well, and it doesn't seem to have a problem. All right, to depart off of runway 14, our heading's going to be 141 degrees. 141 degrees. 141. Okay, altimeters are set. Speed, heading, altitude are set. Flight directors can go on. Flight directors are on. Hi, Daniel. Welcome, welcome. Let's go ahead. We have closed the doors, so electric hydraulic pumps on. Seatbelts on. Looking good. Let's have GSX do something here. So GSX, prepare for pushback and departure. So it was 2024 that you got, but now it works great. Yay! Always cool to hear when something gets fixed. All right, here comes the crew. Let's listen in on the radio. We're set to CTAF. Hey, we're ready to be pushed back. Imagine that. And let's go and start squawking. Transponder is on. And we're squawking mode Charlie. Passengers looking pretty good. There's a wing walker. Was that an alligator over there? I mean, seriously, it's Palm Beach. They have to have some sort of an alligator here, right? Let's do airport, data, traffic. Airport data and traffic are loaded. Let's do the rotating beacon. Let's do a camera call, cabin call, and ask the flight attendants to please be seated. Let's get our fuel pumps on. Fuel pumps are on. Landing elevation. We got to get the landing elevation in. Otherwise, we'll pop our passengers' ears. And Atlanta's landing elevation is 1026. So 1026. 1026. That's closer to 1050, so 1050. And we should probably close the doors. There we go. It's going to be nose right, tail left. Are we ready to go? Anybody behind us? Got an Airbus pushing over there. I think Russ has already left. Parking brakes off.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
There's an interesting sound going on right now. What a cool airport. Okay, everything looks good to go there. Let's do packs off. And it's a Boeing, so we start engine number 2 first. So ground start engine 2. And the N2's coming up. 6, 7, looking for 20%. And 20%, and fuel. I hope we don't blow over the blimp. Man, it's sure creating some racket here on this pushback. Hope they don't push the tail into the building. Nope. Plenty of room. Parking brakes set. Parking brakes are set. Looks like we got a little fuel in the center tanks. And starting engine number 1. And there goes engine 1. Starter valve is open. N2 is going up. Oil temperature and pressure are normal on engine number 2. And we'll go to FMC and progress over on the other FMC and fuel. Hey, brain bagger. There we go. Irvi, so you've got that sound too? I don't know what it is. It's like it's rattling around a bunch of stuff.
Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Everything's looking good here so far. Engine number 1 is coming up nicely. And looks like we got 2 good starts on our engines. Let's get the packs on first for passenger comfort. Let's flip the generators. Generators are over there. Turn off the isolation valve and the APU bleed. We'll come up here and we're going to do yaw dampers and monitor the generator on engine 1. APU can go off. Taxi light can go on. And flaps are going to be 5. And we're going to do auto brakes to RTO. And it's time to go. Parking brakes off. Airport. There goes Russ. All right, let's get going. Throttles up a little bit. IQB, good evening. Welcome aboard. Good morning to you. Pandora's here. What Boeing model is this? Pandora, this is a PMDG 737-900. You were in the 777 from Delhi to Paris today and you had to abort. Yeah, so this is the little 737, well, 737-900. So this is the big long one. Very nice. Well, real life has to come first. All right. Trim is 5.2. There's 5.2 for trim. Let's see. This is going to be a VNAV, LNAV departure. Got those going. Palm Beach traffic, Delta 441 to 737 exiting the terminal at Bravo 3. We are taking taxiway Bravo up to runway 14, Palm Beach. Up, coming out from behind the building here. Really nice looking scenery. Faj Food, did I say that right? This is the 737-900 from PMDG. It's the 737-900. And we take the second right. Anybody coming over here? Nobody coming over there. We should go over to Signature and steal chocolate chip cookies. We should go and get cookies at Signature. I mean, I'm sure that they would, you know, if your little 737 just taxied on up, they do that, right? Anybody coming? Nope. Flocala, yeah, that was our first flight today. It was really very nice. Great ATC going into the Helsinki event. I haven't done much with the King Air. I think really right now the smallest thing that I'm doing is the de Havilland Twin Otter and the ATR are the smallest ones. Let's see. This is, I believe it's a 900 ER. And you can see there's a door plug there. So there's the door plug. I'm going to assume that all of the bolts are in the right place. I mean, you know, we paid a couple of cups of coffee for this airplane. So my guess is the PMDG put all the bolts in. Are we there yet? Getting there is half the fun, Sibby. Oh my gosh, we have to have a Boeing hat, Buckeye. Got some Southwest over there. Let's see. Free Lethal wants the Max 9, PDX to Ontario, Portland to Ontario, California or Canada. Free Lethal. I think we're all ready to go. Let's go ahead and arm the auto throttle. Auto throttle is ready to go. And we're set. It's almost flying time. Let's go down here and squawk Terra. Squawkage is occurring. Free Lethal. Oh, is that the flight that the door blew out on? Really? Alaska is not going to fly that particular airplane? Well, I think when you blow a door plug like that, that probably is going to cause a problem. You know, it's good. There's going to be some sort of damage that, you know, it's just probably not worth the risk. And traffic, airports, and data are all set. And everything looks good there. Irving wants to... Yeah, I don't want to do that either. I don't... one day we did follow the instructions that A330 driver did for the Miracle on the Hudson. So I did that one, but recreating flights like that, I don't think is a good thing to do. I think it is heartless. I mean, there's people that, you know, the pilot was amazing. The pilot got the airplane on the ground. You know, but there's people that are going to be traumatized for that for life. Hi, Hayatoa. So, yeah. Palm Beach traffic. Delta 441's Boeing 737. We are taxiing up and taking off on runway 14 with a big U-turn to head up north. Palm Beach. All right, strobes. We just announced, so strobes on. Continuous restart on the engines. Looking ahead, I don't see any landing lights on, so that's good. Hayatoa just did a resub.
Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Pointed down the runway. Once you're pointed down the runway, then you can go and turn on your landing lights so you don't blind anybody. Throttles up about halfway. Just like the Airbus, make sure the engines are stable. Elapsed timer is rolling. Auto thrust. Wheels are still attached. That's good. Checked.
Delta 331, lining up at runway 14.
Rotate.
Gears up. Somebody just did something nice over on YouTube. Agent Steve, did I see that correctly? Hey, Agent Steve, thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Palm Beach traffic, Delta 441, clear, runway 14 departing to the north over to Unicom. Happy landings at the new Palm Beach Airport. Turn. And I'll bet there's a couple of alligators down there. I forgot Volanta. Don't say that too loud if Polyot hears. The angry Volanta voice will get us.
Again. Spy.
Oh no!
Checklist.
AP. I was going to fly that, but we better get Volanta going here. Here comes Volanta. All right. And flaps 1. Flaps are 1. Flaps up. Auto brakes off, landing gear off. Probably not as many alligators out there. IQB, I'm actually kind of surprised they just released a scenery for the airport. I would have thought that they would have had ATC at Palm Beach for it. Usually when somebody takes the time to release a really nice scenery, ATC will pop on because they know everybody wants to go there. Let's see, all the way up flight level 360. So 36,000 feet. There we go. And bring our heading around here because it's Boeing. Today, it released today, Free Lethal. It is. The 900 is nice. You would fly it, but I'm in Europe and it's not realistic to fly the 900s, so there are not a lot of Boeing 737-900s in Europe. I don't know. I know that Loviz says Delta flies a lot of 900s. I usually, if I'm flying the one of my choice, it's usually going to be the, I'm going to fly the 800. That's right, there was an event recently at Palm Beach, so. And heading bug is straight up, coming up on 10,000 feet. $9,500, $700, and 10,000 feet. Landing lights off. Continuous restart off. Cabin call for 10,000 feet. Big Steve, did I answer your question? I didn't even know it. Skyfighter, welcome in. This is the 900. This is not a Max. This is an NG next generation, and you can tell because it has smaller monitors, not big screen monitors. And there's 10,000 feet coming up there, and 14 minutes. Atlanta's 494 miles to the north. Next flight, we're actually going to be in the MAX 8, the 737 MAX 8. Right now, we're thinking about San Antonio to Mexico City.
South Beach traffic.
Nice, fluffy Florida clouds.
South Beach traffic, Delta 331, it's clear runway 14, colliding to flight level 350 via the EFHK, South Beach.
Time for the sneeze. Always have to have a sneeze. But yeah, this is the 737-900 from PMDG. And it's good PMDG quality airplane. You can fly this into any event. You can count on its, to be a stable airplane. 13,000 feet. Let the flight attendants get up. Keep the passengers in their seats. And here's a turn over here. Just keep the heading bug straight up. EKBI, I have not heard. That's the Chinese airliner, right? I haven't heard if there's one that's making one yet or not. I'm just not sure. Atlanta, here we come. Off to Vortex Burgers for the Hell's Fury hamburger. At the Vortex in Atlanta, they've got some really cool looking hamburgers. But let's see, Trip Taker says this hamburger is the hottest. It's called the Hell's Fury hamburger. It's got pepper jack cheese, atomic death sauce, habanero relish, and roasted jalapenos. They say it's not for sissies. It's $15.50 if you want to abuse yourself for that. I think some of their other burgers look really good anyway. The Lone Star Tex-Mex. So there's Vortex right there. So the Lone Star Tex-Mex sounds better. Here's one. Okay, the Holy Guacamole. Topped with jack cheese and a big old glob of guacamole. That would be great. Let's see. Captain Chris says the Lone Star Tex Melt. And if you would like a link to see all of these, the Lone Star Tex Melt, cheddar cheese, spicy honey barbecue sauce, and crispy onion rings, and Texas toast. Here's one called the Four Horsemen, a blackened patty topped with horseradish shots, grilled onions, sauteed mushrooms, and jack cheese. They have one called the Zombie Apocalypse, Swiss and mushroom. I'm still craving a chili and cheeseburger. And then they have basic old school burgers and stuff like that. So yeah, when in Atlanta, you'd go to the Vortex Bar and Grill. Looks kind of scary. Russ said, Trip Taker has actually had the Hell's Fury burger and said it was an experience, and he's not going to do it again. Russ, yes, the zombie apocalypse burger. How about that? And I got a fuel, and that's my center tanks are dry. We'll turn off the fuel pumps there. And let's do altimeter. And we're done. Let's turn off GSX. Prices were not that bad. You know, it's a gourmet burger. You're probably going to get a nice little haystack of fries. That'll be good. Maybe a few other little things. Reese is back in chat. Hi, Reese. Welcome in. Don't worry about that. You're probably busy doing stuff. I hope it's been cool stuff, but welcome aboard. And everything looks good here. Let's go to 122.8. Let's be ready for Atlanta. So .ctaf space KATL for CTAF in Atlanta. And same frequency, 119.1.
Top clearance granted, agent.
119.1.
Noted.
Reese also did a nice resub. Reese, thank you for a 17-month resub. And welcome on in. Thank you very much. Good to see you again. I hope you've been busy, and it's been a good busy. Will from online is here, and Beppy wants to know about the weather. Well, it's nice in Florida, but there's snow here at SPY HQ. And it's 14 degrees Fahrenheit, minus 10 degrees Celsius. And lots of sunshine, but definitely chilly, and I'd rather stay indoors. Yep. Finally got a little bit of snow here. Yeah, we desperately need the snow here. We need like 3 blizzards to get us caught up, though. It was 60 degrees Fahrenheit. This is springtime weather. This is not February weather. This is the kind of weather that you see in March and April. The end of March, beginning of April. So it's definitely different. Beppy, you didn't get any. It's dry in Missoula. Brainbagger says it's 80 in Tampa. Well, you got to keep it 80 degrees or else the alligators freeze. The alligators freeze and the iguanas start falling out of the trees, right? I haven't... I'm afraid I'm perhaps a bit too old-fashioned. I like the classic, the classic one. I don't need a new livery on Air Force One. Rick is back. Welcome back, Rick. So San Antonio to Mexico City. Let's see. That's our next flight. We're all good to go going up to Atlanta. So let's have a look at the Visit Mexico City event. So SkyVector is a great place to start. We were talking about KSAT, San Antonio, MMMX. So this is a 604-mile flight. So it's about a 600-mile flight there. If you go and put like 450 in the speed, it tells you that it says 2 hours and 6 minutes. If we increase that to 490, and assuming the wind's nice, 2 hours and 6. So this is a little bit longer. Let's see. We could also try MMUN out of Cancun. So out of Cancun, that's a 694-mile flight. Captain Sibby is calling it a night. Super happy to hear that you got GSX going. Continued recovery in your family, and I'll see you tomorrow. Have a great night, Sibby. Thank you for coming in. Senor Tomas, you have not flown out of the U.S. on VATSIM yet? It's easy. It's easy. Uh-oh, Irvy's got food. Irby's got shrimp and salad. Irby's got very good looking food today. So Cancun, not so great. Let's see, what else could we do? KIAH, Houston is 600 miles. So KSAT is, you know, to get us down to Mexico. There's MMSD for Cabo San Lucas. MMSD. That's 636 miles. So there was a nice freeware for Cabo. That's going to be, well, that says an hour and 16 minutes to Cabo. That's not that bad, 636. Into Mexico City. $206 for San Antonio. MMSD. Briggsy is back in chat. Welcome back, Briggsy. VATSIM, they've taken out keyboard chat for ATC. I think you can still use keyboard chat for some things in some instances, but mostly, yeah, they've turned, they want everybody on a microphone now. Landy says there's good fish tacos in Baja. Let's see, MMSD. So there, it's at flightsim.to. This is a freeware. Captain Chris says we did that event at one point, so we've probably been here to this airport. This file isn't available anymore, so this one's not available. There is, yeah, I think we've got it too. I think we've got that too. 29,000 feet, seatbelts to auto. And check the lights. Off, off, continuous restart off. Anti-collisions on, strobe and steady, and pressurization. The cabin's climbing, so that's good. All right, let's see if the Cabo thing is here. MMSD. MMSD. We do have a scenery. It's San Jose Aeroporte International. It's from somebody called Hold Short Simulations. So this was from Hold Short Simulations. Let's go and search. And search. No add-ons found because the S has to happen before the D or else it's not going to work. Okay, MMSD. It's a scenery enhancement here. HSS simulations. I think this is Hold Short right here. And is this the one that's no longer available? No, this one's already downloaded. So if you want, we could do the departure out of Cabo San Lucas. I'm going to send you a link to this. If you'd like to snag this as a free scenery to fly with us on. So we're going to go from Cabo San Lucas to Mexico City. Oh, actually it's San Jose, not San Lucas. So that's like a beach airport. That's like beaches and umbrellas. So this might be a nice departure. And it's a little bit shorter than San Antonio. So we could dive into a rabbit hole here. And we can go and do search by route and see what actually does this. MMSD, Los Cabos, MMMX. And let's see if there's anybody that flies this route. Aeromexico, Volaris, and like Landy said, Viva. So there's Volaris, Viva, and Aeromexico. Aeromexico flies a 737 MAX 8. And they would be departing from Terminal 1 and going into gates 79. So there we go. We could do that because I don't think that there's going to be a bunch of ATC coming into Texas today. All right, so let's go ahead and load this. And I've already loaded in Mexico City. So we got that. We're all set and ready. And I'm going to update the next command. So you've got the IC cows for this flight if you want to fly. And let's come over here. And I said San Lucas. It's actually something else. All right, that looks good. There was a 2 years ago IRL, never had a German passport. Everyone was very nice. They thought you were, everybody was funny because you were from Germany. Really? So you've been here. I don't think V-Pilot gives you landing rates. If it does, I've never seen it do that. Okay, so that looks good. And let's come out here. And we've just into Jacksonville Center. We are 365 miles from Atlanta. And we've got a ground speed of a whopping 420 knots. Not exactly warp factor 10 here. More alligator ponds. It looks like we've got 3 airplanes heading up from Palm Beach. I figured there'd be more people flying out of Palm Beach today. That new airport looks really pretty good. Those kinds of gators right there. I figured there'd be ATC all over this Palm Beach scenery. Oh well. Don't think we need that flight plan anymore. Someday somebody's going to create an add-on that puts alligators in the Microsoft Flight Simulator. No, curly air. If somebody flies around with me, a couple times I try and tag them as somebody that flies with us, so that whenever there's a green plane that shows up on my map, oh yeah, so that's what that is. Planes on VAT rate, yeah, that's right. That's right. See, the alligators know where we are because they're green. Let's see. Fuel for landing, 11,000 pounds. We are supposed to panic at 7,600 pounds. So we've got plenty of fuel. Good evening, Tim J. There's already alligators in the sim. You just need to turn on fauna and you can see them near ponds, lakes, and rivers where they would live IRL. I didn't know that, really? There are actually alligators. I may turn on fauna just so that we could go alligator spotting. Jeff made it home. Welcome, welcome, Jeff. Thanks for coming in. And did you know alligators can live for over 50 years? So there really is a good chance that if you say, see you later, alligator, that's very probably going to happen. That's right. The alligators need to be on the taxiways at Orlando. We need Orlando alligators there. Everything looks good here. Heading bug straight up. There we go. That looks great. 210 miles from top of descent. Go to the maps and approaches. We're expecting 27 left. There's got to be a way to do that. And you know, the other thing that you could do is if you're making a scenery like Orlando, you could just put an alligator by the pond, by the taxiway, looking at airplanes. Hey, Manafee, welcome aboard. How's your tower training going? You're going to start training in jacks? Lovis would do a low, slow flight over the Everglades to see if you could see alligators. 108.5. And if we get the other runway, that is 110.1. Okay, that's our backup. Back to the one we're expecting. Our inbound course is 275 degrees. 275, and minimums are 1,199 feet. $1,199. 1,199 feet. There we go, 1,199 feet. Cool. We could also go to the main page and get arrival, and here's the latest weather. The altimeter is 2980 in Atlanta. There we go. So 1,199 feet, 2980. Okay. Captain Chris was 10 years old visiting friends in Fort Myers, waking up in the morning and there was an alligator in the pool. Yeah, I would imagine that was pretty scary, especially if you were 10 years old or something. Yeah, I would think that that would be scary to wake up and, oh, I was just splashing around in the pool yesterday and now there's something there that wants to eat me. Curly Air says there's going to be a 100 knot headwind for our arrival. No fear. Winds are 220 at 15, gusting to 24. 10 miles visibility. Not the nicest day in the neighborhood. So Cabo to Mexico City. That should be nice. Hernan J 30 says posture check. Yeah, I'm kind of scrunched down a little bit. Sit up a little bit here. Ugh. And if you've been flying with me, this is hour 4 of flying. So you should do a posture check too. Sit up straight, stretch, move around. And don't forget to hydrate. $176 miles to top of descent. Manafee said that there was a snake in the top of the toilet. Really? Beppy, that is a website. You can use one of 2 different ones. A lot of people really like Flight Radar 24, and it's pretty good. I use FlightAware, like Manafee just said, because that's just the one that I first saved in Stormy when I got Stormy. I used to have a login. I don't remember it anymore. So click in here and then go search by route and then put the IC cows in there. So Cabo is MMSD, Los Cabos Airport, and MMMX for Mexico City, and hit search. And that's going to show you all the airplanes that fly on the route. Well, yeah, you know, I can understand that. That's right. Flight Radar 24 has a little bit more information, unless, you know, now, you know, if you wanted to pay for a membership, you could get a little bit more. I'm not at the stage of live streaming where I can just pay for every membership in the world. That's part of the reason why I stick with it, is because, like Beppy just said, it's so much easier. It's very simple, and I can go and get a little bit of rabbit hole information for my sim flight that works really good.
Subscriber confirmed.
Uh-oh, Slarty
Top
Bart's
clearance
back.
granted, Agent.
Hi, Slarty Bart. It is
Loyalty
almost
noted.
Friday. Welcome aboard. I hope you're doing good. Have you seen any good belugas in Hamburg lately? It looks like it's been pretty cold there lately, too. Did all of your snow melt? I think Hutter Girl said it's been cold, but most of the snow in Frankfurt has melted. Yeah, I could also get tail numbers. I rarely look for the tail number. You know, I don't want to have a livery and a tail number for every airplane. Slarty Bart says, no, still a bunch of snow in Hamburg. So, snow in Hamburg. We've got a little bit here finally. It took a while, Slarty Bart. Not probably as much as you. You probably had a lot more. Captain Chris said there was, yeah, that's what I heard, Captain Chris. There was snow yesterday, but it's almost gone. That's right. For Frontier Airlines, you might want the tail number so you know what animal is going to be on the rudder, right? In that case, that's probably why you'd want a tail number, a registration number. 151 miles from top of descent. And over here to descending via, nope, that's the departure, the arrival. And it's the Jedi arrival. And the Jedi arrival says flight level 240 at Lars and 8,000 feet at Daffy. So 8,000 at Daffy. No ATC. Let's just go ahead and clear ourselves down now. Will wants a Hamburg medium rare with mustard. If we use the Sith arrival, they have cookies. Hey Wabi, welcome aboard. There are Star Wars references. We got the Jedi arrival. So we're on the Jedi 4 arrival, which we know. I always get the Sith arrival. So it's the Jedi arrival this time. No cookies on this one, I'm afraid. Oh, you're doing Jimmy Buffett, Cheeseburger in Paradise, right? Jedi is for East Ops and Sith is for West Ops. The Sherpa route, no. So what you do is, there's two ways to do that. Reese says ignore that, okay. There's two ways to get liveries for a PMDG 737. One is through the Ops Center app. So if you bought the airplane, you can go, and this is like 90% of the liveries that I'm going to get. So we're in the 900, and you can just kind of come down here, and there's Alaska, there's British Airways, there's Delta. Here's the one I'm flying, Korean, Lion, Skyline. You can go and get. There's some Uniteds. You can go and get that. Now, they don't have every livery for it at PMDG. These are the ones that are just going to work. The other thing that I really, really like about it is if they update the airplane and have to update the liveries, it's all going to be right here. That being said, you can import something. So if you go to flightsim.to and you want to import a fictional livery, like, whatever, you can import download the livery, like put it on your desktop, and you can go and import that in through the operations center. Loviz, I was going to try and fly the MAX 8. I haven't been in the MAX 8 for a long time, so I was going to fly the Aero Mexico 737 MAX 8. And that's how easy it is. I think it's almost the same way with most of the other airplanes, payware airplanes that developers have, like a downloader. Liveries. One of the liveries. The big reason to have the 600 is you can get the Janet Airlines livery. Yes, we will be maxing out. We will be maxing out. Okay, how we doing here? 123 miles, so not bad. I'm almost out of beverage, so I've set my altitude. I'm going to sneak over to the galley for 45 seconds and fill up the big airbrow cup again. So give me just a second. Be right back. Don't touch that remote.
Reinforcements incoming. More agents joining the spy flight.
Yeah, a little longer than 45 seconds. No reason to roll the trucks. All right, I think we're good here. It's 100 miles to top of descent. We've already got the arrival set, so that's good. Let's see, DC Center is nothing in Atlanta, Savannah Tower, Savannah Atis. So not a lot going on there. Hi, Fighty. Good to see you. Welcome aboard. I hope your week's been good. Oh, we got a raid while I was gone. Fight MD. Fighty, thank you for the raid. Hey, Raiders, welcome aboard. I was out of tea, so I had to fill up the big Air Brow mug. Welcome on in. Thanks for coming by. Fighty. So we're doing we went and we did a departure out of the new Palm Beach airport that you could get at, it's from Vertical Sim. Vertical Sim made it, and it's really kind of a nice airport. You could walk through the whole thing. You can walk in through the front door and walk out the gate. The whole airport control area is modeled. Mountain Man says, so Fighting Mountain Man says that if you go to Signature at Palm Beach, they have chocolate chip cookies on the table at Signature. So there you go. And Fighty did the 777 into Marseille today. I'm trying to turn that into a Nice joke about nice, but I'm not making it out there. Nice flight, Fighty, going in there. The performance into I thought that the performance was just fine. We flew out of Palm Beach, and it was great. Fighty says they canned the Fort Lauderdale scenery. It would be nice if we had a good FLL. Lovis, isn't the Fort Lauderdale place where we take off our Silver Airways propliners to go over to like Nassau and down to Key West? There is a Fort Lauderdale, I thought.
Reinforcements incoming. More
I thought there
agents
was
joining
one.
the spy
We
flight.
just got a raid from Captain Whip. Hey, Captain Whip, we heard you going into Helsinki today. I hope you had a nice flight into Helsinki. Oh, it's old. So it's an old Latin VFR. It works for me, I guess. But yeah, maybe it is getting a little old. Maybe that's it. Captain Whip, Fighty, thank you both for the raids. Welcome in, Raiders. We're about ready to, we're flying the PMDG 737 right now. And we're going to fly the iFly 737 MAX next. Menifee does not need a modeled TSA. Well, yeah. There's Captain Whip. Hey, thanks for coming by today. So far, so good. We've got the 900. Yeah, I know. Fighty, watch out. Let's see. Katie Perry says the 757 turned 43 years old today. Really? No kidding. 43 years for the 757. Okay, starting to feel a little bit old here. Man. Cade. Daniel, I'm sorry I missed some messages. Sometimes it goes past a little bit fast, and I have to look over and make sure my airplane isn't about to go auguring into the simulated ground. 72 miles for top of descent. Looks like everybody is still coming in here. Looks like we're still landing to the east. To the west, I mean. Yo, you did stretches and hydrates. Okay. Daniel, let's go and do a stretch right now. I don't see that many people on the ground. No ATCs, so that's no surprise. And a fresh cup of tea and lemonade. Thanks, Daniel. That's right. Our airplanes never go auguring into the simulated ground, do they? Let's see. Russ is leading the pack here going in. That is exactly what it is. If you're a golfer, that type of beverage, and I'm actually not a golfer. I tried it one day, and it's just, it's a really nice blend of just tea and lemonade. It's kind of a nice, pleasant beverage for the live stream. So that's why I like it for that. It also, you know, it's kind of like half the sugar or something, so that's really nice too. Yeah, no kidding, Tim J. Somebody absolutely needs to somebody absolutely needs to update O'Hare. It is a great beverage, and I really kind of like it. I don't drink this an awful lot. It's nice to have here in the sim flight deck, though. I really kind of like this one. That's right. I could spike it, I guess, but I really don't spike a lot of drinks these days. I don't really spike a lot of drinks right now. And 58 miles to top of descent. That is the Roy Rogers. Don't really do a lot of Pepsi. I haven't done a lot. I think the only soft drink kind of thing that I have is I've got a couple of ginger ales in there if I've got an upset stomach. I think that's the non-alcoholic form, Tim J. I think that's right. I might be wrong. Let's see. We've also got to look and see what's going on tomorrow on the VATSIM calendar for our arrival into Frankfurt. Grenadine is cherry syrup. Good evening, Nico. Welcome aboard. There is not a payware. Somebody is allegedly working on a payware. I don't know. Yeah, it's just basic. It's a couple of small little bottles of Canada Dry ginger ale. If you've got an upset stomach, carbonated ginger ale is actually fairly pleasant and kind of helps. Ministry's home, welcome home. Okay, so let's see. There's Paris by night. That's a pretty tight turnaround going into Frankfurt. Let's see. BIKF's too far. Bucharest, Acropolis, Riga, Novosibirsk. That's way too far out. There's the New York FNO. They don't always publish, you know, that there's a Frankfurt Friday. Tim J says traditional grenadine is made from pomegranate. ZLP7 is allergic to non-alcoholic beverages. And Manaphy wants vanilla cream soda. Never really got into the cream sodas. Well, it looks like Paris by night would give us full ATC. I don't see like usually some of the other German cities are up. Like Hamburg, well, today's Hamburg, Dusseldorf, Nuremberg, those are usually up. Dr. Pepper and homemade ginger beer. Oh, that period, don't worry about that, IQ. It thought that you were putting in a link. That's right, we could do London. I'll bet there's going to be something at London. So I'll look and see what's going on tomorrow before we make the call. You know, you could choose any place and we'll all just meet in Frankfurt. All just meet, so decide whichever way you want to go. Matthew, yeah, that's tomorrow, Seattle. There's also something in New York. So we've got basically Friday night ops in either Seattle or New York. I didn't have the event in BIKF down for tomorrow. There is, where is it? I saw it over here. BIKF. There's an exam at, there's an exam here. There's Fly to the Slopes in VATSIM Scandinavia. The Keflavik event, right? That was a controller test. So there's a controller test there. We'd have to do that instead of Frankfurt Friday. We couldn't do that. Newark drops for X-Plane 12 tomorrow. Really? A new Newark? Now all we need is a good LaGarbage and we're all set. I'm sorry, that was mean. I shouldn't call it LaGarbage. Nobody calls it LaGarbage, do they? Dungeons and Dragons makes it. Tomorrow, do you know a good flight in Barbados? I don't know about Barbados. So let's see. We've got the New York Friday night ops. So there's Love is in the Air for New York.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
Or we've got
Loyalty
Spring in
noted.
Seattle. Let's see. Dad Game Time did a nice resub for 18 months. Thank you, Dad Game Time. I know you've been here for a while. Thank you so much. Tim J said, no, DD is Dr. Z. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's right. We've got either Seattle for the third flight or New York. New York City. And I think it's all the New Yorks. So you could do LaGuardia. You could do, yeah, Newark, Kennedy, or LaGuardia. all of those are going to be up. Keep in mind, everybody's going to be there. Keep in mind, New York, everyone's going to be there. Everybody. Let's see how we're doing here. All right, Atlanta arrivals. One of the things you can do is look and see if there's a big conflict in your arrival time. Our arrivals are looking pretty good and there's no big conflicts in there. So I think we're all good for arriving. All right, that looks great. We'll split into 3 airports, and there's Seattle. The stuff was made in New York City. Yeah, some people make picante sauce in New York City. We like our picante sauce to be made in San Antonio, where they know how to make picante sauce. At least that's what they say on the television. Man, if he wants to do LaGuardia to Detroit... Menifee says LaGuardia is going to be the heaviest. That's right. Paste picante sauce is what we like. Actually, I make my own salsa now. That was one of the many skills I gained during COVID, was making great picante sauce. Sunday night, there's a Memphis Freight Fest. Really? Tim Dog, so Sunday night, there's a freight fest. So Sunday, Memphis Freight. And FedEx ramp will be on. So that would be Sunday for our 3rd flight. That'll be fun. Okay, I've got that one listed. So we'll be sure and do Memphis for that. On Sunday. Because we don't usually have FedEx ramp and everything else like that, so that's good. Where's the time you have autopilot 1 and autopilot 2? If you want to do a category 3 landing, is when you're going to have both autopilots. The FedEx ramp, did you say it's going to be at Indianapolis? So there's FedEx ramp at Indianapolis. Okay. So we'll go between the 2 airports and do it that way. Let me go and put Indianapolis down. Do you want us to depart from? So we would probably want to depart from Indianapolis and go to Memphis. P-O-L-I-S. And that's K-I-N-D. Okay, cool. I have not done my landing performance yet, but everything else is set. Dad game time, yes. Sunday only. And we're all set for our descent. Let's look and see. So over here, VAT USA. Memphis Freight Fest. Memphis Freight Fest. Join the virtual Memphis Air Route Traffic Control Center for an unforgettable evening of cargo or passenger flying. Don't forget your cargo at home. You'll need it for the festival. I'll bet there's going to be a lot of MD-11s there. I'll bet. I almost wonder if there'll be more MD-11s than 777s now. $30,000 feet, looking good. Next flight is Cabo to Mexico City. Memphis has 3 ground controllers. So one of them will probably be doing ramp control. So they're all ramped up for the party. Got a little bit of a bounce on the wingtip there. Pandora's Pilot says Canada won the semifinals in curling. And everything looks good there. I'm going to go a little early to 119.1. It was yes, it was departing to the east. Benjamin, good evening, guten Nacht. Welcome on in. Thanks for coming by, Benjamin. Is there still snow on the ground where you are? I heard it's cold but melting. Tim Dog on Saturday is going to be CVG ground for Motown to Midtown Crossfire. Coming up on 25,000 feet. How about seatbelts? Seatbelts are on. Good afternoon, Dusty. Welcome aboard to you too. Thanks for coming in. It's next Saturday is the Crossfire. Crossfires can be fun. It depends on whether or not they're really busy. If everybody is at the Crossfire, then it's usually kind of crazy, a little too crazy. There's a giveaway for an A350 from Any Builds. 1471 David Canada did win and David wants to congratulate them. No kidding. We probably won't get much on the ground because it's a Crossfire. I don't know. You got if it's Crossfire. Benjamin's back home from university. So you're at Frankfurt. It snows here all night and all morning. So it is going to be a snowy night tonight. Hunter Girls said that it was melting a little bit, but more was coming, I think. Dick Sargent is in chat. Hi, Dick. Welcome on in. Yeah, we've got the PMDG 737. And we're taking it into Atlanta. Then we're going to do the other 737 from iFly. And we're going to take and that's a 737 MAX. And that's going to be Cabo to Mexico City. 22-mile-an-hour wind gusts at Atlanta. No fear. It's actually a lot better than the defaults. And in fact, boy, that was our go-to 737 for the longest time before PMDG made it over to Flight Sim 2024. Beppy has PC issues. We've still got some flying to do, so just take your time and see what happens, Beppy. And let's go over here and start cleaning up some stuff here. We're not going to need that or that. And we're clear of this too. Okay, let's go see. We can kind of eyeball what's going on if we go over and just check out the real airports for a second. So MMSD, Los Cabos International. And let's look on in here. We can zoom on in, and it looks like they're taking off to the south. So runway 16 for departure. Runway 16. So departing and landing there. Now then, let's do, and this is, so coming in, it looks like it's going to be 05 right for arrivals. So 05 right according to the real world, so that's just a great place to test. So that's a really fabulous way to just look in and see what's going on in the real world before we decide to jump into the sim world. Because right now I don't know that there's ATC there yet, but we'll figure out a little bit. Eperonymus is back in chat. It was very nice. Helsinki was really good. I always like flying into Helsinki. It's so calm, cool, and collected, but you move, you just move so many airplanes through the area so quickly. It's just this drama-free big VATSIM event. EDDF and EDFH had to use snowplows and trucks because there was so much snow this morning. Was it bad enough that, Benjamin, that because they had to shut down recently, right, Benjamin, for a couple of days, like Berlin and Frankfurt? Dick, there is not a 757 yet. There is one that they're working on. It's from a developer, a new developer called Bluebird. And it's taken quite a while, though it's going to be a while. But no, Eperonymus, it was just great ATC going into Helsinki today. It really was. When it all works, that's right, it almost always works very, very well. It almost always works so very well. And we can look below and use a little TCAS there. And let's bring in the map, click. There we go, that looks good. No airplanes in front of us. Altimeter's checked and set. ILS is set. Inbound course is set. No ATCs popped on yet. Let's look over in Mexico. MMMX, they got Tower Natus up for the VATSIM event. So here in Mexico City, MMX Information Echo. Runway 05 in use. ILS Yankee 05 right. ILS Yankee 05 right. ILS Yankee. Hey, we just got another little bit of information on our next flight. So that's good. So there's our departure over there. And the terminal area is up here. All right, we're all set and ready to go there. So it wasn't as bad, Benjamin, so you didn't have to shut down or anything, so that was good. It seems so unusual that you had to shut down those airports because there was so much snow. But Hunter Girl says it's melting fairly quickly. So it's pretty cold, but it's melting off and clearing off pretty quickly. Hi, Asher. Welcome, welcome. Cabin crew seats. It's 5 hours. Yeah, I think the airports are just too far away to be able to do both of those, Beppy. You could try, but I kind of feel like you'd get ATC going out, but you'd be on your own going in. $10,000 feet, landing lights, continuous restart, and everything looks good there. And down to 8,000 at Daffy. After Daffy, you know, once you download the chart once, it'd be great if they wouldn't require you to download it every single time. You know, if you get it for the flight, download it once and it just stays in your EFB for a day. $7,000 at Silva, it's $5,000 at CJ. There's also a Navigraph update today too. Yep, today is Navigraph day. Okay, Russ's turn final. I believe the 737s do. I don't remember exactly where it is. Cancun to Mexico City would be nice. That's a little bit of an event. That's like 650, 700 miles both ways. So that's like a total of 4.5 hours to do them both ways. There's 8,000 feet and 250 knots. I'm gonna go do a direct to. There's a gap between me and Russ, so if I just do that cute little direct to, that's going to be nice. And speed intervention. And let's get it back up to 250. And now I'm going to go to 5,000 feet for my initial descent. Let's go ahead and do runway heading. Continue on the current heading. So current heading, we're going to go to CJ. And let's go ahead and altitude intervene and go down to 5,000 feet, and we'll go direct to CJ. And that gets it, that cuts a little bit of a corner while right behind Russ. And that saves a little time because the airplane that's behind me is a little bit closer. So Chris is a little bit closer to me, so if I do that direct to, that kind of put me in between the middle of those airplanes, and that was kind of cool. All right, let's do direct to CJ. And there's direct to CJ. And we're doing pretty good there. And let's go ahead and let it coast down to 210 now. That's looking good. A320 is a good choice for this flight. Might need a little speed brake on this one. There's a little speed brake out. Well, by doing that, by me doing the direct to, that probably fixed all the gap, Captain Chris. So you really don't have to slow down now. And how about flaps 1? Flaps are 1, speed brakes down, and arm them to land. And auto brakes, speed brakes are ready to go. And flaps 5. And let's choose our speeds. Flaps 30, 143, we'll call it 145 to land. And looks good. And then it's going to be 180 to depot after we make the turn. Hotlanta traffic, Delta 441 is about ready to make the turn to final to runway 27 left, Atlanta. There's 5,000 feet, perfect. Here comes wheels. A little soon for wheels, but we have time to look at the wheels going out, so that's the cool part there. Here comes our turn. And this is the point where if ATC was on, Atlanta was saying, airports at your 11 o'clock, report it in sight. And it's sort of like, no, we're not going to see a whole heck of a lot over here landing west at this time because the sun's right in our face and we're not going to see anything. Not going to see anything. Let's arm the approach, get some help from that. And 180 until depot. There's the speed coming down. And how about flaps 10? Flaps are 10. Posture check. That way we can fly the airplane. Speed again, 145 to land. Russ just cleared the active, so we're good to go there. And we're going to try and get November 2 and Tango to the Tango gates. How about that? That'll work. Okay, gear down 3 green, auto brakes, speed brakes, everything is set to land. What could possibly go wrong? Captain Gaz says Captain Renault might think that there's something shocking going on. Russ is crossing the other runway. I still don't see the runway. No real alligators here, but my guess is snakes and mosquitoes. Snakes and mosquitoes. Line of traffic, Delta 441 is now 6 mile finals for runway 27 left, landing Atlanta. I don't see anything that...
Delta 331 is about 10 miles of ground P for the intercepting the ISS 27 left, Atlanta.
And there's depot 145 to land. Flaps rolling out nicely. And flaps 30 to land. There we go. Gear down 3 green. Auto brakes, speed brakes. I see the runway now. How about that? There's a runway right there. Let's wait till the airplane kind of stabilizes here. Mustache says we really should stretch a little bit before we land. Good idea. Autopilot is off. What could possibly go wrong? It could be bad. Remember to land on the runways and not the taxiway in the middle of the 2 runways. A little bit of a breeze from the left blowing us to the right.
1,000.
Auto throttle's off.
Atlanta traffic, Delta 331 is 150 miles to Atlanta.
Exiting right.
Approaching minimums. 200. Minimums.
Landing.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Going for a little bit of butter. Can't help it. Reversers, green. Whoa. Always manage to push one of those control surfaces off to the side, and then we kind of go veering off the runway. Not very good. Atlanta traffic. Delta 441 is clear of runway 27 left. We'll be crossing 27 right at Tango and off to parking. Happy landings. Beautiful downtown Hotlanta. Operator Pusky needs a new set of ribs and a rib cage. I'm sorry. It wasn't that bad, was it? I mean, seriously, it could have been a whole lot worse. If only I would stay in the cockpit and not look outside. I mean, seriously, the hard part has been, you know, since I got chase plane and we can go outside. Okay, anybody taking off down there? I didn't hear anybody. Let's go ahead and cross. We're going to gate Tango 8. Tim J has spare ribs. I hear they can be fairly riveting. That wasn't that great. Autopilot, flight directors, all set up for the next flight. And flaps are up, speed brakes are down. Lights are good. APU is starting on up. Wabi will not be sharing ribs because they're too good. And we are going to Tango 8, which is right by the center part of the terminal. Beppy, did you get all the scenery set up? Operator Pusky says that there are good places for ribs here in Atlanta. I would imagine that there's some absolutely awesome rib and barbecue. You know, probably some incredible pulled pork here. Shotless VR agrees with Hot Wabi. Not sharing ribs. And
traffic at 331 short final island to 7 Atlanta.
I got the gate. We might be a little bit early today. We might be a little bit early. We're probably going to have to stay on schedule today. I'm also having a couple of voice problems today, so may need to just go with it. And that's okay. We'll get to see some nice scenery. If you take your time departing out of Cabo, you might catch the beginning of the event, so that might be nice. No, Shotless, we've got one more flight today. Cabo to Mexico City. Like I said, we're a touch early, but I'm sure we'll survive.
New recruits detected.
Ale.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
Just followed. Thanks for the follow, Ale. And nose light off. Oh, never turned it on. Bad pilot. Parking brakes. Parking brakes are on. Did we get the APU? Generators. And engines. There goes the engines. Transponder can go off. And one fuel pump for the APU. We'll turn on the APU bleed and the cross isolation valve. And let's see, the probes were automatically autos, so we don't need that. We'll turn off the nav, and we can go and do anti-collision lights off. We can come over here, ground operations, get chocks in place. Sometimes when you click the IFB, the electronic flight bag, it doesn't take. We need ground power, and we need a jetway. Go to door management, disarm all the doors. Here comes a jetway, and we made it. I think Chris just exited the runway and crossed. Russ, I don't know where Russ parked here. But I heard Russ clear the runway, but I'm not sure where. So we made it. Yeah, I think Captain Chris was in an Airbus. Hi, Paul. Welcome aboard. Good evening. Shotless has real-world helicopters above the house. Yep, that's Captain Chris over there. Oh, let's see. Did we get the door open? Open that door. Open the cargo doors. And the cargo doors work over there. That looks good. We do have ground power. We'll pop that in and just use the APU for air conditioning. Paul had a long shift today. You made it back for a flight. Paul, our next flight is Cabo to Mexico City. Cabo to Mexico City. Russ is over at Delta 7. So we were over here. My flight went into the Tango. So Russ is all the way closer to the control tower. So Russ came in over here. And there's the international terminal. And the control tower's right here in the middle. So Russ went over there today. Well, I don't know. I don't think that that was a butter landing on this one. And there's Captain Chris in the Airbus. My guess is Volanta's going to be quite mean to me on this one. Very, very mean. Minus 198 and 1.26 Gs. Actually, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. That's really not that awful. And my Gs are starting to get a little bit better too. So G, because remember, Polyot says it's not about feet per minute. In the real world, it's about Gs. And it's 1.2 to 1.4 is the zone that you want to be in as far as Gs and stuff. Hey, Sunjammer, thanks for coming on in. Shall we get going? Let's go down to Cabo San Lucas before we lose the sun. And we made it. Atlanta. Palm Beach Airport, I think is a really nice one. Captain Chris had a minus 289 and 1 G. I didn't hear Russ's. I'm sure Russ had a pro landing. And Sunjammer, thank you for coming by too. Have a wonderful evening, and we'll see you next time. Let's reset sim. Get some jazzy music while we're transferring down to Mexico. All right, all this looks good. There's already a little bit of tower going on there right now. Got somebody coming into the Cabo Airport at the moment. All right, let's see. I think we can go ahead and start getting ready for this. I've already checked to see they haven't updated this airplane in quite a while, so we can probably just jump right in. Take your time, Beppy. I'm not going to be going at warp factor 10 on this. And remember, the EFB in the Max is not good at all. It really kind of sucks. Shotless likes to fly in an X-plane, and you get to do the helicopters in that. Okay, let's go and start a flight plan. So let's see. Sim brief. See you tomorrow, Captain Chris. Thanks for coming in. Have a great evening. Have a wonderful night. We'll see you next time. New flight. All right, it's going to be a B738M. So it's a MAX 8. And we're doing Aeromexico. And Aeromexico is AMX. 441. Cabo. MMSD. MMSD. And we're going to MMMX. Hey, Chris, welcome aboard. A huge Shotless is a fan. Sorry, if you we had to turn off links. All right, we'll just leave that in there. Now it's going to be runway 16 and 05 right. It already got those taken care of, so that's good. We could be flying into a big VATSIM event, so I would suggest just a little bit of extra fuel. I'm going to do 15 minutes of that. It's the ILGA 1 Alpha departure to the DARA 3 Alpha arrival. Okay, that works. Yeah, we had a few prep people. All right, you definitely need to save a PDF of your flight plan. And you'll need the PDF on your desktop because there's no other way to view it in this airplane. So be sure you get that. And there it is. Los Cabos to Benito Juarez Airport. Okay, that's good. Let's go pre-file on VATSIM. Pre-file on VATSIM. So we'll do this at 37,000 feet. Looking good. And file. We're filed. All set and ready to go. If you would like my flight plan, I'll include a link to that PDF file if you'd like to use my flight plan and my numbers. So there they are. And this is going to be a B38M MMSD. I'm just updating the title here. Hi, Brainbacker. I'm popping those in. Curly Air got a nice emote. All right, I think we're all ready to go. You'll also need, with this, you'll also, for the Macs, need your Navigraph Charts app for this. MMSD MMMX. Import from SimBrief. MMSD MMMX. Because there's no charts app in here, at least not that I can get working. Okay, so charts and taxi. There we go. There's the gate area. Departing off of runway 16, so it's a nice little taxi out. And our departure is ILGA 1 Alpha. ILGA 1 Alpha. There it is. So after takeoff, it's a gentle turn to the left. Out we go. Above flight level 200 there. And that's about it. That's pretty simple. Beppy will be at gate 3. All right. And then come over here. And get the charts back. Okay. Coming into Mexico City. Charts. It's going to be the Darren 3 Alpha arrival. So at Darren, we come over here to UC10. And then we want the arrival for runway 05 right. And they said to use the Yankee in their ATIS. So there it is at UC10. So we got that. That's good. And then airport and parking gates. All right. We've got charts. We've got a flight plan. This airplane is a little more automatic in some areas, and in other areas, it's not from the PMDG stuff. So this one's a little bit different, but it works pretty good. We've done a few seaplanes in the past. Not a lot. But we've done a few. All right. Everything's good there. Still sunny, still chilly, and still snow on the ground. Looks like the roads are in good shape. Happy to not be out in the chilly temperatures, though. I think that, in some cases we've kind of looked around to see, is there some of the classic World War II seaplanes, the ones with the bug eyes on the back, that sort of deal. But really we haven't done an awful lot with that. There was one flight that we did with seaplanes, and it was really kind of cool. It was a seaplane flight into it was Vancouver or something like that, the downtown area of Vancouver. It's got a seaplane, a place to land seaplanes. And a cute little seaplane airport in the downtown area with docks and everything. We did that one. That one was fun. Okay, what else do we need? I think we're in pretty good shape, just waiting for the sim. Well, especially if there's waves bouncing around and stuff. If there's waves, oh my gosh. All right, let's sim calm down just a little bit and go start. And free flight. Now, to find this airplane, these aren't with the rest of the Boeings. The Maxes are all the way at the end. So there's the Maxes over here. And except for the Ryanair, all of the other liveries are in the bottom one, I believe. Good night, Dana VDW. Thanks for staying up so late tonight. Catch you next time. Have a great evening. All right, so there's United and Copa, Alaska, and here is our Aero Mexico. And save and go back. Have a great evening, Danny. And MMSD. Los Cabos. Okay, there's the terminal. Come over here and see what we have. Gate 5 is busy. Looks like there's somebody coming into gate 6. We'll try gate 7. Departure. And start. All right. I haven't launched this in a very long time. I don't think I've updated it since the last time we flew it, but didn't have a chance to preload the airplane, so hopefully we don't have to wait for a big old WASM startup thing, which is annoying at best. Oh good, we don't have a big old WASM startup thing here. Yay! And just let it chill a little bit here and ready to fly. And there is our 737 MAX. Up until the point that we got the PMDGs, we were flying this airplane all over the place. It really is, it's a good airplane. There's some things. The electronic flight bag is not great. It's not a question of not great, not terrible. It's not great, close to terrible. It's good for loading. It's great for loading, and that's about it. Okay, so this is AMX, Aero Mexico, and it's a Boeing 38M, 737 MAX. And let's connect. Well, I think that there might be some other Maxes that I haven't tried, Pandora's Pilot, but I've been pretty happy with this one. I really have. All right, let's go Shift C, get in the cockpit. Yeah, the EFB is but I don't want to beat up on the EFB too much, and here's why. Because what happened with them is they built the EFB. They built the EFB to be like the real one that Boeing put out. So they made this to be like the one that Boeing put out. And the thing is it really, the airlines basically said, you know, we don't really like this very much. We don't like it very much. So the airlines made their own. Okay, I need to go, and this is the first time I've been in this since I went and I got chase planes. So we need to add a couple of views here. One way we could do this is we could come over here and we could import a set of PMDGs. So I could go and import some PMDG views and kind of go and tweak them from there. This might be a great way to do this. So like the pilot view looks good. Let's look at the autopilot view. That's autopilot view, not bad. There is flight management computer 1. Flight management computer number 2 needs some tuning. Radios look good. The radios are good. The big instruments need some tuning. Upper panel looks good. Instruments, let's make sure my throttles work. They do. EFB needs some work, and cabin views aren't bad. So we just need to fine tune a few things. So the barrows look okay, that's fine. Flight management computer, we probably ought to fine tune this one a little bit. So let's go ahead and I'm going to we'll just do the adjustment thing. And we'll tilt up a little bit. Or just move it in a little bit like that forward. That's just fine. Not bad. Save it. Go back. And that looks good. Now, flight management computer number 2. Yeah, that needs some work. So we're going to adjust this. Let's go up a little bit here. And let's go forward a bit. And that's probably just fine. That's good. Save and go back. And go back. Okay, radio panel. The radio panel's not so bad. I can get to my radios. Not a big deal. PFD. All right, got to do a little fine tuning here. We just really need to pan up a little bit. So let's look up. And that's probably okay. Maybe if we go back a little bit. These are bigger monitors than the other airplane. So that's probably good. Okay, that one's not so bad. And that looks good. PFD number 2. That one's just fine. Overhead lower, that's just fine. Big cockpit view is just fine. EFB. Oh, this one's going to need some work. So let's see here. Adjust. Let's go and look up a little bit. Nope. Look up a bit. Tilt up. Now let's go move down. There's back, and we're going to move down. Going to need to move back a little more. And let's look over to the left a bit more. Move to the right a little bit more. And we're going to look up a little more. Hey, AvGeek Fozzie, welcome aboard. You're thinking about getting chase plane today? Well, this is chase plane. It works really pretty good. I've been very, very happy with it. Let's see. We're going to roll a little bit to the left. That's pretty good. And we're just, so basically I'm just fine tuning these. Move forward. Look up. That's about it. I'd say that's great. There was one cabin view that was a little bit brutal. So let's go all the way down to the bottom. Let's see. Where was that view? So there's this one. There we go. We're just going to move this back a little bit. Move it back a little more. And let's move to the right a bit. And there's a nice view like that. Let's look a little left. Down. That's probably good. And let's go save and back and back. Now everything else is just fine. We should have a nice view outside the plane. We've got views of the wheels because we like wheels. And there we go. There it is. So AvGeek Fozzie, the thing that I'd suggest, and unless you know a lot about Chase Plane, I'd suggest getting it. But don't jump into Chase Plane on a day that you want to fly. So on a day that you don't want to fly, I'd basically say that's the time to spend with a couple of YouTube videos and just training with Chase Plane. That's the way I would do it. Senor Tomas would like an altimeter setting. Well, we don't have any ATC here right now, so there's several places to get it. I don't think we can get it through the electronic flight bag. So one place we could get it, remember where I was getting all the other flight stuff? MMSD, right? Los Cabos. If you go over to that flight and go all the way to the bottom, you'll get the METAR. So here comes the METAR in chat for you. And I'd suggest putting this into your flight notes. So we'll just pop that in there. And flight notes. While we're at it, no, the METAR command doesn't work anymore, I'm afraid. Joshy, you going to call it a night? Thanks for coming in today. MMMX. Let's just get him for right now. That way we got him. I don't think we'll need him because there's ATC there at the moment, but let's just go ahead and we'll pop this in. Just to have. Joshy, thank you for coming in. Have a great evening. We'll catch you next time. We know that they're on the Yankee, but let's just go get it anyway. All right. Now then. We are in North America. I don't know. Let's see if we have CTAF here. .CTAF MMSD. CTAF for MMSD is 118.9. You're going to need 118.9 to get out of here. There we go. We got that too. All right. Now then, so this airplane's not a bad little plane. Just like any old Boeing, though. So we've got to go ahead and do the battery. And I think we actually do have... I think that this airplane has Boris sounds. So there's battery. Ground power. Uh-oh, no ground power. How do we do that? Come over here and hit the power on this. And systems page. And sim menu. And ground support. Let's put some chocks in place. We don't want to go rolling around. Let's go and get electric power. That's probably a good idea. Let's set it. Let's go to another page. Let's go page. Let's go page down. Potable watt. Forward air stair. Let's get some stairs. We don't have a jetway here. Let's come on over there and grab some stairs. Hey, look at that. We got stairs. And all of that looks good. Let's go back a page. Doors. Left forward entry. We'll open that one. And we got a door that's open. Let's see. It's a bit. I think it's a little complicated. So what I did is I basically turned on. It was a day that I wasn't going to be flying. So I started up the sim, downloaded, loaded up Chase Plane. And so there is Chase Plane on my computer, just like you saw me using it there, right? And on that monitor, I had a couple of YouTube videos all ready to watch to learn how to do Chase Plane. And I kind of did both of them together. And that's how I got Chase Plane going. Can you bind a camera to controller buttons? I think you could. I think you could, Stefan. I don't have them. I have all of my chase plane buttons pretty much set up to the buttons on my keyboard, which is the way that I've been looking around flight simulators for a very long time. And that's how I do that. All right, so let's go ahead. We've got this on. Let's try and get the ground power again. Hey, there's ground power. I'm going to go ahead and flip one of my power, one of the fuel pumps on. Let's do emergency exit lights on. Let's do position lights on. Notice one thing. It's already got an altitude in there. So it's already got one in there. I said flight level 370. Most of the time that number should be correct. 370. Okay, and while you're there, just come on over here, grab your airport and landing elevation 7297. Just do that now before you forget. So 7,297 feet. It's a high altitude airport. 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh my gosh, gonna take forever. 6 and 7,297 feet. 7.3 is as close as we're gonna get. Okay, let's go a APU bleed for the APU that's on, and the cross valve is on. APU should be up and running. Nope, it isn't. I just turned on the fuel. I didn't start up my APU. Start up the APU. Good evening, Ruben. Yeah, I missed the 757. I missed the flight factor. Setting up another sim, though, my gosh, it really has gotten to the point where it's like freaking nightmare sometimes. Let's come on up here, and we're going to turn on cabin utilities and entertainment, and just like the other one, let's go turn this up and nav. And those look good. And I'm going to go and switch this to heading and status. And now we'll come down to the flight management computer. FMC. Navigation data is updated. That's good. FF position init. We are at MMSD. We know we're at gate 7. Page 2. Grab a GPS position. Compare that with your gate and pop that in there. Setting ILS minimums. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think that setting minimums. So what I usually do in this airplane, instead of, minimums, which are going to be what, 8,000 feet, I just go and set a radar altimeter to 200 feet above the ground. I mean, seriously. There's just no other way to bother with that. Let's turn on a little backlighting here. There we go. That looks good. Do we need some backlighting up here on the upper panel? Yeah, we do. Hey, look at that. We've got APU bleed now. So we'll get the packs on. Packs are on. All right. This looks good. Let's go to the route. MMSD. And let's request it and see if it'll go and get it from SimBrief. Let's see how this works. Let's go turn on some panel brightness and one click of flood, just in case it starts to get dark. Hey, look at that. It's ready to load. Clear it and load it. And the route looks good. Activate and execute. Cool. Departure and arrival. Departure. We are expecting, need my flight plan here, page 2. Okay, it's going to be runway 16. So runway 16. And it's going to be the Iliga, whatever, 1 Alpha. Ilig 1 Alpha. and insert. Okay? I usually do too. I like to put in my flight plan and stuff like that, but it's getting a little late. My voice is fading, so I figure like I got to get the airplane going here. But being able to put a flight plan in manually is very important, especially for the day that ATC pops up and says, you know, Aeromexico 441, we've got a reroute, advise when ready to copy. Yeah, that's when you need to be able to manually program a route. We are doing the ILS Yankee to 5 right. It's going to be the Darren 3 Alpha arrival via UC-10 and engage. Yes, it forces you to remember how to do all this airplane stuff. Okay, back to route and performance. Oh, AMX, got to put in your own flight number. Aero Mexico 441. There we go. Now that looks good. Performance in net. Flight level 370, that's what we thought. Our cruise winds from the flight plan are 232 degrees at 22 knots. 232 at 22 knots. Got to do your own temperature deviation, which is plus 7 degrees. And that's ISA, and that'll take care of top of climb. Cost index is 34. Reserves are 2.97. 2.97 is reserves. 2.9. You can only do one number. And 0 fuel weight. I think you can click that with this airplane. Just check it with your flight plan. 0 fuel weight should be 62.3 or 4. It said 62.2. Close enough. Now, the thing we do here, I don't remember. I think it's an upper air deviation, but AvGeek Fozzie, it's been way too long since I've learned that. I don't think I've got brain power to give you a good answer. Okay, don't hit execute yet. Come over here to our incredibly crappy, and what we're going to do is it's time to load this airplane. And you load this airplane very differently, okay? So, ready? Go to weight and balance, passengers. Over here on the flight plan, page 3, we have 166 passengers, okay? So click total, 166, and then click out of the box, okay? Yeah, I know we all can't. I'm glad that they did it this way. I am. So this EFB is the way Boeing made it. Not great. And well, you know, closer to terrible in the not great, not terrible scheme. But most airlines didn't want any part of this. They came up with their own thing. Cargo. So it's great to see what they came up with, but we want something better. Now then, bags and cargo are 2,600 kilos. So what we do, or what I do, is 2,600 divided by 2 is 1,300. Ready? So for here, 1300 and 1300, and then click outside the box. Now, if you look at your 0 fuel weight, it says 62.360. Look over here, it says 62.2. This says 62.36. I think it should say 62.4, right? 62.4 is our actual 0 fuel weight. So we're going to leave that there. Don't hit execute yet. Now we got to load the fuel, okay? Now we hit fuel. Over here with fuel, what we're going to do is go back to page 1 and get block fuel. Block fuel is 8468. 8468. So what we do is we'll do total fuel 8468. Click out. Taxi fuel is 143. And planned trip fuel is 4132. Okay, so now we'll look at our takeoff weight. Well, first of all, on our takeoff weight, you can see we're below the maximum, well below the maximum, so we're good. 70686. Look over here. Takeoff weight was supposed to be 70712. We're in the ballpark, and I figured that's good enough for this bird, for this airplane. So now that we've done that, what it's time to do is set the fuel. Fuel's loaded. Set the payload. Payload's loaded. Complete our stuff. And we're all good to go. So now what we're going to do is we're going to come back over here and let's check. Our fuel should be 8.4 is our sensed fuel, 60. Those numbers are good. Let's hit execute now. Now we're done. Come on over here. Oh, Beppy, don't wait for me. I'm hopping down rabbit holes here. I'm hopping down rabbit holes in this bird, so don't wait for me. Now what we're going to do is hit copy FMC data. That's going to take the FMC data and copy it back into here. The thing is the numbers aren't always that great. So we have to do a little bit of work. It's going to be runway 16. The wind is 112.6 meters per second. Our winds are actually 150 at 12. So 150 at 112 KT. I don't know if they fixed that or not. It didn't like that. So just put it in. It'll do meters per second, but it's close enough. 150 at 12. 150 at 12. The temperature is 24 degrees. Yes, you need the C for Celsius. And your altimeter, it never gets the altimeter right. 2995. Yes, you need the period. Okay, we're all good to go there. Now then, start from the bottom and work your way up. Takeoff. D-rate -2, flaps 5, air conditioning on, anti-ice off, calculate. Don't like us. Okay, let's try flaps 1. Calculate. Hey, we could do flaps 1. There we go. Senor Tomas, you've been doing the SimBrief performance tool. That is another way to do that. You can use, and in fact, when things don't work out for my airplane, I always use the SimBrief performance tool. That's my final done kind of a thing. Okay, so there's our data. So let's go ahead and start putting stuff in. We know it's going to be flaps 1. So N1 limits, we decided it's going to be D-rate -2 and 30 degrees. -2. And now take off. We already remember it's going to be flaps 1, right? That's good. Center of gravity, 22.2 is our center of gravity. This is a cool part. So 22.2. I'm going to pull back a little bit here. Watch what happens to the trim wheel when I put 22.2 in CG. It sets your trim for you. You don't have to do your trim. This airplane does it for you. And speeds for takeoff, 152, 152, 158. 152, 152, 158. Put 158 up here, just like your other Boeing. 158. Okay. So let's see. Do we have an initial climb clearance? No ATC. I don't think there was an initial climb. You have to be above 20,000 feet. I'm just going to clear myself up to our final cruise, which was 37,000 feet. $37,000 feet. Cool. Runway heading for departure. Runway heading for departure is 165. 165. 165. There we go. 165. Our altimeter again, 2995. 2995. Again, it's a ridiculously small number here, but 2995. That's good. Now that we got all of those, this is when I'm going to go ahead and do flight directors. Flight directors are on. And let's go ahead and flip the generators to the APU. And disconnect ground power. Nope. And off. Now let's get ready to get out of here. So we're done with this page. Menu. Systems page. Let's close the front door. Door should be closing. Yep, door's closing. And let's go back. Go to ground support. We don't need electrical power anymore. And we got to go to page 2 to get rid of the air stairs. And we'll set those. Chocks are still in place because I haven't gone and checked. Always make sure your parking brakes are on. Otherwise, with this airplane, you'll go rolling around. And so we'll go nose gear, left gear, right gear, set, and that is clear too. Let's come on up here, and we're going to turn on GSX and prepare for pushback and departure. All right, with that, I'm going to come down here and I'm going to squawk 2000. And transponder can go on. And we're squawking mode Charlie. We know it's 118.9 is CTAF. 118.9. There we go. 122.8 is next. There we go. That looks good. Radio's going on. Up here, cabin signs, seatbelts going on. Seatbelts are on. Doors are closed. Electric hydraulic pumps can go on. I'm going to turn on the bacon. Let's get the rest of our fuel pumps on. And it's almost time to go. This airplane has the very, very annoying, shades that go up and down. There is a way to turn it off. It never turns off for me. It never stays off, I mean. And I'm just going to save that view. That's right, you can disable it in settings. Maxu is completely right. Problem is every time I try to disable it, it turns back on. Nose left, tail right. I don't know. It works with the PMDG. This one does work with the PMDG and the 737 and the 777. We are in the 737 MAX 8. Let's go. All right, beacons are on. Cabo ground, Aeromexico 441 at stand 7, pushing and starting, facing north. Cabo. Shall we go? Parking brakes off.
Cover traffic, Giant 785, heavy taxi, runway 16, Alpha Cabo.
Okay, there we go. So there is a cargo heavy. I think it's that one right there. And they're going to probably go out onto the taxiway. So we're not blocking them. Okay, just like any other Boeing. Packs off. Ground start engine number 2. Thing is, you can turn the fuel on right now and go outside and listen to the start. And the start sounds on this airplane are Boris sounds, and they're really good. Beppy is about to take off now. Low Viz, I'm a little early for the Mexico City event, so take your time. If you want to catch ATC, my voice is fading a little bit, so I'm going right now. But if you kind of finish what you're doing and then jump in, you'll be probably arriving and get the full Mexico City ATC. Right now there's just Tower. We're a little early. All right, let's go ahead, start engine number 1. I hope the day is going well. And then this is like the 777. These engines, as soon as you start them, you can turn on fuel. There is our gear pin. There's a wave. Now the airplane's going to spin the fans for a while on these to cool or heat the engine to the proper temperature. There's our max start sound, which is really cool. Really quite nicely done. Really good start sounds. Okay. Packs back on. Engine generators switched. Isolation valve off. And APU bleed off. Looking good so far. Look up here. Probe heaters are on auto. Let's do the yaw damper on. Monitor generator 1 on the electrical panel. Make sure the generators are groovy. And we'll go ahead and turn off the APU. Flaps for takeoff. It's going to be flaps 1. Let's see. We're going to do auto brakes to RTO. Auto brakes to RTO. And all of that looks good too. And we're done with this. So here we all are. I've got an airplane facing me. So we could also turn this on and help it track us. So what we're going to do is we're going to taxi out via Golf over to Alpha and then Alpha 1. Now, there was a big 777 on the other side of us. We don't want to... there goes the big 777. Atlas Cargo to the rescue. All right, this all looks good. Taxi. Cabin call, and everything is good there. Let's do continuous restart.
Cabo traffic, 785 heavy departing runway 16, close Cabo.
Parking brakes off. Throttles go up halfway as you get going. If it beeps, that means you are not configured correctly for takeoff. And out we go. AH Mike, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by. We're just blasting off here. So as you can see, the EFB is not great at all in this airplane. It really isn't. That being said, the airplane itself is really pretty good. And the reason the EFB is bad, Senor Tomas, that's you staring me down. Thank you for the stare down. The reason it's bad is the developers made it that way to accurately reflect what the EFB was like in this airplane. All right, this is going to be a VNAV, LNAV departure. Pop those on just like in the other ones. And really, you know, the way that this airplane's made and everything else, if management hadn't cut as many corners and stuff as they did, I really think that this is a good airplane. And there goes the 777. Bye, 777. Do they have Wilson volleyballs in that airplane? All right, just like the other one. Airport's data traffic. Let's make the map a little bit bigger. That looks good. Out of the gate area. Let's go over here and squawk Terra. Buckeye says hydrate. Let's hydrate before we go. And let's do... We're ready to go. Cabo traffic, Aeromexico 441 is taxiing onto runway 16. We're going to wait about 30 seconds for departing traffic and then depart ourselves. Cabo. Hi, Iowa Scotsman. Welcome on in. Flying Rockfin says we should also do a little bit of a... Oh, we also, that was a big 777. We also need to be cautious of the prop wash. All right, strobes on. One of the things that I like about this airplane is almost every switch in this airplane you can move up or down with the little mouse wheel. So you can flip switches on or off with the mouse wheel, which is pretty cool. There we go. That's good. Now let's see if we can spot that airplane that just took off on TCAS. I don't see them there. Let's go to above. There. So I think that's the airplane that just took off. They're not on our departure. That's not our departure, so we can go. Shall we depart? Here we go. Landing lights on. Cabin call. Seats. Are we ready to go? Let's do auto throttle is armed. Throttle's going up about halfway. You don't have to set the elapsed timer. It does it automatically. So look at your engines. If they're stable, click the top screw in this airplane. It's the bottom screw in the PMDG. It's the top screw in the iFly. That's just the way it is. 80 knots. Cabo traffic. Aeromexico 441's on the roll, taking off runway 16, Cabo.
V1.
Rotate. gear. I've got to work on my gear well view on this airplane. I think it flies by hand very, very well. You don't understand the course knob. You mean the one up here next to airspeed? This one up here? That's like dialing the dial around your VOR in your small airplane. Cabo traffic. Aero Mexico 441 departed runway 16. We're departing to the south and the east. Happy landings, Cabo. Range.
Cabo traffic, Aero Mexico 99.7.
Alligators for sure. Okay, so Beppy, that's what that is. So if you remember from, you know, your Cessna 152 days and flying the little baby Cessna there, flaps up. If you remember that thing, that is your, that's the ring around a VOR. You'll set that one for the ILS. That'll be your inbound course. All right, let's go direct to SD 505 and command. There we go. Autopilot's got us. Now we can look outside the airplane and geek out about how cool it looks. The outside model of the airplane is really quite nice. They did a nice job on the plane. They did a nice job in the cabin. They did a very nice job in the cabin. They really did. This is a nicely done airplane. There's 5,000 feet and flaps are up. Auto brakes off.
Cabo traffic, Aero Mexico 99.7, clear runway 16 departing.
Let's turn off GSX. And that looks good there. Out we go. That's right. They also, Low-Vis reminds us that they also did a very good job with the toilet. They did a very good job with the toilet. You know why? We've tested it out. You know, as far as developers go, I don't believe they did a crappy job on the toilet. So yeah, you see a nice cabin here. So nice in here, really nicely done. Hey, what are you guys looking at? I think the flush could be a little louder. Okay, there we go. Outside. I think the flush could be a little bit louder. I don't know any airplane toilet. Oh, gross. I'm so disgusting. Ah, how could I forget? Hang on. Oh, nasty. Okay, there we go. Sorry. I was too busy geeking out and showing off the groovy airplane here. Rub off the little door handle there. Gross. Ugh. Clean off that door handle too. Okay, much better. Wayun is in 32C. Can we send you back a beer? Absolutely. That's right. Boris sounds, but they They need to make the toilet sound a little bit more noisy, because like I was about to say before I was reminded that I forgot to wash my hands, I don't think I've ever been in a airplane toilet that has ever been quiet. Yeah, that's right. No mile-high clubbing in this airplane, that's for sure. All right, 10,000 feet, cabin call, landing lights. And landing lights are off. Taxi light is off. Continuous restart off. Check over here. We've got anti-collision lights on, strobe and steady lights on. Engine starters are set. APU is off. Landing lights are off. Everything's perfect. Hey, JSG Droid. Doing good. How you doing, JSG Droid? Lurking and eating before... Oh, you've got a 1 a.m. start time. Ugh. Oh, that's terrible. Loviz says they keep the lavatories clean throughout the flight. JSG Droid, thanks for coming in. Flights tomorrow, JSG Droid. We've got Frankfurt Friday, probably somewhere in the UK or something like that, going into Frankfurt. We've also got a choice of Seattle or New York for Friday night ops. I don't know. New York is always really, really crowded and stuff like that. So I don't know about New York. And I forgot Volanta. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. I feel like Seattle means an awful lot less, you know, waiting around for clearances and stuff. Okay, let me remember to do Volanta. Ha! And we didn't get caught by Polyad either. Ha ha. We did LaGuardia the last time there was a New York event. I think yeah, we did that, didn't we? So something around SeaTac. We could come down from Canada, from Kelowna or something like that. Unable next altitude. No big deal. Up fuel. Time to turn off the fuel up here. Center tank fuel goes off. All right, nice climb, almost to 18,000 feet. Mexico City, here we come. And here's the Max. Again, a nice airplane. It works really well. I like the fact that the EFB is going to eventually be updated so that hopefully maybe we get our charts in the EFB. And a few better things in there, but you know, you can see we can make this work just fine. $18,000 feet, hit the stud button. There we go. Let's go to 122.8. And let's go to VNAV. And over on this one, we'll go to progress. 653 miles from Mexico City. We'll be landing at 0132 Zulu with 4.4 tons of fuel, because we're in kilograms on this one. Beppy, what happened? Why are you mad? Did your airplane blow up or something? And it looks like everybody made it out okay. And here we all are going down here. So looks like Mexico City's starting to come online. So now we've got Mexico approach. I just hope that they're approachable today. I don't understand why Microsoft has so many problems when I have a great PC. You had a CTD? So I'm getting the impression, Beppy, that this has happened more than once, right? All right. If it's happened more than once and you're not sure why, there are several things you could do. first, you can rename your community folder. Rename your community folder and start over again. And go and put in a couple of airplanes that you know work and some nice payware airports that you know are well done. Okay? Okay, so that's step one. And then what you're going to do is you're going to go fly a little bit on those airports. You know, check it, do a flight between two good airports with a good payware airplane. Clean everything else out of your community folder. Step two, fly it on VATSIM. And what we're doing is we're going to go and slowly wipe some stuff clean and build up. Because the chances are maybe it's a bad airport a bad airport or something. Or maybe you're flying with us on VATSIM, maybe you need to reload your model matching files again. Okay? So maybe it's that. Or it's time to go and nuke Microsoft Flight Simulator. You know, go in, in Windows where you kind of come in here and click the Windows button and go to settings and then come over here to apps and find Microsoft Flight Simulator down here and delete it. Delete it through there. Then go back into your computer and look for any folders that are still set for that. And then download a new copy. Because if you're having, if your crashes are happening like that, chances are that's part of what's going on with you. Because I'm flying every day. I really don't have CTDs. I have bad scenery. I have, scenery glitches, but I don't really have CTDs. In fact, not a lot of people do. So there's clearly a problem, and it's time to kind of Sherlock Holmes your process of elimination. What could be causing your crashes? That's kind of where I think you are on this. I don't know if that helps. And 26,000 feet. Let's let the flight attendants get up. Flight attendants going up. And reset the heading bug straight up just like any other Boeing. And make the map a little bit bigger. There we go. All right. Another thing that you could do is go over to Spy Discord at some point. Just go into chit chat and say, hey, I'm having a terrible time with my sim. Anybody help me out with this a little bit? Because there are people in Spy Flight Sim that are a lot smarter about this than I am, and they could probably talk you through some things. Flight plan looks good. I leave this one on VNAV. We are 617 miles away from Mexico City. The thing about Flight Simulator, though, and this is, the hard part about Flight Sim, is Flight Simulator has a lot of moving parts. There is a lot to this Flight Sim stuff. The airplanes are more complex than they've ever been. The scenery is much more detailed than it's ever been. I mean, you wouldn't know it where we are right now, out over the water. Not much to see here, is there? But the scenery is much better. And, like Scotty says, the more you overthink the plumbing, the easier it is to stop up the drain. Well, there's a lot of plumbing in a flight simulator these days. And 100 chances that something's going to go wrong. Is it the latest update from WinWing and their app? Is it the latest update from this airplane? Have I got an old freeware airport that I got when it first started and it's got a bug in it? And I kind of think that maybe those are some of the ways to start looking at, why do we have so many problems with this? Plus we've got Microsoft Flight Simulator, and then we have all these developers, some really good ones, like this developer, iFly. This is a great airplane. PMDG, awesome. Phoenix, really good. And a couple of fly-by-night folks out there that, don't have the same commitment to making something really good. So that could be a problem, and cause difficulties. The Indiana Jones game and Assassin's Creed, they work really good because there's one developer. And the quality control is going to be as good as it can be. We've got 12 different quality controls, 20 different quality controls with 20 different developers, and a freeware guy that's just learning, wants to make a nice airport, but doesn't know what he's doing, but put it out there anyway. So there are a lot of moving parts in flight sim and a lot of things that have to go right before it's going to be 100% smooth. Pilot Elite landed at Kennedy with a -83 in the A340. From Heathrow, how long did it take Pilot Elite? About 6.5 hours. R&D has the new Thrustmaster system, and it's good. Hey, congratulations, R&D. You going to be able to fly with it tonight, or do you need a couple of days to set it up and make it all work? 7 hours at 7:37, huh? 7 hours and 7.37 hours. That was pretty cool. For an A340, though, it should have been 3 hours and 40 minutes or something. 3.40. Okay, all of this looks good. You're going to test it tonight. Way to go. Got a nice first class section here. So some nice first class seats. They did actually do a very nice job in this cabin, with the cabin too. The night lighting is pretty cool in the airplane. Galleys are okay. I don't think that there's anything really clickable in the galleys or anything like that. But they did a pretty good job with this airplane. 33,000 feet. Let's do another check of final reserve and alternate is 2.97. And let's start looking over here and see. Landing fuel is 4.4. So we probably half an hour of fuel is 9.9. So we probably have 45 minutes of extra fuel for twisting and turning and going up and down and right and left and missed approaches if we need it. Senor Tomas, you like to set the cabin lights? Well, that's the cool thing. You can go and start going into your cabins and you can start doing that. You can change the lights. It looks like it's going to probably be, as we go ahead and look outside the airplane, sun's getting a little low in the horizon there. So it's going to probably be a very nice, sunset evening arrival into Mexico City. Right now, it is currently the time for our flight. It is 0011 Zulu. So there's Zulu time right there. 0011. See, our elapsed time's over here, 19 minutes. If we come down here, it says we're going to be landing at 0132. That gives you an idea of how long we're going to be flying. Microsoft Flight Simulator is picky. I have days that my setup runs really smooth, and sometimes I get lots of stutters and lags. My apps that I'm using are always the same. Best advice for Maxu: learn about your setup, and what you have to do to keep it going, to avoid it overloading. I think that, you know, some of the reasons that some days it stutters and all that is it's probably downloading something or updating something. You know, life on the cloud, which most of the sim exists on, it's always downloading something, it's always updating something, and that's going to cause some problems too. We've got a crosswind of about 34 knots, so our ground speed is 473. Not great, not terrible. Two miles to top of climb. I also, one of the things that I do before the live stream and stuff like that is first thing in the morning, you know, when it's coffee time and everything else, I go and I take a look at what we're going to be doing, where we're going. So like Frankfurt, some other stuff. I will go and take a look at that and see where we're going. Any unusual airports or something like that, I will preload the airplane, preload the sim, you know, like 4 hours before the live stream, and just make sure that it starts up. I'll take a look and see, did I have an airplane that updated? Like today, the MD-11 had an update. So I pre-started the sim and preloaded in the MD-11. We didn't fly it today. I didn't know that if we're going to need it. But rather than sit here and watch the little wheel spin around for 15 minutes while the WASM does its WASM thing, I will also pre-start stuff and check the airports that we're going to. And if there's freeware airports that we used yesterday or something like that, I'll go and pull those out. You know, stuff from FlightSim.to, unless we're using it that day, I'm using add-on linker and getting it out of there. And so that way I can tell, did everything start okay? Is there something that looks like it wants to update? And I realize that's an awful lot of planning, and I do a lot of planning because I'm live streaming this stuff. But one of the things to do is, let's say you know you're going to fly with friends and you're going to go to, from, you know, Munich to Nice in France. And you know that you're going to do that in an hour or so. Preload your sim. You know, make sure it loads into Nice or Munich easy, you know. And then the second time you load in, it doesn't seem to take as much work. R&D, yep, that's exactly what it is. There's a little application that you can get. It's not the easiest thing to set up, but what it does is it takes...
Subscriber confirmed.
Blackridge just did a resub. Thank you for the resub, Blackridge. Been here for 28 months. Thank you for a 28-month resub and some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on. I really appreciate it. Could not do this without you. So you've got your community folder, right? And all sorts of stuff goes in your community folder. But after a while, you're going to start getting a lot of freeware airports, and loading them all into the sim makes the sim work a little bit harder. So somebody created this little application called Add-on Linker. And Add-on Linker basically creates, or you have to create, a secondary community folder, okay? Or what I like to call the standby community folder, okay? So you got your main community folder over here, but over here you got your standby one. And that's where you keep all your freeware airports. All the liveries of airplanes that you fly like once a year or something like that. And this is what Add-on Linker looks like. So the panel over on that side of the screen, the one in light gray where you see a bunch of stuff, that's your community folder right there. And this area over here, this is your standby stuff. So if we go to aircraft, you can see there's all my aircraft stuff. There's all the aircraft and everything. So you can see I've got the Cape Air. I've got a livery for the Cape Air down here. Here is the BD-5J. So there's the James Bond livery. I just have those in. Notice how all of these are red, but this one has got a green dot by it. So what this has done is I said, I want to load in the James Bond livery today. And it creates a link over in the community folder to the BD-5J because I clicked it on. The BD-5J, this stuff is still over in the standby folder, but now over in the community folder, there's a link back to that. So it's going to load it in. Now, I don't need that this time, so I could turn this off. So you can see I've got just 2 folders here. Some people have a lot more. Loviz has several different folders, including, I believe, stuff for profiles, controller profiles for, WinWing stuff that works through MobiFlight. And you can turn them on and turn them off. It's very, very handy. It also means that, now let's go here. If you look at my scenery, I have 532 folders of scenery that I've downloaded over time. 532. Right now, I only have 3 turned on right now. Just 3. So if you look down here, we'll go down and see, there's one, MMMX. See, there's Mexico. There, I've got it turned on. So over here, there is an MMM FlyMax. There it is, FlyMax. It's the community folder can see that. If I uncheck that, the community folder couldn't see it. Now you don't want to do that while we're flying, but there you go. This is called Microsoft Flight Simulator Add-on Linker 2024. Simple Google search is going to take you to Add-on Linker, and you can set it up. I would also watch a YouTube video. I mean, as Loviz will tell you, kind of had to hit me over the head a couple times for me to understand this. One of the things that I would have done is if I was doing tutorials on this, I would have used the word standby community folder and then main community folder, so that way I would have understood just a little bit. Oh, these things are on standby, and you click it and click it and it goes over. It's not the easiest thing to wrap your head around. At least it wasn't for me. And thanks to Loviz for, bunk, bunk, bunk. Okay, it works and it's great. And you really can. I mean, you can take payware airplanes and put it over in the standby folder if you want. I'm not doing it that much anymore because we fly to so many places, and I've hit a what I call a RAM wall. Your computer has RAM, random access memory. My head, I've hit the RAM wall. I've just got too many moving parts going right now in that. So I'm leaving a lot more stuff in the community folder. And Loviz just said, guess what? It's free. It's free. So if you feel like your sim takes too long to load and you've got maybe some old freewares that you don't want to load every day, this is a great way to make it work. And again, just a Google search of MSFS 2024 add-on linker. There you go. That's all you need to search for is add-on linker. Watch the YouTube video and life will be wonderful. Okay, after that monologue, which was probably boring as hell, we are 361 miles from top of descent. We are going to be starting our top of descent at 108 Zulu. Oh my gosh, we've got a long way to go and not much time to get there. Wolfie just arrived. Welcome aboard, Wolfie. Welcome, welcome. We are doing Cabo to Mexico City. Let's see, everything looks good here. Squawking mode Charlie, everything's good there. Oh, passengers. I left the seatbelt sign on. So, just like any regular airplane, and this one's no exception. No smoking light is out, but seatbelts are on. Oh, the no smoking sign is actually a no smoking sign in this airplane. We better turn that on. No smoking in the plane. And let's turn the seatbelt signs to auto. And my guess is... yeah, there we go. Now the seatbelt light is out and no smoking is on. Low vis is at MMSD if you want to fly. Wolfie, so low vis is going to do the flight now. And if you do the flight now, you'll probably have ATC going into Mexico City. I'm a little bit early, but it kind of got a little chilly here the other night, and my voice is not what it used to be, so I'm flying in now. I'm flying in now. Another Ruben, trying to quickly find an ashtray. Oh, don't worry about that, Ruben. Here, we'll turn it to auto. Enjoy. So, yep, no smoking lights out. Don't even worry. They did a good job with the overheads here. They did a nice job on this. You can see over here, they put some things in here. The Aeromexico card. They did a good job with this airplane. 475 miles to go. Still expecting 4.4 tons of fuel. That's really good. It also does give you top of descent. Now, I don't remember if this has been fixed or not, and maybe I've got my airplanes messed up here. But you notice here on the progress page, it says we have 5 pages of progress data. There was a flight management computer that if you use the main page of certain things, it's fine. But if you went to like the 3rd or 4th page, it would crash your airplane. So I just stay on the first page here. I don't remember if it was this plane or not, but one of the airplanes would crash you. So I'm just going to stay, but if maybe they fixed it, there's lots of good data on your flight here. We could do fixes. JSG Droid taught us all about doing fixes, and they're very easy. Yeah, I think it's this plane too, Lovez. I saw that and oh crap, don't go playing with the buttons in this airplane, right? So let's go ahead and set up fixes. So let's see, we're going to land on 05. It's 05 right. The opposite is 235. Okay, so RW is 05 right. RW 05 right. And the inbound course is 235. And we want it to draw a ring 5 miles around the airport. Now we want a 10-mile ring, so /10. And /25 for a 25-mile ring around the airport. Cool. So now that we got those done, that's great. Now we'll go back to VNAV over here. Doing fixes, and basically what we've done is we've told the airplane, the map, it's going to draw a 5-mile circle, a 10-mile circle, and a 25-mile circle around the end of the runway. It's also because we put the 235 heading, it's going to draw a line straight out the end of the runway to infinity. That gives us increased situational awareness coming in. It means we're going to see the 25-mile range ring, the 10-mile, and the 5. Sort of like, oh, okay, 10 miles, we're getting close. Do we put the landing gear down? That kind of deal. And we get a center line out of the middle of the runway, which helps us, glance down and say, oh, okay, we're a little bit off to the side if we're going to be visual about this. So we got all of that good stuff set up. Boulder is here. Hi, Boulder. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in. And Senor Tomas says Mexico Center is up. So ATC is on the way. Yep, Mexico City Center. Look at that. Mexico, please contact me on 126.6. And this is Mexico Control. 126.6. One, 2.6.6. This is a little awkward. So let's go ahead and let's do a little fine tuning here. Okay, so there's the radio panel. I'm going to adjust this a bit. Let's go up a little bit. Let's go forward a little bit. Let's look down a little bit. And that all looks pretty good. Now we're going to go back down again. There we go. That's a little bit better. Save, back, back. That's better. Boulder, sadly, no. I'm just doing so much with live streaming that I just don't have time to do any spy books right now. I would like to. There just is not enough hours in the day. Okay, 126.6. Let's listen in. Senor Tomas, there are a few things that you can get. There's some that are pretty good for radio gear. One of the things that I'm excited about is Winwing is going to come out with an Airbus radio panel. That's going to be nice. T-Bird sent, not T-Bird, Trip Taker sent me a very nice radio panel, generic radio panel. You do need to have a SPAD.next to use that one though. And if you're just super duper busy, Senor Tomas, come over here, go and right click on Mexico Center and hit tune to COM1. And you can, that's the fast and dirty way to tune a frequency if you're just, smacked with too much. Mexico Center, hi there, Aero Mexico 441 is a Boeing 737 MAX. We are overhead Sekev at flight level 370.
Aero Mexico 441, Mexico Control, get the radar correction spectre 204.
Let's see, Mexico Center, I didn't catch the squawk code. Could we get that please again?
Aero Mexico 441, yep, squawk 3204.
Squawking 3204 now, Aero Mexico 441. Yeah, that's it. It's the Logitech radio panel. I couldn't remember Logitech. Beppy, I'm glad you did that.
Mexico 441, radar contact, level 370, procedure Q Darren.
Aero Mexico 441 is now direct to Caran, Kilo Alpha Romeo Uniform November. And direct to and engage. There we go. Beppy uses the Logitech radio too.
Alfa Echo Charlie 836, contacto radar, hacienda nivel de vuelo.
Actually, Ryan, I've kind of noticed that the visibility in Mexico City is never all that great because of what you just said, because of the smog. How's it going, Ryan? Welcome aboard. I hope you're doing good. But yeah, I think I've noticed the smog, at least in my sim. There's been days that, you know, and yeah, I don't think it's been VFR at all. Welcome on in. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. I'd also run out of powered USB hub ports at about the time that I'd stopped using the radio panel. I could actually bring it back because I have a new powered USB hub that has more plugs, and so I could actually put that back in. Loviz says it rains a lot in Mexico in the evening. Seattle Flights is diverting to LAX now from the San Diego area. Really?
Mexico Center, good evening, Aero Mexico.
Are you talking about a real flight or a simulated flight? Is that your flight, Seattle Flights?
Aero Mexico 9927, Mexico Control. Squawk 3231.
So lots of rain. San Diego is having tons of go-arounds right now.
9927.
Really? Seattle Flights, thank you for the subscription over on YouTube. Real flight. Oh, really? So there's lots of go-arounds, bad weather, bad visibility and stuff?
Contact, climb to available 340. Climb to 340,
So there we go, full ATC. Very nice. All the way into Mexico City. Oh, there's Pacific storms going on right now. San Diego is currently experiencing departure delays of 31 to 45 minutes and increasing because of low visibility. Well, if you look over here, holy cats. I mean, it's right over the airport. Looks like they've gone, yeah, right over the airport, so not a great day to fly. In Mexico, do you still shorten it? I don't know. The rules are different just about everywhere you go. I basically say 441. There are rules. There's some places you're not supposed to. Ryan says there were windy days in El Paso. Well, you know, it's a good thing, Ryan. Every day that's really windy, you know what that means, right, Ryan? In El Paso, it means it's going to blow away the party balloons. Sorry, I know that's probably not funny.
927, radar contact level 370.
Didn't
Mexico 642, good evening.
No more laser
shootouts
for the Mylar party balloons.
Aero Mexico 642, Mexico Control, radar contact.
And back to VNAV, looking good.
12, follow 260, Aero Mexico 642.
Larry Planner 04, proceed direct to Zacatecas, Viola, Zulu, Charlie Lima.
Proceed on red deck to Zacatecas, Zulu, Charlie Lima, Polaris 904.
I'm going to turn this down a little bit. The airplane's a little bit too loud right now, and I really need to talk quieter. Not trying to be sexy here, I just need to talk quieter. Let's see. 247 miles top of descent. That's pretty good. Ooh, we just got a minute back, too. And 379 miles to Mexico City. Hey, look at that. We're feet dry. We're feet dry. Let's see, we know that we're going to be coming in on runway 05 right. So we could put in the ILS even though it's probably going to be visual. My new, Ryan, we live in the Twilight Zone. Yeah, we do, Ryan, especially with what's going on with, you know, what was going on with that particular incident and what it turned out to be. But I agree completely, Ryan. It's a Twilight Zone. My new control mappings were not assigned to the max, so when I pulled back on the stick, there was no takeoff. So, Loviz, I had that happen one day, and I used the trim button to get the airplane off the ground. I realize it's probably too late now. You didn't get the shortcut. Maybe we're too close together, Senor Tomas, and they'll give you that shortcut in a little bit to space us out a bit. Seattle flight, so that BA flight is diverting to LAX and they're landing soon. Buckeye says to Stretch, you should do that too. And okay, so somebody was asking earlier, they said, what in the world is going on with this course button here? What the hell? Didn't understand what goes on with this. Let's go set it up right now. So, first things first, we're going to go over here and set up the ILS for the runway that we're going to go and do. So we're going to go and set the frequency, which is 109.1, okay? So that's down here. And 10910. There we go. There it is. And we're going to go and pop that up. Now then, this is when we're going to use the course button. So that's the inbound course to our runway, and that's 055 degrees. So 055, and that's our inbound course. And then after that, the last thing that we can do is come down and look and see let's see, 7566. I am not setting that decision height into this thing. That's ridiculous. Hawks Nation did a sub over on YouTube. Thank you for that. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. So did Agent Main Street Paul. Thank you for your sub on YouTube as well. I'm pretty new over there. Thank you for helping me to grow that. So setting this thing over here is like a nightmare on this airplane. We've got two things that we can change. Hi, Hookem. So we can do either radio or baro. I'm going to use the radio altimeter because the radio altimeter is just 279 feet. The baro is going to be 7,500, and it's just way too much. So we're going to set the radio altimeter, and you can see it's a ridiculously small number under the artificial horizon. And the only way you can set this thing is to just dial the mouse wheel. So there's 150, 170, 180, 200. We need 279 on that. This is the iFly Max, yes. Okay, how we doing? We're at 273, and then one click. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 279. There we go. We're all set for the landing except for the barometric pressure. We'll do that a little bit later. But that's how you do that. But yeah, this is the 737 MAX. You can tell because it's got the really, really awful electronic flight bag, which is not iFly's fault. They made it to work like the real one that came out with this airplane when Boeing first put it out. It's why so many of the airlines apparently said, you know what, you can keep your electronic flight bag. We've got our own. So that's how that worked. And we're doing good. Everything's good here. 204 miles to top of descent. Radios are set. It's time for pizza and beverages in the cockpit. You can tell it's the Max, Hookem, because we've got much bigger screens. Sadly, none of them have Netflix. I think the passengers have screens. Nope, passengers don't have screens in this. It's the PMDGs that do. You've got to bring your own in-flight entertainment. Sometimes they make these things work. Doors all nice and closed. Got a coffee machine over on this side. And another coffee machine over here. Senor Tomas says the lower one works. Oh, really? The lower one? So we could do something with that? Ooh, this one does stuff. So we can, oh, this is where you do cabin lights. So we can change white, medium, white, sunrise, meal, beverage. You can turn things on. Zone controls, passenger services, in-flight entertainment. You can turn them on. Maintenance, you have to do a passcode. So that's pretty cool. You can do stuff with this one too. General lighting layout. That's actually kind of nice to have. Brainbagger, that's right. That's how you set the cabin lights. So you can, you know, if you want to make it nice and mood lighting, you know, encourage your passengers to join the Mile High Club. You could change it to disco lighting or something. Adam, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. Okay, everything's good here. Fuel is looking great. Senor Tomas, you set yours to sunrise and sunset? See, the last few times I've taken the MD-11 into Frankfurt for Frankfurt Friday. I should probably do something else. Be fun to get the Air Berlin F100 going. That'll be really nice someday. So we got this big lake over here. I wonder if the passengers can see it outside the right side of the airplane. Hey, look at that. You sure can. Hi, big lake. Big long lake. The lights will go up and down with ATC. Wonder if we can charge our iPhones back here. Oh, look at this. We've got USB ports. We got USB chargers here. So we can charge up our iPhones and our iPads. That's really nice.
Subscriber confirmed.
Volley Nerd is back with a very nice resub. Almost a year. Hey, Volley Nerd. Thanks for almost a year of subs. Thank you for being in here today and helping me to keep all this going. I couldn't keep it going without you. Welcome aboard. We've got a 737 MAX. There it is. And we're doing an Aeromexico flight today. And a very, very long lake. Sadly, we're not anywhere near the lake that has a big volcano in the middle of it.
Confirmed. Top clearance granted.
AH Mike gifted a sub to the community. Hey, AH Mike, thank you for gifting a sub today. That was really nice of you. Thank you. If you were waiting for another one of the really nice September things for you 35% off on Twitch, that's going to be tomorrow. I was able to preset that up and it should work this time. Loviz, I had to restart, so I switched to the PMDG so I could set it up quickly. This one takes a little bit more work, and I think the PMDG is more convenient because you can put all of your charts in the EFB. I really have gotten to the point. I mean, there was a time when I would never use charts in the EFB. Yeah, if I needed a chart, I was so well trained to just go drag this thing over, and it was great. But then I started trying to use charts in the EFB, and now I have a terrible time, you know, with an airplane that doesn't have charts in the EFB. Just do. It's really hard to get to them. Bally Nerd, thanks for the resub. Age Mike, thank you for a gift sub. Yeah, you could also just leave your Navigraph on another monitor, and if I would just fly it around myself, I'd leave Navigraph on the other monitor. I wouldn't bring it over like this. But I bring it over to this screen because this is the screen that I can show on the live stream. It's the only reason. Otherwise, like you, I just leave it over on that monitor. It'd be great. Hookem, the autopilot panel that you see is the autopilot panel from WinWing or Wind Control. And this is the Boeing 737 autopilot, and I can use that to control a 777 too. And so that's what that one is. It was a really nice gift from Trip Taker. Didn't expect this at all, and it works very good. Works with the PMDGs, the iFly, it's great. It's doing really, really good. Most of my settings, Adam, are medium. My clouds are set to ultra, although Loviz says I could take my clouds and set them to high, and that would be just fine. I've also turned off a lot of the little options at the bottom, you know, like characters and flora and fauna and boats and airplanes and stuff like that. So I've turned a lot of that stuff off. Loviz uses Navigraph in the Aerosoft EFB, and you saw A330 driver doing that. Oh, the Asobo EFB. Yep, you can do that too. If you hit tab, you can bring up the Asobo EFB. I assume this is the one there. And yes, you can get some charts in this too. So you could also get charts in this thing too. I have used it a little bit. It's okay. I've already got an EFB down here. And I can, as I said, I've hit what I call the RAM wall. Too much random access memory. And so I kind of have to make some decisions. I'm just going to stop here. They did. They changed their name from WinWing to Wind Control, Adam. Yes. Navigraph bugs out on Senor Tomas in the Asobo. There is a Navigraph plugin. There is. There is. Yeah, see, if I'm going to have to use anything other than the Phoenix or the PMDG EFB for my charts, I really would just as soon use this, because this has got so much good stuff in it. I can look at weather things. I can go to airports. I can go to Mexico City. I can go to runways, and it's going to give me a runway analysis and tell me that I've got winds down the runway at 6 knots and a crosswind of 8 knots. There's so much in this app, and I just want, you know, if I've got to use this, if I've got to use this app, I just as soon use this, like you said. It's much better than any of the other ones. Now, in the Phoenix or the PMDG, that application's just fine, and I can use that and make it work really, really well. But there you go. But I've never really used the EFB with this. I did put the plug-in in, So yeah, I've got Navigraph charts in there. I've also got the Phoenix EFB down there too. I've not used this that much. I've used this to load. I've used this to load some of the, the default airplanes, but that's about it. Adam uses the Planner website because it's free. Yes, it gives you Lufthansa charts, which I love. I'd much rather have the Lufthansa charts than the Jepsons.
Aero Mexico 441, proceed direct to Darren, Delta Alpha Romeo Alpha November.
Aero Mexico 441, we are direct to Delta Alpha Romeo Alpha November. Darren for Aero Mexico 441. Direct to Darren.
New recruits detected.
Hey, Jeff the Hawkeye guy, welcome
Agent.
aboard.
Stay sharp.
Umbrella, did I say that name right? Hi, Umbrella, thank you for your follow. Canadian Av Greek, so far so good. We are on our way into Mexico City in an Aero Mexico 737 MAX. Tim J's going to call it a night. Good night, Tim J. Thank you for coming in, flying along today. Happy Thursday, almost Friday. And there we go. Everything looks great. Fuel is good. Fevers is back. Hi, Fevers. Are you going into Mexico City too? Aero Mexico 642 to LA. Hey, Fevers. Happy landings. Hey, there's a big bad storm over San Diego right now. I didn't look up over, but real world, there's a bad storm over San Diego. Jeff, back to doing what we normally do. Normally do 3 flights a day if we can. This is what's crazy about all this. I haven't quite figured it out yet, but so you remember when we did Honolulu to Vancouver recently? It was the same amount of time as the normal spy flight. Pretty much. Same amount of time. One flight. Today, it's going to actually be longer than our flight. But we've done 3 flights. And I guess it's because in the same amount of time we can take off and land 3 times, as opposed to take off from Honolulu, watch the autopilot for almost 7 hours that day, and then land. It's harder to sit and watch the autopilot for 7 hours than it is to take off and land. I'm doing more. I'm, taking off and landing. We're doing 3 flight plans instead of 1. But there's just something about a long haul that, I don't know, left me wiped out. Even on Tuesday, I was still tired from that flight. Even on Tuesday. 80 miles to top of descent. We've already got all the weather information. Let's just go ahead. We do have ATIS, Mexico ATIS information, India. Winds are 110 at 10 knots, 12 miles visibility. SKC, I'm going to guess sky's clear. 25 degrees, 3009 on the altimeter. We could preset that right now. So 3009. And it's a ridiculously small number, and you got to look in here and check it. All right, so it says 3007, 3008, and 3009, and there it's good. We've already got minimum set, so there we go. So you were okay. So you're doing a lot more. Yeah, maybe that's it. And with not much to talk about except the live stream in the airplane.
Lufthansa 465 pesado,
I
servicio horario
think
asignado
you're
y
right.
cambio de frecuencia programa.
It's you get to do more. You can watch Netflix. It was just so tight. Such a long flight. I had a good time. It was a great event. Can't wait to do another one of them, but holy moly. Back to VNAV. And the other part of it was just one plane that day, too. It was just one plane. And it was cool. It was a little 737-600. Nice airplane, but still. The longest one I think we ever did, for me, it was, I think it was I think it was Berlin to Chicago, or Hamburg to Chicago, some German airport to Chicago. No, it was Paris to Chicago in the MD-11 on X-plane. That was the longest one. That was. And the reason it was so long is because we had the jet stream right in our face. We had, like, the ground speed was pathetically bad. You know, we if there was a train across the Atlantic, we would have gone faster. You got the McDo going. Way to go, Jeff. That's one of the cool things about what we got going on here. I mean, the live streaming that's happening on Twitch and YouTube, plus the YouTube videos that we can learn from, that's a great way to learn how to do these things. Adam's longest flight was 16 hours from Doha to Houston. Oh. I don't think I could do that. I really don't. Certainly not on a day like today where I let it get just a little bit too cold in the apartment today and my voice is just trashed. I mean, yeah. Let it get a little bit too chilly. And 16 hours. As much as I love airplanes and travel and stuff like that, I don't know how much I want to spend 16 hours in an airplane at a single time. Maybe it's because I always get sit back in economy. The experience has to be completely different in a bigger airplane for sure. Mad Max is in chat. Yeah, there's still some snow on the ground here. I'm over in the inland Pacific Northwest, eastern Montana. It's actually been very mild this year. We've had some 60-degree days. Hookem, you tried to do Dallas to Hong Kong. Well, the 787 wouldn't make that flight. I don't think I'm catching a cold, Tom. Worst kept secret, I used to work in broadcasting, and I literally did, 45 years in broadcasting, so my voice is pretty well fried. I can only drive it so long. So, eastern Montana near Billings. It's where my career kind of dumped me by the side of the road, so I always like to talk about how eventually I'd like to move on, but I just don't know where to go right now, especially the way the world is at the moment. But I'd like to eventually. We should be getting a descent soon, so now's the best time to look at your charts. And I'm going to go and clear out the Cabo charts because that'll just confuse us. And we're done. Okay, coming in on the arrival here. So we're coming in via Darren. So that means that could be descend via the Darren arrival. So if they tell us Darren, that's going to be 14,000 feet at Almas, above 12,500 at Octan. If they tell us to send via, most of the time they're going to step us down at their convenience. So we'll see if that's what they want us to do.
Proceed direct to Darren, Delta Alpha Romeo Alpha.
Hook up, you are.
proceed to
It wasn't very big. I worked for Adam. Thanks for coming in. We'll see you next time. Take care. Have a great evening. I worked for mostly local broadcasting, radio and television. And there were a couple of good ones, and there were some pretty scary ones. Jeff, I think they're talking about ChartFox. ChartFox. Also, if you have Microsoft Flight Simulator, I think 2024, there is a website where you can access all the flight planning stuff. You have to log in. You know, you have to actually have Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 to get into it. But you can also do web-based flight planning in that and have it transfer into your airplane. And 27 miles to top of descent. NMM, welcome aboard. Liverpool to Belfast. So are you talking about a real world flight from Liverpool to Belfast? Cool. I think the weather out there is pretty good. There's some low pressure way off the Pacific Irish coast, but it looks like it's decent weather. And so, or are you doing flight simming in the A320? Top of descent, 22 miles out. Almost time to do. Let's get ready to rumble. MMMX approach is 121.2. 121.2. And we've also got tower 11855. Ooh, a real friend, NMM. I hope you have a great time in your real world flight. Be sure and say hi to the yellow submarine at the Liverpool airport for us, okay? There's a little yellow submarine out in front of the Liverpool airport, so, you know. I've never seen it in real life, but I have seen it in the sim, and it looks pretty good.
Hotel Foxtrot autorizado a Morelia, Diaglón Upper Juliet 3 a Lipo, Upper Juliet 17 Susar. Hacienda Diaglón 1 Bravo para 18000, espere 260 final, pista 28 y transponder.
This is one of the cool things about Flight Sim, by the way. And VATSIM, you get to hear other languages. And I think that that's one of the coolest parts of Flight Sim, is getting to hear other languages. Nice little lights coming on here. We should have a spectacular arrival tonight in Mexico City.
Ascenso inicial para 18000 pies, nivel de vuelo final 260 y respondemos en código transponder 4341.
November 755
5 miles from top of descent.
Cuando listo para rodar pista 8.
It's called ChartFox, Jeff. I put it into chat for you.
Mexico 441 when ready. Descend via Daran 3 Alpha to 17000, QNH 3009.
3009 on the altimeter. When ready, descend to 17,000 via the arrival, I think you said, for the Darren arrival for Aero Mexico 441.
Mexico 441, correct. Just to confirm, descend via Daran 3 Alpha.
And it is going to be the Darren 3 Alpha arrival, and we'll stop at 17,000 for Aero Mexico 441. Yay! I didn't make too big of a mess of it. A little bit. We're going to need some speed brake here.
Wise 418, proceed direct to Darren.
Director on Veloz 14.
Aeromexico 99927, when ready, descend via Darren 3 Alpha to 17,000, QNH 3009.
Some words don't come out correct. They don't sound good. So, Jeff, it's not necessarily your hearing aids. I don't always say it correctly. Loviz likes the approach into MMX. I don't think I've ever gotten to do the DME arc here a little bit.
Viva 1058, cuando listo descienda para nivel
I think
de
I've
vuelo
always been,
240, prellegada Ixon 1 Bravo.
they've kicked me past that. But it looks like a nice one, and the arrival's going to be nice. And you've also done this as a passenger too, I believe. I think you've done this particular arrival as a passenger in the real world.
Viva 1058, cuando listo descienda nivel 240 y
Okay, we're right on our descent. Perfect. Loviz says they do the arc so you don't run into the mountains. Well, avoiding airplanes going splat into the mountains is a good safety tip. I think they maybe have always kept me higher or something. I just have don't remember ever getting to do that. Going splat into mountains is never cool. Jeff, your ears are gone because of machine gun fire. Really? From your flight deck? Yeah. Hearing damage from firearms, from weapons, that's pretty serious stuff. I've been very, very lucky. Every time I've been in a situation, it's never been out in the world or anything. It's always been in a range, and there's always been hearing protection.
3009 and descend down to 170 for the Duran 3 Alpha arrival.
Okay, we're good. Lights up here look really good. I usually start to turn them down a little bit as we're coming in. Start to turn those down just a bit. And we should probably turn on the logo lights. Always have to have the logo light on the tail of the airplane. Ooh, that one shows up really good. Some logo lights look really great. They don't show, some of them just don't show the logo very well. You were on the, you're on the E2C Hawkeyes. So that's the airplane. That's got a big honking dish on the top of it, right, Jeff? I'll bet that changed the flying characteristics of that a little bit, maybe. I bet that really changed the flying characteristics a bit.
Mexico 441, contact Mexico approach 121.2, yeah.
121.2 now for Aero Mexico 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
See you soon.
121.2. Towers 11855. 11855. I usually do runway lights, so you mean landing lights, Senor Tomas, at 10,000 feet. At 10,000 feet. Mexico City approach. Very good evening. Aero Mexico 441 is on the Darren 3 arrival with information India. Good evening.
Aero Mexico 441, good evening. We're at a contact. Continue descent via the Darren 3 Alpha arrival to 17,000 QNH 30.09er.
30.09er on the altimeter to continue to descend on the Darren arrival to 17,000 feet for Aero Mexico 441. It's a turboprop with a big dish and a glide slope of a brick. Oh my gosh. The glide slope is a brick. Oh my gosh, I can't imagine. All right. Looking pretty good there. So, no. All right. So, landing lights. Generally, the rule is coming on in, 10,000 feet landing lights go on. As soon as before you turn off the runway, landing lights, the big bright ones, those go off. And you just use the taxi light. So that's the way that works. And you don't turn the landing lights on until you're lined up on the runway. Because you can blind somebody with those things on the ground.
Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty
I do.
noted.
It's an MM. That's why I do it. It's easy for me to remember. I'm able to sit here and chatter away when my voice works, chatter away on a live stream and be listening for 441. If I hear 441 or 441 or something like that, I realize, uh-oh, they're talking to me, shut up. And that's how that works. Canadian Bear, a very nice resub. Welcome aboard. Hey, thank you for coming in, Canadian Bear. Thank you for being here for 15 months. And awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep this all going. A big dish and a glide slope of a brick. That's actually, you were in the airplane, so you don't think of it like this, but that's actually a hilarious description. A glide slope of a brick.
Iberia 308 pesado, vire por izquierda directo y clan, así lo mantenga a nivel de
Thanks, Canadian Bear.
Por la izquierda directo y clan, continuamos ascenso 290, Iberia 308 pesado.
And do we have any speed restrictions on this? Oh, yeah. So, 250.
Approach, good evening. Aero Mexico 90927 is passing flight level 240 for 17,000 feet via the Dara 3 Alpha arrival. Aero Mexico 90927, good evening. Radar contact to descend via the Darren 3 Alpha arrival.
Altimeters.
17,000 QNH
Standard.
0.09.
And 3009.
We'll keep sending me the Darn 3 Alpha arrival down to...
Take a look online. I will.
Got 3009er on the altimeter. Aeromexico 909er27.
Canadian Bear's on a 5-stream streak today, too. Thanks for coming in today. Okay, speed's coming down. Everything's good there. And 17,000 feet around the turns. Flaps 1. Get a little help from that. Leading edge slats are out. And we want 230 around the turn, and we're going to make that just fine. Flaps 2.
Mexico approach, Volaris 418, information.
Speed brakes are down, and arm them.
Volaris 418, radar contact descends via the
And they
Darren 3
are
Alpha arrival
armed.
to 17,000 QNH 30.09er.
Auto brakes 3.
3009, descend via Dar 3 Alpha. Volaris 14.
And it's
Air
supposed
Mexico 441, fly direct to Almas, descend via the arrival to 12,500.
descending now via the arrival 12,500. We are direct to Almas. Aeromexico 441. Direct to Almas. And we are now direct to Almas. Continue the descent. And flaps 5. And Mexico City is ahead of us. And not so bad. Okay, we're supposed to be at 230. I was slowing down for the turn that we never made, so I'm going to go back to 1. Canadian Bear, we're in Mexico City. AH Mike is doing airport manager. And let's make the map a little bit bigger here. There we go. That looks really good. Coming on in. See, I keep going over to the EFB for my charts. Let's see here. If I remember, we go to Terminal 1, maybe? I don't remember where we go. There's two terminals, one on the north side, one on the south side. I think we always go to the one on the north side. So that means exiting to the left, probably at Echo here. It's where we would get off there. Okay, here's the ILS. And that looks good. And now you can see, remember earlier we were doing that, range rings and stuff like that? Well, look at that. There's my 25-mile range ring. There is a 5-mile and a 10-mile. And you can see a white and green line. There's our extended center line. Shotless says posture check. What is the whipping white line you do in a turn? I think that what you're talking about, this little thing right here, this is kind of giving you a vector saying, okay, we're in a bit of a turn. Where is that going to leave us in a mile or two? And if I'm making a really hard turn, that's going to be a sharper. That little whipping line there is going to be sharper. Mateo Gardening Service, we're going to Mexico City. And posture check. Yep, got to do that so that we can do rudder pedals and everything else. And bring in the map another click here. So bring that in there. That looks good. And 25 miles out, 230 knots.
Mexico 99027.
We're in good shape.
Almost descended via the
Canadian Bear, yeah, my voice pretty rugged today. We need to hydrate before
Direct
we
to
land.
Almas, descend via the arrival down to 12,500. Aeromexico 99027.
And did we do seatbelts? We did. Amazing lights tonight Mexico City has here. That is really neat. There's several places we get them. If you're just starting in Microsoft Flight Simulator comes with a bunch of airplanes. But for the really complex airplanes, for flying on VATSIM and stuff like we are right now, there are different developers that have their own website, like Phoenix and PMDG. Those are two big developers that have their own website. The other place you can get them is there are also some generic online stores that you can get airplanes, like Contrail is another one where you can get airplanes and stuff like that.
Iberia 308 pesado, contacte Centro México 16 que tenga buen vuelo.
Okay, so Beppy, you're making some progress in doing basically some fine-tuning on your sim, it sounds like. But it's going good. Are you happy with the way it's going there, Beppy? And back to 210.
Aeromexico 441 cleared for the ILS Yankee, runway 05 right.
Aeromexico 441 now cleared for the ILS Yankee, runway 05 right. Okay. 8,900 feet after UC-10. So there's 12,500 at UC-10. And we're doing good there. Next altitude is 10,000 feet. We're managed. We're going to let the airplane take care of it for
418,
us.
flight direct to Almas, descended via the arrival to 12,500.
Okay, that's looking good.
12,500 direct to Almas, Velas 14.
We got a tight turn coming up in about 10 miles. I'm going to go reduce my speed now to 180, and let's figure out our landing speed. And for flaps 30, we're going to call it 148. Need a little speed brake here. Flaps 10. Actually, we just went to 5. No, 2. There we go. That's why we didn't slow down. I thought we were at 5. You can hear the click sounds a lot better in the 737 from PMDG, and I thought I clicked it twice. And now 10. How about wheels? That's going to help us too. Landing gear. There we go. That looks good. Let's bring in the map one last time. 180, flaps 15, gear down 3 green, put speed brakes back, and we have to rearm them because we used them. Speed brakes are armed, auto brakes are set. Tower is already pre-tuned. 118.55, that's ready to go too. And our descent's great. I'm going to continue to let it go down to 8,000. And then that should be perfect. Have we done, and not really in the A350, the last time that we were in the A350, it was a little bit cranky. We had big orange screens and stuff. Chris, I know this is really nice. Really nice arrival.
Runway 05 right, Aero Mexico 909.
Beautiful evening over Mexico City. And a lot clearer tonight, too. Hey, you got the airport. There's the airport. There's the runway. Let's go ahead and arm the approach. Approach is now armed. I forgot to do landing lights at 10,000 feet, taxi lights, cabin call, looking good.
Air Mexico 441, 6 mile final, runner 05 right, radar service are terminated. You can contact tower now on 118.55. Have a great flight.
118.55 now for Aero Mexico 441. Thanks for the ATC. Have a good weekend.
You too.
Logrado 10 nudos, rachas 20. Autorizado a despegar y en el área contacto 121.2.
Autopilot's had far too much fun.
Autorizado a despegar sin demora, pista 05 izquierda y en el aire pasamos con Ciudad México en 121.2. Polaris 300. Hasta luego.
Mexico City Tower, very good evening. Aero Mexico 441's on finals for runway 05 right.
Air Mexico 441, Mexico Tower, good evening. Runway 05 right, QNH 30.09er. Clear airwind 120 degrees, 10 knots, gust 20, clear to land.
Runway 05 right, clear to land. Altimeter 3009 for Aero Mexico 441. And autopilot off. Let's do our own flying here. A beautiful night in the neighborhood. Gusty winds from the right and ahead blowing us to the left.
Glide slow.
Of course. It wouldn't be a spy flight if it wasn't yelling at me about the glide slope.
Glide slow. 500.
Hey, Carol, welcome on in. I can't, hang on.
Glide 400 minimums. Glide
Mexico
slow.
Tower, Argentina 1371, ready to taxi.
Glide slow.
Argentina 1371 me confirma las comunicaciones en español o en inglés.
200. Glide slow.
Vamos a hacerlo en inglés mejor. Enterado. Argentina 1371, runway 05 right, QNH 30.09er, taxi via Bravo 3, Alpha 1, hold short 05 right.
Glide slow. 50, 40, 30.
Taxi to... I am clear to take off
10.
via runway 05 right.
Reverse. Green.
So taxi via Bravo 3, Alpha 1, hold short runway 05 right. Atención a todas las aeronaves, Torre México cerrando en este momento, en 3 minutos más se conecta otro controlador. Attention all aircraft, Mexico Tower closing now, in 3 or 4 minutes, another controller will be here.
Okay, that was the other runway. Let's see, did I take over? No, they did not give me a runway change.
Tower, Aero Mexico, 909.
I took over because we were on final and the autopilot had had enough fun. Carol, you got suspended indefinitely. Oh my gosh. It's been 2 weeks and you can't believe it. Well, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not sure what happened. I don't know why. Mexico City traffic, Aero Mexico 441 is crossing runway 05 left at the Bravo, Mexico City. So I'm not sure what happened, Carol. I don't think that they do suspensions for just no reason at all. That being said, if it's a misunderstanding, I always feel like a polite email to people at VATSIM usually can resolve it. But again, I've got no idea what happened or why. You can appeal them. Yes, you can. And I know several people that have, been really concerned about what happened. You were planning on San Diego. I was on... Well, okay, so there's no real exceptions to the rules. If you are on at an airport with ATC, you've got to do certain things. And if you had an engine failure, then, saying that you've got an emergency or something like that is
Mexico City Tower, good evening.
they basically can tell you,
Yankee 5 right.
no, you can't. You have to disconnect. And if you don't disconnect, they just don't have time to handle emergencies, especially in some big VATSIM events. And if you were doing an assessment type of a thing, so if you were on VATSIM and you were doing like a career mode assessment or something, that's like, crossing the streams in Ghostbusters. You just don't do that. Now, not a lot, you're new, obviously, to VATSIM and stuff. And you can, as Loviz said, you can appeal. But you just can't, you just can't do certain things. And you're going to, explaining that you understand what went wrong and you're sorry about that, you didn't know, and you've learned. Usually is a great way to get that taken care of.
Tower below is 14.
Yankee, welcome aboard. Well, I don't
City traffic,
know an awful lot about that.
Right.
again, like Loviz said, there is a way to go and request, appeal your suspension. Say, look, something went wrong. I don't know. Please help me figure this out.
Mexico City traffic.
But the bottom line is no matter what, air traffic control is the boss. And you've got to, when they're controlling airspace, they're in control, and you've got to do what they're telling them. Let's see. I don't like my frames are capped. Capping your frames at my frame rates, Beppy. My frame rates are capped at 30 FPS. My frame rates are capped at 30. That keeps your computer from having to work too hard. I think you've got a more powerful computer than mine.
Crossing runway at Bravo.
So my general attitude is that you have a more powerful system, so maybe you could cap it at 40. It's maxing out. So cap your frames at 30. Realize that your computer is working very, very, very hard. And so, that's a thing to do. I think that what happened is the VATSIM event that we are flying into is just getting started. Okay, it's just getting going right now. And so the reason that they closed the tower is because, see, all the controllers have to have a controller meeting and say, okay, this is what the weather is. These are the procedures that we're going to use for flying into Mexico City tonight. And, just like pilots need to do a briefing, into the, what they're going to do, the tower controller, they have to do that as well. They'll be back because the event's just beginning, but they shut down just ahead of their event. And that's why they've closed.
Mexico City traffic, Polaris 14 on Foxtrot crossing 5 left Bravo Target gate, Mexico City traffic.
When you don't have guidance, this is a great way. Just zoom on into your nose wheel. And this will get you where you need to be. This is a 737 MAX 8. And so that's our first spot is right there. There we go. And parking brakes on. Parking brakes are on. Come on up here. And we're going to flip the generators over to the APU. And then come down here and do engines 1 and 2 off. We'll also get off the radar scope right now. And everything is now on standby. I'll leave one fuel pump on, so the rest of them can go off. We'll also turn off the electric hydraulic pumps. The 737 MAX's pitot tube heaters are automatic, so we're also going to go and turn off seat belts and anti-collision lights. Now then, if you want to do immersion with the iFly Max, there really is no way to get your jetway except to use Pushback Helper. You can't request a jetway. But if you start up Pushback Helper, you can request a jetway and have that come out. And again, it's not it's not a requirement, but if you want some immersion, this is the fastest way to get a jetway out there. Or Loviz says, yeah, you could also use GSX. Yeah, I don't think I was using GSX as much with this airplane. That's why I had Pushback Helper go out. Yeah, we could also have GSX deboard the airplane. That would work. When you say cap your frame rates, I don't use frame gen. So juggernauts, that's another thing. I have just too many windows open in my flight, too many things going along with flying the airplane. So that's part of the reason why it is that I don't use FrameGen. Tim Dog says that those briefings, the controller briefings, can last 15 to 30 minutes. Pushback Helper is an awesome free solution. I have it over on my desktop. That's what helps me in case of practically anything. Practically anything. But we made it. And it was great to be in the little 737 MAX again. This is just a really cool little airplane. And again, it was our airplane that we just flew all over the place until PMDG hopped into the sim. So it's really nice, to be back in this. It works really good. It really does. So tomorrow, I do have Frankfurt. I'm probably, I don't know, the last few times I've really enjoyed coming in with the Lufthansa Cargo MD-11 from one of the cargo terminals in England. So I may do that. You don't have to do that. You can fly any place you want. And then we'll kind of come in and do Frankfurt Friday, maybe take the ATR someplace. Now that we got the ATR going, that might be nice. And then I think generally we've been chatting a little bit about, what we want to do next. And there's a VATSIM event in both New York and also Seattle. Kind of think that we're talking about maybe doing Seattle, because we did New York the last time, so we might do that. Paris is up too, yeah, so we could also depart out of Paris and go from Paris over to Frankfurt. That might be nice. I've also noticed that some of the other German airports, like Munich, are up too. Haven't been to Munich in a while. So we could also, do a 3-hop and try and get out of Frankfurt and go down to Munich after that. So that might be kind of a cool thing for us to do too. Thank you for being here. It really did get kind of cold here, so voice was a little ragged, but we're going to soldier on through and have a really nice flight. I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Departure time is, of course, the normal time. I also have noticed an uptick in the number of channel members over on YouTube. And if you're a channel member, remember, first thing in the morning, I do a special video with weather and what we're going to be doing. So Curly Air, I can't wait. Senor Thomas, thank you for being here. Jeff, good to see you. Loviz, thank you for being here. I know you had a lot of work to do today. I hope you get to do some flying. JSG Droid was here for a little bit, but JSG Droid has to get up at 1 o'clock in the morning, so JSG Droid couldn't fly. Indianapolis is doing text briefing documents. So does that make it a little bit helpful, and are they figuring out that works really good, Tim Dog? Brother Gaming, thanks for coming in. Loviz is inbound right now into MMX. Yeah, about the time you get here, Loviz, I'll bet the VATSIM event's going to be going pretty good. Why don't we go and see? Somebody was saying that the Honda Jet got updated. So if you're really into the Honda Jet, you're going to want to hang around because Sim Caesar is over on Twitch. And Sim Caesar is test flying the Honda Jet. I think Sim Caesar's pretty good at that particular airplane. So Jim Oxide, thank you for being here. And if you're one of those that kind of comes into the live stream on Twitch or YouTube, doesn't say anything but comes along with us, hey, look, thank you for being here. I really appreciate you helping me to grow my channel a little bit and keep my life growing, going on here. So thank you so much for that. I cannot wait to see you tomorrow. Our departure time is the normal time, 1800 Zulu. In the meantime, as always, please stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly sim skies at 1800. Cheers and good night.